this meeting to order for April 21st. And I'd like to ask everyone stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag
To the flag
of
of the United States of America
and
and to the republic
for which it
and one nation under God, indivisible, with
liberty, justice for all.
All right. Okay. I'm winging it here because I don't have the official script yet. So we're on to orders of the day. And are there any
Invocation.
changes?
What about the invocation?
Typically it comes after orders, but
Not according to the agenda, Vice Mayor.
okay, usually in the script it does, but hey, I'm just winging it. So let's go to the invocation. District 4.
Do we need to take roll, Vice Mayor?
Yes.
Okay.
Tony, can we have roll, please?
Yes, Jimenez,
here.
Peralez,
Here.
Dieppe,
Present.
Carrasco, Davis,
Here.
Esparza,
Here.
Arenas,
Here.
Foley,
Here,
Camus,
Here.
Jones.
Here.
I'm going to say Licardo, but I don't know if he's there yet.
Tony, I'm here. This is Magdalena.
Okay. Mayor Licardo? Not yet. Quorum.
All right. All right, on to the invocation, and Councilmember Depp will read a brief poem.
Yes, thank you. We've kind of missed out on these, and Councilmember Davis has reminded me that April is National Poetry Month, and people need some normalcy. And so I'd like to get back into it. Today, I'd like to read a poem called Invictus by William Ernest Henley. It's one of my favorites. So here goes. Out of the night that covers me, black is the pit from pole to pole. I thank whatever gods may be for my unconquerable soul. In the fell clutch of circumstance, I have not winced nor cried aloud. Under the bludgeonings of chance, my head is bloodied, but unbowed. Beyond this place of wrath and tears looms but the horror of the shade, and yet the menace of the years finds and shall find me unafraid. It matters not how straight the gate, how charged with punishments the scroll. I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul. Thank you.
Thank you, council member. So on now to orders of the day. Does anyone have any changes to the print agenda?
Vice Mayor, I'd like to discuss item 8.1 under orders of the day, or I'm not sure if we should be discussing it now or under 8.1, but this item came to us very, very late today as of 9:27 this morning, and I'm not sure whether the community has had plenty of time to offer its input in this, so I'd like to request that we postpone this until April 28th, and I would so move.
Second.
And then I'd like to speak to it if I could.
Okay, and who was that second?
Councilmember Davis.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Councilmember Foley.
This is not in any way speaking to the item itself as to the freeze on rent increases at all. This is really not having enough time to go through 4 ordinance options that were given to us late last night, including a memo from staff that was given to us today at 9:27. Not enough time for either us to digest it as we went into closed session immediately following, and nor did our staffs or the community, more importantly, have an opportunity to review all the 4 ordinances. They're complicated. This is a very complicated issue. It's a very important issue that we be thoughtful and cautious about how we implement it. It is an urgency ordinance. It is something that we can move forward quickly once approved, but I'm concerned that we're not giving all of our stakeholders, both tenants and home providers, the opportunity to weigh in. Here's my thinking about delaying for a week. I don't think it's going to have any effect on rent increases that have already been implemented as of April 1st. In some cases, tenants may have already paid their rent that was due April 1st. So the next rent increase or the next rent check that might be coming in would be May 1st. So if we adopt the ordinance on April 28th and we approve it as an urgency, then that will still affect any rent increases as of May 1st. Additionally, rents sometimes are due on April 15th, but even if that was the case, May 15th, adopting this on April 28th does not in any way delay us or delay a tenant and landlord from working out an agreement and moving forward with the freeze should we decide to adopt it next week. So the main consideration for me is that we be able to analyze a very complicated issue, that we be very thoughtful about it, that we avoid unintended consequences by having time to carefully consider all of the aspects of this. 4 ordinances is very complicated and difficult for me in particular to sit down and compare them line by line, but then having received them so late and then with the memo from staff even later today makes it very problematic to have a fair debate and discussion between all of the stakeholders. So that's my purpose and thinking in connection with a postponement of this to time certain, April 28th. It only delays the discussion for a week. I understand there's some stress and anxiety about the unknown of rent, but April 1st has come and gone, and we're really looking at April or May 1st, which is that Friday.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Councilmember Foley. Okay, Councilmember Perales?
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry here. Let me back. I'll go on video. I can't support this motion. I think, certainly in this time of a crisis, we have been trying to act swiftly on a number of things to help our community. And we already know there's an opportunity today that we don't have an urgency ordinance because we need 8 votes, which we didn't have last week to move forward. Now, I would hope we can do so, and maybe that's the intent of Councilmember Foley, is to get an urgency ordinance. And if there was some, sense of certainty on my part, I may be interested in saying, sure, if we could move this forward sooner than 30 days from now. But I don't have confidence in that, unfortunately, and so I'd rather be able to hear this item today. We hear a lot of complicated items, and as we know, we as council members are actually the worst at producing last-minute memos that shift and alternate directions. And in fact, we tend to make sausage on the dais, and so it's not anything unheard of to be making some of these tough and important decisions. As we do here today publicly on the dais, virtual dais, and I think it's important that we take up the item. So I would ask my colleagues not to support this motion. Thank you.
Councilmember, I appreciate very much the very strong merits in the underlying issue, and I'm going to support imposing, I'm guessing whenever this does come before us, so this week or next, I'm going to support imposing a rent freeze. And I'm also going to support an urgency ordinance. I'm not certain I understand the distinction, given the fact that I think, as Councilmember Foley says, we'd expect nearly all the rent checks would be due on the first of the following month. So there would be opportunity for us to get something in place. And so I'm not sure a week is going to make any difference, particularly given the fact that I think what we all recognize is the real urgency for our residents overwhelmingly isn't the notion that rents are skyrocketing. It's the fact that people aren't able to pay the rents they have. The skyrocketing rents were a problem of a few months ago, perhaps, or a few years ago, but not today. I think what we're going to see in the data is probably a couple months from now, they're going to look back and say, well, rents started their free fall right around now, and the rents are dropping quite a bit. We know that there may be a few landlords out there that are eager to increase them. Of course, this is only going to affect rent control properties anyway, so the most they could possibly increase would be 5%. But we obviously want to protect our residents from those kinds of increases in this dire moment. I see no reason why we shouldn't move forward and do that, and I expect I'll support doing that next week. I am particularly sensitive in this case because this isn't a case of a late filed memo by council who maybe want to insert an idea or twist or tweak in some way. This is at the actual ordinance and memoranda, which I think many of us articulated last week. We were very interested in some of the very profound constitutional issues at stake here, some very real constitutional concerns that could subject the city to a lot of liability for potential violations of the Fifth Amendment and the Contracts Clause. Those are issues that are not easily understood, certainly not by me. And I want to be able to understand them clearly. And I know that when everyone is simply presented with the memos around those very simple issues or those very complex issues the night before, it becomes very difficult. I guess I would also note that that as we think about how this would get rolled out, and I guess maybe this is a question more than anything, Rick. If we vote on urgency ordinance next Tuesday, that would take effect before May 1st. Is that right, Rick?
That's right. That's right. So the question really for the council is, do you actually have to take action today, or can it wait a week, and is the effect the same? So
right.
It would affect the May 1st rent. And the issue is going to be whether or not in the one version of the ordinances, the urgency and the regular ordinance, you have a March 31 or so that it's effective April 1st, or is it then going to be really more prospective? And so that's the issue.
Right, and that's that retroactivity issue that I'm concerned about in particular. I am going to support a rent freeze, whether it's retroactive or not. I think it's something that's going to be of active debate here. I'm guessing the freeze itself won't be terribly controversial, but the retroactivity is. And I don't blame the city attorney's office or anybody else for coming in with a late memo. The reality is that everybody's scrambling as fast as they can. And of course, I believe, gave them direction only a few days ago. So everybody's racing as fast as they can. I think we need to be understanding of that. And I just think as long as we can get this in place before the next month, we should be accomplishing all that we can. And frankly, what we can accomplish with this is not a lot. I think most of us would admit. Councilmember Diab?
Thank you, Mayor. I was listening to Councilmember Perales, and I guess I would just say, you were seeking assurance. I'll offer that. I think I would make 8, given the 7-4 split. Last week we discussed the finer points of this policy, and the one that is on the table is not something that I would have supported on first blush. But I'm not interested really in hashing out the finer points. I think when we act, whatever the vote is, we act as a single body. So I'm not opposed to an urgency ordinance. But I do hear what Councilmember Foley is saying in terms of a last minute memo from staff. And to the extent that we respect the public's ability to comment on the things that we vote on. The public should have some time. We had a 10-day sunshine rule. We've limited to 10 to follow state guidelines, given our bandwidth now. And, you know, having the substance of the memo, the ordinance come out, you know, last night or yesterday afternoon is not a lot of time for people to really go through it when it was, what, like 20 pages. So in light of the fact that nothing changes, the urgency ordinance, if we vote on it or when we vote on it next week, will still impact and be helpful to our residents by May 1st. I would offer you that assurance that I would support it, you know, giving the public time to make comments and flesh it out, but not to change the overall substance of what you and Councilmember Carrasco and Vice Mayor Jones and Mayor Liccardo offered in the last vote. So I'll yield.
Councilmember Carrasco?
Yes, and I apologize for not putting the video. The signal in my home is really bad, and if I take off the video, I actually hear you better.
I have the same problem.
Yeah. I appreciate Councilmember Foley's perspective, and as well as yours, Mayor. I'm not sure, and I guess I want to hear from Rick. You know, you laid out several different scenarios or options. Are you saying that in all those different options, if we were to wait a week, none of them makes a difference in terms of the overall impact or the end result, regardless of which one we would choose?
I think the retroactivity ordinance, it doesn't make a difference. So that's going back to April 1st. On the other ordinance, the ordinance is effective the date of adoption, so it would be adopted next week. But for all practical purposes, the next set of rents are usually due on the 1st of the month, so it would be May 1st. So, and some landlords collect at different times, May 15th, but for the most part, it's May 1st. And so it wouldn't have an impact on the May rents, is what I'm saying. So I don't think as a practical matter, it makes a difference whether you adopt it today or you adopt it next Tuesday.
But would it make a difference even with the retroactive activity if we were to go in that direction?
No.
Would it make a difference if we waited a week on that?
No. It would just be a different date. The date would be the March 31 date for the April 1st rent. So those are really your choices. I think what it comes down to is April 1st or May 1st. And whether you adopt it today or next week, I think you'll have the same options next week.
Okay, because my first instinct is I'm going to echo Councilmember Paralysis. There was a reason why we put it in. We were hearing from our residents, not just the stress that they're under. I don't want to undermine the kind of stress that they're experiencing, but really the reality of what was happening to some of our tenants. And I know that it only takes one bad apple, you know, to spoil that the barrel. But it's those one or two bad apples, bad actors in our landlord community that have not acted in good faith, have not been very compassionate during a very stressful moment, and in the history of you know, not just our nation but world history, but rather they've raised the rent, and we're hearing that it's happening also in mobile home parks. And so my first instinct is not to support the motion by Councilmember Foley. I'm hearing what you're saying, Mayor, as well as Rick. Give me a couple of seconds to mull this over. I'd like to hear from the rest of my council colleagues and see what their perspective on it is.
Okay. Councilmember Esparza?
Whoops, there we go. Take it off of mute. So I wanted to go back to whether if we bring this back next week on the 28th, this is a question for Rick. When exactly would this take? So this would take effect on still April 1st or May 1st, whether we vote on it today or the 28th. Is that correct?
Right. So the quote 4 ordinances before you.
Mm-hmm.
2 of them are urgency, 2 of them are regular ordinances. And the The urgency, the only thing different between the really one ordinance, one pair of ordinances and the other pair of ordinances is the April 1st date. If you adopt it next week and you have 8 votes to do an urgency ordinance, you would, it would be effective immediately on April 28th. And it would then affect May rents if you don't go to the, and if you adopt the urgency ordinance with the retroactivity, it would have the retroactivity back to the April 1st date. So whatever you do this week or next, it has the same effect. It's either going to be an April 1st date or a May 1st date.
Okay, and we had some discussion last week about retroactivity, about whether it's possible to do. Was that because we were looking at March?
No, you were looking at April 1st. And
So that's still an issue. Either we could be looking at May 1st, correct?
right, for May 1st rents. I mean, if the ordinance would, if the urgency ordinance gets adopted next week, it's effective on the 28th, but it would affect May 1st rents.
Okay, so that timing is important to me because, like I said last week, is I don't think this impacts the majority of units right now. I know a lot of landlords that I have talked to are trying to work with their tenants. However, this is really aimed at this group of landlords who really are bad actors and are using this time, and it's a small group, but it's a group that can frankly do a lot of damage to tenants. And on top of that, we have some mobile home parks that are looking at increases on May 1st. I know we have one in my district, Trailer Terrace, that is due to have a rent increase on May 1st, and residents there are really worried. So I have a question, is housing on the call? No?
I don't think we have any housing staff on yet.
Okay. So they were probably expecting this to come up much later. So my question then for you, Dave, would be if this gets passed on the 28th, then we need to do outreach to landlords. We have a couple of days. My question really for the housing department is, have we done any outreach already so that they know that this is coming, so that we can then use this time to do outreach to them so that it's clear what the rules are and aren't, given the timing of it, right? So if this does come back on the 28th, which Tuesday the 28th, rent would be due, or it would be increased on Friday the 1st. So my question is about outreach.
Yeah, so I'm not sure what they've done so far, but fortunately they were listening, and Rachel has jumped on and she can
Okay.
share with you all what has been or what has not been done. So Rachel, were you able to hear the council member's question around outreach that's done already on this item?
Sure. So what happened for outreach, what we did is last week we were able to take basically what we did is we put a fact sheet together that had the elements of the proposed ordinance, and we shared that with 2 different groups last week. So we met with a group of property owners and then a group of tenant representatives, and they reviewed it. I think, did you ask Councilmember about the mobile home stakeholders? I'm not sure if you mentioned that.
Yes, I did. I brought up
Okay.
mobile home parks.
Thank you. Okay, I
Yeah, no.
missing all that. Okay. So unfortunately, we did not have a chance to sit down with the mobile home stakeholders as part of that outreach. So we did it with apartment tenants and landlords. So that's what we did last week.
Okay. So if this ordinance, if the vote is delayed a week, can you then use this week to reach out to mobile home parks and the owners as well as the tenants so that they have the information that they need, because if this does get delayed a week, it's a short timeline to make sure we get the news out to everyone, right?
Yes, definitely. We could use this week to do that. The other thing that we have learned just over the last couple of days is, as the mayor mentioned earlier, there has not been necessarily widespread rent increases in apartments. However, in the mobile home community, there are anniversary dates that happen very regularly. And in those mobile home parks where they had an annual anniversary date, there have been several rent increase passed. So, I would say that this ordinance will have a wider impact in mobile home parks where park owners were planning on giving rent increases following COVID-19.
Okay, and that is typically takes place on May 1st, correct? Like the first of the month, as opposed to
The first of the month, absolutely. Every one of the anniversary dates is the first of a month.
Okay.
Yeah.
So here's what I will say. I share the feedback that Councilmember Perales and Councilmember Carrasco have raised. I think they raised some really important points about the fact that we often do sausage making on the dais. Given the fact that we have not reached out to the mobile home community, and this is where we are expecting increases on May 1st, where we know that that's happening, in addition to other things that I'm hearing in the community, that I feel that we could use that week to reach out to those partners. I really, I need to hear, I would also like to hear from some of my council colleagues about using this week, and that we all have sort of that good faith moving forward on this ordinance. We did have a majority of council members support it, and this is really about just public administration, right? That Councilmember Foley raised. It's about transparency and public administration, that we use this week wisely. And I would support that, given that we do need to do increased outreach, and that it's not used as a way to sort of make changes to something that the majority of us have already supported. So those are my thoughts on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. And I'll just say for the record, I intend to do as I said I'd do last week, it's support a rent freeze and an urgency ordinance. The issue of retroactivity is still problematic for me, and sorting through that now. Vice Mayor Jones?
Thank you, Mayor. So I supported the rent freeze, and I'll continue to support it. I think that if there were a compelling reason to vote on it today that was going to be impactful, or there were issues that had to be addressed today as opposed to next council meeting, I would support moving forward today. I don't see that compelling reason. Even if you had a landlord who decided to raise their rents between now and next Tuesday, they wouldn't be able to implement that May 1st because our emergency ordinance would take effect. So it's really a moot point. So I'm going to support Councilmember Foley's motion to defer it a week, give an opportunity for the stakeholders to have input, at least read all the ordinances, proposals, and all the memos and all the other things that have come out, so that we can have a transparent process and we can have informed stakeholders. So I'm going to support Councilmember Foley.
Councilmember Arenas?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm always very supportive of making sure that we bring along all of our stakeholders, our community members, into the conversation, making sure that it resonates with everybody. Not everyone's going to agree, but at the very least, they'll be part of the conversation. I do hear some value in having a possible delay for this. Although I think from last week's rules memo, I did hear from I did hear a bit of an opportunity to delay. And so I'm not surprised about this, but I will support having this delay until next week, since it sounds like we could bring in some of those mobile home owners and bring in some of the other landlords who may not have been part of the conversation. So I'll be supportive because I think that's where we're all going to go anyways. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councilmember Rennes, do you want to describe your background, since both you, Councilmember Camus and Councilmember Davis have the same background?
Yes, we are all tealed out. We're all tealed out, and really this is because of Sexual Assault Awareness Month. Mayor, thank you for bringing it up. And we will invite all of our council colleagues and administration and all of our community to our Jean Day on the 29th. So please expect an invite if you haven't already done that. But you know, I'm continuing to wear teal as now I'm pulling out scarves because I've run out of tops that are teal. But really, this is in honor of a lot of those folks who are behind closed doors, not able to make these calls. And we're asking, you know, our neighbors and friends and relatives to make calls on their behalf in case they don't have access to phones the same way that they used to, or texting, or just leaving the house, obviously, because we're all sheltered in place. Thank you for the opportunity, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Rennes. Thank you, Councilmember Davis and Councilmember Camus, for sending that important message. Councilmember Camus?
Yeah, so I just want to be clear, Councilmember Foley, Davis and I actually introduced a memo that was supportive of a rent freeze, and it was also supportive of an urgency memo. We had some questions about retroactivity. That's one of the reasons why we didn't support the underlying motion that happened last week. I think all of us are ready to support legislation, but one of the main reasons why I feel that it is important for us to postpone this a week is because I haven't even had a chance to have lunch, let alone read a 20-page memo from the legal department. And I don't like to make this, I don't like making decisions that could put us into hot water, either with the Constitution or put the city into financial and legal difficulties. And so I personally would like some time to study it, and I appreciate everybody's willingness to move this thing forward. I can assure you that Pam, Dev, and I are on the same page about some of the issues on your concerns, but we just want to make sure that we're not going to get. We want to be fair, and we want to make sure that we're not breaking the law. And we have not had more than an hour to look at this, if that. So I appreciate this being tabled for a week.
Councilmember Perales?
Yeah, thank you. So just to, sorry, coming back on here, just to clarify, because there are, I think, some assumptions going on, even Rick, yourself, assuming that we're going to get 8 votes or more on this next week, that would then enact it before May 1st. But it is possible that we don't get 8 votes. And in that case, it could be kicked out to where it wouldn't have an effect until potentially the June 1st rent, correct?
It would be effective 30 days after the second reading, which would be probably more like June 5th, June 6th, assuming a 1-week turnaround.
So that in that case, it may not even affect the June 1st rents. It could be potentially even July. Now, worst case scenario here.
Well, and that depends on when you adopt the effective date in terms of retroactivity or not. But yeah, this assumes you don't get 8 votes on the urgency ordinance. Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to be able to clarify that, because I know that the assumptions in your statements even were that the 2 options here were that it either gets implemented April 1 or May 1, and that's what we'll be debating either this week or next week. I just want to clarify that's not the case, and that's certainly why I started my comments as I did. That if there was some sense of assurance, right, that we were going to adopt an urgency ordinance, then I may be inclined to allow it to wait out a week. In fact, that could benefit, my cause rather than adopting something today and waiting, 30 days or more. We could adopt an urgency ordinance next week, and it would go into effect then. But you're right. I think we just need to be clear that that's the options here are not just April 1st or May 1st. That indeed that requires 8+ votes. And so we're all assuming today that there's going to be 8+ votes. I don't think it's wise for any one of us as an elected body to assume what the votes are going to be next week. Now, I do appreciate Councilmember Diep stating, hey, I want to give some assurance, as he heard my concern, and Councilmember Camus, who just said, hey, that was our intent, was to have an urgency ordinance, and that in fact, maybe it sounds like the debate will be solely based now on retroactive or not. And I do feel a little bit more comfortable hearing from all my colleagues in that regard. I will state, Councilmember Camus, the 19-page memo was not a legal memo from our city attorney. The city attorney's memo was 2.5 pages. And so the concern there, I think, was easy to digest, even if you only had, 15 minutes or something like that after he sent that. And actually that came out yesterday. So, but nonetheless, I'm still reluctant to want to support this, but having some assurance from my colleagues that we're going to go really with a debate next week on retroactivity or not, and that we can adopt one way or the other. We will adopt an urgency ordinance next week. I'm gonna take that gamble reluctantly.
Thank you. Councilmember Davis?
Thank you. I just want to say to Councilmember Perales, I don't think you're taking a very big gamble. You've heard from many of our colleagues who didn't vote for it, and Councilmember Camus is absolutely right. Being in a Brown Act with Councilmember Foley and Councilmember Camus, we support the urgency ordinance. I wouldn't limit the possible amendments to the retroactivity, but that is not to say there's nothing to support there. There's very much to support, and we may just have a few quibbles about a couple of details, and that is the reason why we should all have a week to digest and delay and figure out whether we actually do have those quibbles or whether they don't actually matter to us. But I think you're not taking a big risk on having an urgency ordinance. It's as close to a sure thing as this body gets.
Okay. All right, then. I just asked the maker of the motion, Councilmember Foley, if she would also incorporate on orders of the day that 8.4 would be heard before 8.3. 8.4 is substantial amendments to this fiscal year consolidated plan, which is necessary to create the appropriation that enables us to fund 8.3.
Certainly, no problem at all. And may I just make one comment about the urgency ordinance? I share the majority of my colleagues' concerns or desires for an urgency ordinance. I have no interest in postponing a rent freeze and have it implemented beyond an urgency ordinance. That is, urgency is important, and if we adopt it next week, that's what we're going to be adopting, is the urgency ordinance. So I want to give some of my council members who are concerned about my motives assurances that it's not urgency or not, it's actually retroactivity or not are the concerns to me. There may be others. I haven't had a chance to look at the other things, but that's the main one that stands out to me. It isn't the date, whether it's an urgency or not. It truly is an urgency matter. I just wanted to offer some assurance there.
Okay. Councilmember Esparza?
So my question is 8.4 included in the motion or not? Because then I have a question about it.
Yeah, the idea is that 8.4 would go before 8.3. That's
Okay. Okay, so then, in orders of the day. Got it. Understood. Thank you. That's it.
okay. Councilmember Crosco? Councilmember Crosco?
Yes, thank you. Thank you. And I just want to thank my colleagues for the conversation and for your viewpoints. Given now what I'm hearing from my colleagues, I will support the motion on the table. Councilmember Foley, thank you for bringing it up. And of course, can't ever emphasize enough, you know, these memos originally came out from the sheer concern that our tenants are expressing to us in hopes to be able to relieve some of their lived experiences as we're trying to all get through the pandemic. But I appreciate everybody's comments. I will be supporting the motion on the table. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, then, on the motion, Tony, could you take roll?
Jimenez,
Yes.
Morales,
Aye.
Yep,
Aye.
Carrasco,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Kemmis,
Yes.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right. We're on to the closed session report. Rick?
Yeah, Mayor, the council did meet in closed session this morning. There is no report.
All right, thank you, Rick. On to item 3.1, which is, I guess, increasingly becoming the headline item for every council meeting, the report of the city manager. Dave?
Yep, thank you, Mayor. Appreciate the opportunity once again. I want to start off by thanking all of our staff for their unrelenting service to our community. And I would like to highlight a couple of unsung heroes in the organization. One is the whole team at the Regional Wastewater Facility. As you all know, this is run by our Environmental Services Department. This facility treats the sewage of not only the city of San Jose, but many of the surrounding cities. And they've been in operation 24/7 since. For them, no choice but to continue operating. And the facility is obviously critical for public health every day of the year. And so it was important for the staff out there was to really figure out how to continue operating in the current environment, in doing so in a safe manner. And just really proud of the team for what they've been able to accomplish in terms of making some changes to the way they work, their scheduling, and the way they actually do the day-to-day work out there. And so they've been able to continue operations without missing a step. And just want to thank the entire team out there. It includes wastewater operations, facilities maintenance, the energy and automation team, the laboratory team, and all the employees out there doing great work to continue to operate. The second highlight is, and many of you may know this individual, Jesse Perez, works in facilities and public works. He's actually the building trade supervisor. And he has been deeply involved with responding to COVID from the very beginning. Many of you may see him around City Hall. He worked to secure Clorox wipes and masks and gloves and gowns and no-touch thermometers and hand sanitizers and isolation shields for our workforce so they continue to do their work, and also for our city facilities and the public that do come into some of those facilities. These items were obviously in very high demand, and it was really due to his relationships with our suppliers that we were made a priority to those suppliers, and we were able to get the supplies that we needed. Jesse and his team is also responsible for doing all the deep cleaning that we need to do at our facilities that are continuing to operate. So I just want to thank Jesse, our facilities team, our custodians for all their work they're doing to keep our facilities clean and safe. So as we move into the updates, you'll hear from Kip today, who's going to provide an update from the EOC. It was his week as the EOC director. He'll provide some information on where we're at with compliance on the public health orders, and also give a little bit of a preview of where do we move from here, our current stage of operations into a next stage and beyond. You'll also hear from Lee Wilcox, who will provide an update on federal and state recovery funding. And then also in another update from Kip around food and necessities, Jim Ortball will provide an update on emergency housing. And then we'll hear from Kim Wallish and Michelle McGurk on local assistance programs. And so I'm going to hand it off to Kip for the EOC update. Kip.
Thank you, Dave. Kip Harkness, Deputy City Manager, EOC Director, and presenting on behalf of both Lee Wilcox and myself, as well as the entire Emergency Operations Center team in the city who is behind all this work. So on the next slide, you see our roadmap, which continues to guide all of our operations, and it really focuses all of our efforts on a day-to-day basis and in our weekly emergency action plans, which are our weekly sprints. So we have, at this point, over 400 people in the management of the Emergency Operations Center, which are directly working against these priorities and harnessing the work of hundreds and thousands more across the organization. So next slide. I want to take a double click into compliance, the county's public health order. It is the most important thing that we are doing is to ensure compliance. Part of what we did early on was to identify a short list of important actions that we could take that would have the greatest effect on compliance. And actually, let me, just a second, I've got a little bandwidth issue, so I'm gonna make sure. So these are those actions, and as you can see, we've taken every single one of them. They've included modifying how we manage our parks to make sure that a couple of the key regional parks are closed and facilities are all closed in compliance with the public health order, but that those parks remain available and that the park rangers are now the primary enforcers of the social distancing and compliance. We've had 304 different public service announcements in 4 languages. We have developed and deployed key messages and tested those messages using data methodologies to see which ones are most effective in parks to encourage the right types of behaviors. We've worked with trusted local messengers to do social media posts and videos to influence people's behavior. And we have tested all of those key messages using rapid digital testing methods to sort among 5 or 6 different options to see what version of the message was most effective for the audience. And then we've been preparing council members and our staff with a series of toolkits to help implement these. Next slide. The result, as you can see here, is that Santa Clara County in general are very effectively sheltering in place. We have data here from Google that shows you dramatic drops, obviously, in the number of people at the workplace, increases in people in their residence, dramatic drops in retail and in transportation use. The one that's a little touch and go is parks, and that's why we've been paying so much attention to it and keeping a watchful eye to make sure that we're not creating a health hazard by giving people the opportunity to use those parks in a safe manner. If that changes, we'll get tougher, but at the moment we feel we've got a high level of compliance with the social distancing in the parks. But bottom line, people are sheltering in place. Next slide. If you go even deeper, we have some publicly available anonymized data, which ensures that people's privacy is protected, that allows us to go census block by census block and see who's staying at home. The definition of staying at home here is a very solid one. If you so much as walk outside your house with your dog, you're counted as not staying at home. So what you see is actually an extremely high level of compliance of people staying at home. I think what's interesting about the graph is you see the shelter in place marker. You can see that people began to stay at home in anticipation of the shelter in place even before it was officially ordered. And as soon as it was official, we saw a rapid and consistent compliance with it. So this is pretty phenomenal, and it shows that across the board in San Jose, there's been high level of compliance. Next slide. The result has been pretty amazing locally. We are bending the curve. This is a graphic which shows you coronavirus in a population adjusted manner. So the bigger the circle, the bigger per capita number of coronaviruses. Since we were one of the very first locations in the United States to have coronavirus, you would logically expect that we would actually be the largest circle on this map, when in fact we are nowhere near that. Places like Tallahassee, Atlanta, Boise, Salt Lake City are much, much higher than we are because of the early, rapid, and comprehensive adoption of shelter in place. Next slide. So we're now all beginning to think about this shift that we're ready to take, maybe more than ready to take, of shifting from response and moving into recovery and back into resilience. I want to take a few moments to share our current thinking and understanding of what that is likely to look like so that we can begin together to work through recovery into resilience. Next slide. So as we've talked about before, we had 5 stages of response going into this, from a nice blue of active preparation to the hard red of extreme high response where we are now. We moved through those stages relatively rapidly. And as you can see, again, from the graph of national cases, well before we got the high and right surge of the national epidemic. So our response was coordinated internally through a set of clear stages that helped us understand where we were and what was happening next. Next slide. We're going to move together through recovery into resilience in the same way, kind of stair-stepping back down from red back into blue. Unfortunately, it's going to be a little bit longer of a stair step down than it was a climb up, and it is a bit more ambiguous. But what we know, what we're thinking about is the next stages, and we're thinking of them as stage 6, 7, and 8, are really this graduated reopening. As long as there is no vaccine, we will still have to have some measures in place, especially for the most vulnerable, even in stage 8. But we anticipate we can begin to reopen initially as soon as we've got some stabilization of the epidemic and we have the testing, tracing, and isolation capability that we need, frankly, across the Bay Area to ensure that we do not swing back into epidemic without being able to contain it or without knowing that it's happening. Stage 7 would be if the next one, and stage 8 until we would be a near full reopening or as best we could do without the vaccine. Stage 9 is when we have a vaccine and we begin to scale the application of that vaccine. Now, there's been a lot of conversation on this, and it's one of those unknowns. Most folks who know this work are talking about 18 months as an optimistic number. It could be sooner. To give you a sense of it, the fastest ever kind of initiation to full vaccine was from measles. That took 3 years. Our technology is much faster these days. There's every reason to believe we might be able to move more quickly. However, on the other hand, this is a coronavirus, and we have as yet no at-scale vaccine for the common cold, which is another coronavirus. So it's really hard to know until the science bears through on this. But we won't be able to be at full normal reopening until we have a vaccine that scales. And then we get back to stage 10, our new normal where all of us are vaccinated. And, well, I hate to say it, we are preparing for the next possible pandemic and the next zoonotic spillover from animal to human, which could be a year from now, 5 years from now, or 10 years from now. But this is our best gauge at how we are moving back to normal and how we are going to be preparing our workforce and our community to work together into resilience. Next slide. So I think as we get to this point, it's useful to come back to first principles. When we had the flood in 2017, we operated the recovery from these 3 principles. And as we've revisited them and refreshed them, we feel they apply to where we are in this moment as we shift from response to recovery. And those principles are: be compassion in action, be open, candid, and direct, and be one team. Those are largely self-explanatory, but for us, compassion in action means that we really have to think and feel about who is most vulnerable and most at risk, and put ourselves in action in service of those who are likely to be harmed the most, whether those are seniors, whether those are disconnected school kids without access to education, or whether those are homeless individuals. Open, candid, and direct means that we do not have the time to meander and have long, multi-month conversations on many important issues. We've got to have very quick, candid, direct conversations, face the brutal facts together, make a decision, debate a decision, make a decision, and deliver that decision. And then one team. We're not going to win this as a collection of individual departments. We've got to work as a city. We're not going to win this as just a city. We've got to work with the county and the other cities. And we're not going to win this just as a collection of government officials. We have to work with our community and our people, our nonprofits and our businesses through this. So that one team is a pretty big team that we feel we have to have. Next slide. And so that's where we are in our roadmap. We continue to effectively provide the range of essential services. We continue to have our people showing up and doing that good work every single day. We are in high compliance with the public health order, and we are moving a great deal of effort and resources toward our at-risk individuals. And we'll talk a little bit more now in depth about recovery and some of the local assistance work we're doing, including feeding and housing. And our next, I believe I'm turning it over to Lee to give us a sneak peek at where we are in recovery. Lee, it's all you.
Thanks, Kip. Good job. As promised, last week we did a deep dive into the recovery process and kind of lay of the land of what the administration at this point in time knew of kind of what was happening at the federal level and state level. As a reminder, the Treasury portal, who is administering the Coronavirus Relief Fund on behalf of the federal government, it did open last Monday, and as indicated, the city submitted its first application into the Department of Treasury on Tuesday during the council meeting. Yesterday, the city did receive a direct deposit from the federal government of $178 million deposited directly to the city. As a reminder, the CARES Act requires that the payments from this fund and that these funds are to be used for or are necessary for any expenditures occurred during the public health emergency with respect to the COVID-19, that we weren't accounted for any of these funds in our most recent budget adopted in this past year, and that all of the incurred funding or expenditures need to happen between March 1st and through the end of the calendar year. This is quite large, super high level direction. We are hoping for additional guidelines as promised by the Department of Treasury later on this week on how we can start to utilize this funds. It's important that as we take this next step that we ensure what those funds can be used for, because we don't want to be in a position where we start to use this funding and it not be eligible and that we would need to repay. So we will continue to push on these guidelines and have guidelines in place before we start expending these funds. We also spoke a little bit about a CARES Act 1.5 or kind of a bridge legislation that would be between the CARES Act and kind of the larger negotiation happening in Congress. And fortunately, you know, the White House, both houses and both parties came into agreement late last night or early this morning on the Paycheck Protection Program and Healthcare Enhancement Act. So this is $148 billion. And is being discussed on the Senate floor as we speak. It is $310 billion for the Paycheck Protection Act, which $125 billion of that is exclusively for unbanked businesses or sole proprietors. $38 billion for national COVID testing, and $75 billion for our hospital system. $11 billion of which is for state and localities to develop, purchase, and administer COVID testing on behalf of the local population. And then moving forward, you know, most notably and most exciting is both the Senate Minority Leader and President within hours of each other this morning on the compromise of this bridge legislation said that they are both quick starting further discussions and negotiations on a CARES Act 2.0 or a larger piece of legislation that would be focused on fiscal relief to state and local governments for lost revenue from COVID-19, robust infrastructure package across all 50 states, as well as business stimulus and tax incentives for our restaurants, sports industry, entertainment industry, and small business. And then lastly, on the recovery front related to our federal government is our local congressional delegation in the city of San Jose are meeting tomorrow to further prioritize and echo our needs and priorities in the second act. With that, I'm going to turn it back to Kip Harkness.
Thank you, Lee. I want to introduce and tee up a conversation with many players here around local assistance, which is our effort to support those who are most vulnerable and most at risk during the response phase and now moving into recovery. Next slide. As you now know, we are charged countywide with feeding and necessities distribution, and our objectives there are to feed our most vulnerable, maximize existing food networks, and scale for a widespread food crisis. Next slide. We are currently feeding at over 2 million meals a week. That's an increase from when we took over of about 500,000 meals a week and continuing to go north. So we are anticipating scaling up to at least 3 million meals a week and perhaps more, depending on what the situation requires. Second Harvest Food Bank and many community partners continue to lead this with the grocery distribution, and then a number of providers providing meal solutions, as well as our school sites, which includes an expansion of school sites to evenings in some cases, and through closures during the spring break. Next slide. There is an awful lot of work that needs to be done, both on the contractual side and the implementation side, to make sure that we are continuing to support the existing providers while building up our ability to scale up to meet the rapidly growing need. This is an example, a snapshot of the OKRs, objectives as measured by key results, that the team is using to measure their key results that are going to move their capacity the most in these three areas of feeding our most vulnerable, maximizing existing food networks, and scaling for a more widespread food crisis, up to 3 million meals per week. Next slide. The organizational structure that is required to do this, oops, Lee, you went off. The organizational structure that's required to do this is highly complex and requires a vast organization in place. And this chart, as soon as it pops back up, gives you a sense of all of the players that are involved in the food distribution internally to us in the Emergency Operations Center. And then I'll pause there, and we're going to turn now to emergency housing and Jim, but I'll let Lee catch up with us on the slide deck and bring you to the distribution piece in terms of the complexity there. Good news is we have a high level of confidence both in our partners and our ability to continue to scale, and we are investing some of our best and brightest in making sure that we are going to fulfill the request of the county that we lead this county-wide. So this includes, again, the collaboration with schools, the collaboration with Second Harvest, all of the food providers across the board. And we are going to take that mandate very broadly, so to make sure that anybody who has insecurity with food has access to the food they need during this crisis. With that, I will turn it over to Jim Ortball, who's been leading many of our housing-related and emergency housing efforts from the Emergency Operations Center, to give you a bit of a deeper dive into some of the emergency housing issues. Jim, it's all you.
Great. Thanks a lot, Kip. Jim Ortball, Deputy City Manager and Emergency Operations Coordinator. Next slide, Lee, please. So I just want to quickly recap how we got to the place we're at today. So on March 4th, the governor issued a proclamation in a California state of emergency. He issued an executive order that followed that, and the state government passed SB 89. It allocated funding, suspended regulations to speed the delivery of emergency housing in our state to address those that are most vulnerable. On March 16th, Santa Clara County issued a shelter-at-home order and gave direction to all individuals and then to all cities in the county that we need to shelter our homeless residents, to do as much as we possibly can during this emergency declaration. Following that state and county direction, the city manager and the Emergency Operations Center declared a shelter crisis on March 20th. And then the council ratified that emergency COVID response and the shelter crisis declaration on April 7th. They suspended a number of regulations, general plan, zoning, regulations around procurement, secret review, a number of things, allocated funding, over $17 million, and directed the city manager to immediately stand up emergency interim housing on identified sites. So that kind of got us to the direction we've been working at under the last 2 weeks. Lee, if you could go to the next slide, please. So this slide is information we shared on April 7th and represents the sites that we rapidly assessed to move forward with emergency interim housing. Just want to recap kind of how we've triaged these sites over the past 2 weeks. 3 sites are really not feasible to stand up for emergency interim housing on an emergency basis, and probably really not on a long-term basis either. Those are in red. We're essentially not proceeding on those sites at this point in time. 4 sites are in orange, and we believe those also are not feasible to stand up during this COVID and shelter emergency that we have. They still may have some promise, but for a variety of reasons, including our ability to lease control the sites, to get the donation control, or dealing with utilities or site grading, they just were not feasible to stand up in this immediate urgent period. So that leaves us the 2 sites that are in green still on the page, Monterey at Bernal. That is the site that I briefed the council on last week that we're moving very urgently and expeditiously. That one probably has the fastest path towards being able to stand up emergency interim housing. We own it, we control it. It has good access to utilities. There are a few barriers, and we have a contractor ready to start that now. So that's something that we are ready to move on. The Evans Lane at Almaden Expressway is a site that obviously it was right below the line when we discussed 2 weeks ago. It is a future affordable housing site, but we believe an interim use at this time. We believe we can stand it up during this emergency. We believe that it can be for interim family use and ultimately be a path to permanent affordable housing for the residents that would be in this site, in this community on an interim basis. So we see that as a very feasible location. So we're ready to move forward with that on a somewhat similar timeframe as Monterey and Bernal. That didn't provide us with as many sites as we previously had. We had 4 sites in our original efforts 2 weeks ago. Obviously, we've lost a couple since that point in time. So we were trying to identify an additional site or 2 if possible. That caused us to go back to the list, particularly the Caltrans sites, which we see as having pretty good potential. Lee, I'll ask you to go on to the next slide. It's my last slide. So I've talked through the Monterey at Bernal site. I've talked through the Evans Lane site as well. And the Rue Ferrari site is a Caltrans owned site at 101. It had rated very high on all of our previous evaluations. It's a large parcel, it's level, it has good access to utilities. And so we explored that with Caltrans about the feasibility of rapidly moving on that site. The governor did issue orders to state agencies to help in the sheltering of individuals, to work with partners throughout the state to try and do whatever we can in a short period of time. And Caltrans has responded remarkably well, and is their feeling that they can work with us, get this site under city control, and enable us to develop it for emergency interim housing during this period of time. So at this point in time, we have 3 sites that we're prepared to move forward with. The council's aware we have 2 existing sites where we've done bridge housing. The Mayberry site in District 3, that one is operational. And then the Felipe 101-280 site in District 7, that is under development now. So this represents our current expedited efforts to follow council direction and deliver as much emergency interim housing during this crisis as we possibly can to serve and support social distancing and safe places for people to shelter during the COVID crisis, and then be useful afterwards to address our city shelter crisis as well. And I'll conclude there, and that ends my presentation.
Okay, and I think now we turn it over to Kim to take us into a deeper dive around local assistance. Kim, all yours.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. It is nice to see you, even virtually. I'm speaking to you in my role as the director of the liaison branch in the EOC. And we're going to talk this afternoon about local assistance, what we're doing and what we need to do to help San Jose residents and small businesses and nonprofits recover from the impacts of this crisis. I know you've had two very good high-level presentations by Michelle McGurk about the local assistance framework. And this afternoon, we're going to give you a more specific briefing. We're going to do four things. First, we're going to talk a little bit about what do we really mean by local assistance in the context of this unique local emergency. Second, we're going to convey that the intent of local assistance is to identify and serve our most vulnerable residents. And we're going to talk about what we mean by that. And to do so, we have two guest presenters, Pancho Guevara, the Executive Director from Sacred Heart Community Services, and Jennifer Loving, the CEO of Destination Home, just to give us a view from the front lines about the challenges that we face now and we're likely to face in the future. Third, we're going to share the specific work that our local assistance team that has been stood up in the EOC, what we've been doing, including the creation and ongoing managing of a virtual local assistance center. And then last, we're going to talk a little bit about economic recovery in San Jose, because it's clear to us that doing the best possible job with local assistance will aid ultimately economic recovery. And the theme, as Kip mentioned, is really one team. I just want to emphasize so much the importance of us working in partnership with you, with the mayor and council, and with the community organizations, especially over the next several months, which are going to be critical. So let's start. Just to talk a little bit about a typical emergency and what local assistance means in that. If you think about it, a typical emergency, there's an event, there's a disaster, it's a couple hours, maybe it's a couple days. Then there's an immediate aftermath of days or weeks or months. And then there's a longer term recovery, which is typically years. So if you think about it in the context of the flood, there was the incident, there's a rescue, there's short-term needs for food, shelter that are met by the Red Cross. Then we had the aftermath, where we provided interim food and shelter. Council members opened up district centers. And this is where we pull out the playbook for emergency response, and it says, stand up a local assistance center. Directly help the people that were affected by the flood. Help them do things that they needed to do, like replace documents, talk to insurance companies, access resources. And then, of course, the recovery stage from the flood, particularly for those families and those communities, goes on for years. So we have experience in the context of an emergency, and we stood up a traditional local assistance center at the Shirakawa Community Center in 2017. And that center, you can see it here, was a physical place. It had rooms, it had tables staffed by community partners, by various government agencies. We stood up this center for about a month to help the families that were affected by the flood. We then transitioned the center to City Hall, where the housing department managed it for about a month. And then, of course, important longer-term case management happened through CBOs over many years, especially through Catholic Charities. So if you think about the emergency we face now, it's very different. The shelter in place is our event, and that is going on for weeks, likely months. We're then going to experience this phased reopening of the economy and public life, and that is going to go on for months. We don't like to think about it, but it's clear there's potential for some looping back to shelter in place and reopening. There's potential for a second wave. And after we get through all of that, as Kip explained, then there's this opportunity for recovery, which clearly will take many years. So in this context of the COVID-19 emergency, you can see that local assistance must be approached very differently. It must start immediately while we're still in the emergency. it must continue for months or potentially longer. A physical center is clearly not possible. And there's a much larger proportion of our population that needs assistance. I mean, virtually everybody is affected by this. But the core element of ensuring that our most vulnerable residents have their basic needs met is really important. And that we have a shared interest in trying to contain the damage from the emergency so that we can make it to economic recovery. So I want to share a slide which shows how the needs have arisen suddenly, and they're steep and they're widespread. And I know we've seen charts about unemployment claims for the state and the nation, but this is the data for Santa Clara County. And so you can see the historic high was in March of 2010, 37,760 claims. And you can see 10 years later, March of 2020, 46,606 claims. And that's a partial count. That's not through the whole month. And that is before EDD started taking applications for independent contractors, sole proprietors, and gig workers, which will start next week. So I say this just so you can see the situation is very unique, because compared to a recession, there's a sudden impact. There's not a 3-year run-up in need. And the situation is unique compared to most disasters, because clearly everyone is affected, and this is just one indicator. So I know you've seen this slide before, but I want to say it again, that in local assistance, our focus is on our most vulnerable. And that is our most vulnerable residents, but also our most vulnerable small businesses and our most vulnerable nonprofits. And so because this is so important, we have 2 special guests who have been deeply involved in understanding and providing the local assistance that we have available for residents, particularly the funds that have been raised through the Silicon Valley Strong funds. So we have, as I mentioned, Pancho and Jennifer, and they're here representing the 15-agency countywide homeless prevention system network that has been in place. And we're asking them to just share some case examples and describe the situation that they're seeing on the ground with our most vulnerable residents. So Jen and Pancho, please.
Hey everyone, I think I'll go first. This is Jen Loving with Destination Home, and thanks for including us today at council. This first slide, as you can see, we wanted to show you a little bit of comparison in need as we've discussed and as you have funded over the years. We've been running a countywide homelessness prevention system for the last few years. Our plan this year was to serve 900 households, continuing to ramp up, spending a little over $9 million. You can see how the average costs, and really just this was sort of how we were doing this business prior to COVID. When we realized that we were going to be a hot spot for the transmission of this virus pretty quickly, we knew that based on what we've been seeing over the last few years, that we would have just a really acceleration of the people that are already living really so on the margins here, that we already know are paying 50, 60, 70, 80, 90% of their income towards rent, people largely in extremely low income housing categories, the families that we come and talk with you about all the time, that this is going to be just catastrophic, and this would exacerbate because of the ways that families are already just trying to hang on every single month. So we were able to raise initially a pot of money, about $11 million or so, that we were first able to put into our existing partnership with Sacred Heart. And we saw 4,500 applications just in days, and really which encumbers that amount of money. So within just a matter of a few days, the website we were using crashed, the amount of applications were overwhelming, and we had to stop accepting applications and pivot to an interest list. And now we have over 15,000 folks who have asked us for help in less than, I guess, just about a month. So if you go to the next slide. We're continuing to raise money and to work really diligently. Some of that work has been with Silicon Valley Strong and with Mayor Liccardo, Supervisor Chavez, and Chuck Robbins at Cisco has been super helpful in helping us to raise funding. Our goal is to be able to open up the process that we're doing now, but with some revised criteria. And I'll turn that over to Poncho to talk a little bit more about that.
Thank you, Jen, and thank you to the council for your leadership and concern on this. Just to put a human face on this, like one of the families that came to apply for this initial round was a woman named Emma who happens to live in District 6. And her kids attend Campbell Union School District, and she actually cleans houses for a living. And so through her job, she earns some money via traditional payment, but also a lot by cash. And then in the aftermath of this issue, a lot of folks canceled her services, being able to come into their homes and help clean their homes. And she was facing this gigantic shortfall. And we hadn't seen her come to Sacred Heart for years to actually access our food pantry. And she started coming, and this is even before the shelter-at-home order really kicked in, and really was impacting her. And so she was one of the thousands of folks that applied to us for assistance, and she was afraid that she wasn't going to be able to get any kind of help because she a significant portion of her income is via cash, and how does she prove this? And because of the lack of clarity about whether or not the federal government was going to come in with unemployment or other things for people that work for cash, that was not present at that point. And like Jen had said, we launched this website about 5 days before the president signed that relief package that included some provisions for folks like her, but still she was afraid that she wasn't going to be eligible for anything, and she still isn't. But it was a big boon to her to know that she could get some assistance. We were able to process her application. She's among the folks that we've already been able to kick out about almost $4 million in assistance to date. Of that, we're still processing the last of these applications. But what's happened is it's given us pause right now over what is happening in terms of developing not only this first round of funding, where we had, again, the 4,500 that we're diligently going through with our homelessness prevention system partners around the county providing this assistance, but the 10,000 households that are on this interest list, we wanted to make sure that we're able to form the criteria that could really prioritize the folks that need it the most. And I want to give a specific shout out to Solma Maciel and the Office of Immigrant Affairs and their team that have been instrumental in helping us convene a network of different immigrant serving organizations, their leadership, to have them contact and survey and get feedback on criteria for a second round, particularly for immigrant families, mixed status households, and documented individuals, to make sure that we're developing the right kind of criteria and outreach methods for a next round of funding. And that's what we're looking at and developing right now. We've been able to get a lot of unanimity about how to be able to do that and make families feel safe accessing assistance, while at the same time recognizing that the amount of resources that are available right now are as much as the work that Destination Home and the Silicon Valley Strong have done to try to champion this work. The level of need is just overwhelming for folks, and so. But there's a lot of perseverance and hope in the community that we can help as many people as possible. But also frustration that things like unemployment insurance aren't available to such a valuable portion of our community. And how do we change that narrative over time? But that's what we're seeing right now. And there's a lot of gratitude, but a lot of fear, and still a lot of confusion over what's happening with regard to the eviction moratorium and the fact that, but most people are paying their rent. They're doing what they can, even though they have no income, and they're struggling to make sure ends meet.
Thank you so much, Poncho and Jen, for joining us. I think it's so clear the important work that we all need to do, especially with our extremely low income families and our immigrant families. And you can see that, the effectiveness of how we work together, especially the next couple months, can really make a difference. And there's so much that's not in our control, but through our local assistance effort and working through the great collaborative networks that we have in this community, we want to do everything we can to prevent those temporary job losses from becoming permanent, from preventing the situation leading to increases in poverty, equity gaps widening, homelessness proliferating. We want to do everything we can to prevent that, get as many people as we can to the other side in terms of being part of a recovery and moving towards stability and success again. So to address these challenges, we've put together a very significant team of city staff who are operating in our emergency operations center as a local assistance team. And the slide here, you can show you who is on this coordinating team. But there are many more staff throughout our EOC organization who are actually working together, as you saw, to coordinate food and shelter and do a lot of communication, a lot of connecting of employers and residents with assistance that's available. So you can see Michelle and Elsa and I kind of supporting the team. We have 3 teams: Jeremy Schaffner heading resident assistance, Jeff Ruster heading small business assistance, Carrie Adams Hapner heading nonprofit assistance. And then you can see the various folks, including Zulma from the Office of Immigrant Affairs, Ed Bautista representing food and necessities, our 2 council liaisons who are fabulous, Sal Alvarez and Gerald Ferguson, Jackie Morales-Fran, who you all know, James Stagey working on emergency shelter, Leanna from Intergovernmental Relations, our Amanda Rusko from PIO, and of course you see the key partners here, the City Council, the county, and community-based organizations. And so next I'm going to ask Michelle McGurk, who is the local assistance team leader, to give you an update on how we're approaching this and the specific things that the group has accomplished in the last 3 or 4 weeks. Michelle?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm delighted to be with you today and give you an update on everything and where we're at with our local assistance effort. We really have built a phenomenal team, as Kim said, and we're really taking the key that what we do now during the emergency will set the stage for our long-term recovery and returning our community to resilience. Our priority and our strategic principles are here before you on the screen. As we keep saying over and over, we prioritize those who are most vulnerable in our community. And as we know, many of those folks were already vulnerable. They were already suffering from the digital divide. They were suffering from the cost of living in the Valley. So we are working against that backdrop to really ensure that we can bring services to them. We are leveraging our collaborative relationships and, very importantly, not duplicating efforts. We've actually created a rubric that we go through to ask first if anybody's doing the work before we actually start working. And we found some tremendous partnerships out in the community through that effort. A lot of my team is focused on immigration, information and referrals. That's been very important to ensure that we connect people with the great work that's happening in the community. And in doing that, we want to meet the community where they are. We want to use the kinds of communications means that they are, that they're used to using. So I think that that's been a real important thing. Not everybody has a website or a computer that they can connect to. And then we are working with the citywide efforts on expansion of digital and economic inclusion, and you're going to hear a little bit more about that today. And then we're really planning ahead. We're looking towards the end of the recovery and seeing what types of things we can do to not just get us back where we were, but how can we address some of the challenges that were already in place. So as I'm going to try to get to the slide here. As Pancho and Jen mentioned, the financial needs are very significant. This slide gives a snapshot of the various resources that are available to residents small businesses and nonprofits. And we've sort of divided out the residents into different categories of workers so that we can see that all things are not equal to whether you're a worker who gets a traditional paycheck at a traditional company as a W-2 worker, somebody who is a contract worker or a gig worker, someone working for cash, the way Poncho described Emma, or are undocumented workers. So there are some things that are available to everyone, like free food. Unemployment has been expanded through the CARES Act, but those funds actually haven't become available yet in California. They'll become available next week. So a lot of our outreach and triaging has been around small businesses and sole proprietors asking about how they can access those funds. And while our small businesses and nonprofits have access to SBA funds, and those ran out. And thankfully, there's another set of funding that's in the works. But as of today, many of our small businesses and nonprofits were left out of the SBA Paycheck Protection funding. So as Kim mentioned, I want to turn over to our virtual local assistance center. Normally we go community and we'd be providing face-to-face help to our in our small businesses and our nonprofits. We'd ask you to open a district office of your constituents, and clearly we can't do that right now with COVID-19. So we have brought online a virtual local assistance center that's part of the city's website. And I want to note that this responded to questions and concerns you raised the last time I was there, and when EPIO was there talking with you. You told the EOC that we were putting out great information, but that it was hard to navigate. And so we've decided to make it a lot more easy for folks to navigate. When you go to the city's homepage, you can directly access assistance for residents, businesses, and nonprofits. And then I'll take you over. This is our virtual local assistance center. And it has information cataloged in a way that's very easy for people to access. It's mobile friendly. So if all you have is a smartphone or a friend's smartphone, you can access it really easily. It's part of our EOC infrastructure, and we can take this site dark when this emergency is over and then reactivate it in the future. And while the site is available for our residents, we really anticipate that there will be wide use by those who help our residents, those who help them navigate and get resources. So our team is working closely with 311 so that the site is a resource for our call center staff as they provide assistance. And similarly, we're working with 211, our local nonprofits, and then making this available to your own council staff as they work with constituents so that information is readily available to them right where they need it. But we are not just relying on the web. We're doing a great deal of grassroots outreach and launching that. We want to reach out in low-tech ways through flyers in food baskets and grocery stores and laundromats, using our trusted community-based organizations, places of worship, ethnic media. And Poncho mentioned the convening that Soma Maciel has done. Through that survey work, they found that many of our most vulnerable residents they rely on those trusted organizations and their churches and other places of worship. And then a few new methods like WhatsApp and text messaging, as well as the traditional media to get the word out. So this is from the unemployment toolkit that we sent to council yesterday. These are some of the graphics that are available. These can be printed out and given out in the community, but they can also be used in WhatsApp and on your social media. So we want to encourage you to get the word out about how people can get help and resources. And then I'm going to turn over real quickly and tell you, you've heard a lot about resident assistance today. these are the areas that we've covered so far. One thing that didn't get mentioned that I want to highlight as a big success story is that our Work to Future program has pivoted from being a face-to-face program to being virtual. This has been unprecedented how quickly they've worked, and they've reached all those unemployment numbers that you just saw from Kim. Those folks are now connecting with Work to Future online. And they have a lot of resources beyond just unemployment resources on their updated website. And they'll be doing a virtual job fair on April 29th. With our small business assistance, we've been getting the word out. We've got 40,000 small businesses in San Jose on our email list, and doing a whole bunch of mass communications around everything from our sick leave policy, our moratorium on commercial tenant evictions, avoiding scams, SBA funding. We've also been using a lot of partners like our neighborhood business districts and our ethnic chambers to get the word out. We get anywhere from 20 to 80 one-on-one inquiries a day through our COVID-19 SJ Business email address, as well as our hotline. And we've been doing weekly webinars. I want to mention that this last week's webinar, we were actually able to highlight a small business here in San Jose, Academic Coffee, which has been able to pivot from being a traditional coffee shop to actually serving as a community pantry during the COVID-19 epidemic. And then we've also been working with a number of partners around loan packaging and technical and legal assistance. We will be announcing very soon that the Silicon Valley Strong grants will be available, probably in a week or two. And we also have on the agenda today under the CDBG item, there's an additional contribution proposed of 2.5 million in CDBG funds that would go to a small business loan program through our Partner Opportunity Fund. So with our nonprofits, the biggest thing that we have been doing beyond information and referral is really working with our existing city grantees. The city is a major grant maker. We are the largest arts grant maker in the Valley, and we have hundreds of contracts with nonprofits. So our staff has been working to make sure that our nonprofits are not harmed further from this COVID-19 crisis than they already have been, and that we don't penalize them for not being able to meet certain grant conditions, not holding an event, and so forth. We've also been working with other nonprofits through convening and collaborating. We mentioned the convening that the Office of Immigrant Affairs has been doing. And we're seeing a lot of our nonprofits move very nimbly to pivot and change direction during this crisis. So several are participating in the city's virtual recreation center. The Tech Interactive has provided digital learning resources online. And while we're really sad that the San Jose Jazz Summerfest has been canceled, they have been providing a bright spot with twice-a-week online concerts through Facebook Live and providing a means for the jazz artists to earn revenue when the audience sends them tips. So those are a few of the highlights of the work that we've been doing. So I want to turn it over to you. You all got an email from Kim at the end of last week with 10 ways that you, the council, can help. And we just want to remind you of all of the things that you can do to help us help the community. You've heard today about the need, and the need is really, really great. We need your help, particularly with fundraising. I'm still waiting for those major donors to help contribute to Silicon Valley Strong. I want to thank Council Districts 1, 2, and let's see, I think we've heard also from council, one of the other council districts, but we need you guys to send those in and get the word out about, donating to Silicon Valley Strong. Thank you for all the newspaper article or newsletter articles you've done, all the social media posts. We'll keep feeding you information about resources and so that you can get the word out to your community. And we also really need you to let us know about community needs as they emerge. And so the council liaison is part of our team to get the word out. The fundamental thing that we are finding is that what we do today is going to really make a difference for the long-term recovery. And that so many of our residents who were in crisis before COVID-19 broke out are really going to need to be able to see the city recover from COVID-19 in a way that also addresses the underlying challenges. So with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Kim to take us to the last slides.
Great, thank you, Michelle. So part of thinking ahead is thinking about economic recovery. And you can see, and I think you understand, that the shelter in place was about protecting health. The reopening is about protecting health, but balancing that with restoring livelihood and well-being. And I think as we reopen, stabilizing the local economy, especially our small businesses and nonprofits, and stabilizing our families is critically important. There was an article in the New York Times yesterday that said in New York City, they're actually anticipating half of their small businesses might close. So that's not acceptable. That really frames what the challenge here is, getting through this reopening phase with enough stability that we can get to recovery. And so I want to just end by saying a little bit about how we're starting to think about what we need to look at for an economic recovery strategy for San Jose. I think we had always anticipated we would ultimately be in recession because our economic growth period had gone on for an unprecedented amount of time. And downturns are clearly when we need to do our best thinking about revisiting and refreshing our strategy. The city put in place after the .com the first ever comprehensive economic development strategy that San Jose had, and we did a significant refreshing and revisiting of it after the Great Recession. So just to start thinking ahead, we believe that there are 7 areas, if you think about a framework, where we're going to want some city strategies. And this is going to happen in the context of great thinking that will happen in the broader region and the Bay Area and state. But in San Jose, we're going to want to focus on these things. So small business obviously is going to continue to be a focus. We had good conversations going on previously about anti-displacement, and we were reframing that as resilience. We really think this broader issue is resilience for our small business community. It's easy to take our major employers and our economic engines for granted when the economy is strong. And you can see now that about 5% of our city's large employers employ about 65% of our employees. So we're going to be stepping up our direct outreach and coordination with our major employers, and especially understanding the new opportunity sectors that may be growing and innovating through this crisis and beyond. With our residents, before the pandemic, we were having important conversations about how to better connect our lower skilled residents to good jobs, with career pathways, and to sectors that are hiring. And that work is going to need to continue. It's more important than ever before. Construction and development facilitation. We need to do everything we can to keep the development cycle going for the projects that are under construction and or shovel ready. Construction is a really important source of middle skilled jobs. We know that financial feasibility was already very challenging for housing before the pandemic. We're going to need to figure out how to restart construction and keep development moving as an important engine of our economy. Of course, we're already reaching out to the city's major revenue generators. We need to do everything we can to support the swift return, especially of businesses and sectors that generate significant sales tax for the city. And so that we can start rebuilding our city's balance sheet. And as you can expect, we anticipate there'll be federal and state stimulus packages that will include some provision of funds for physical infrastructure projects. So we need to be ready with our agency partners to quickly identify infrastructure projects that could be implemented quickly and benefit our community's resilience in the long run. And then last, it's clear that we're going to need to plan for an uncertain future and potentially likely an environment where there's greater uncertainty around us than we've experienced in the past. So how do we prepare our community to be self-reliant, to be adaptable? I really believe that we've got a strong start here with local assistance, and that we're lucky in San Jose that we have a very strong base of relationships. We have a collaborative culture, and we have a very, probably most importantly, a very caring community. So we've done a lot of work. We've got a lot of challenge ahead. On behalf of the entire team, we appreciate the opportunity to take the time to give you this progress report and look forward to working with you going forward. And turn the program back to Kip. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. And on behalf of my colleague Lee Wilcox, as the directors of the Emergency Operations Center, pleased to present to you this update on the last 7 days of work of the Emergency Operations Center, and hand it back to the city manager, Dave Sykes.
Thanks, Kip. And just want to thank the whole team. And we're available for any questions from the mayor and the council.
Thank you. And thanks to each one of you for the presentation, for all the information, which reflects a whole lot more work that's being done. I know we're only seeing the very tip of the iceberg. Councilmember Esparza?
Thank you, Mayor. I have a few questions, and I'll start with some questions about the Homeless Prevention Fund. So for Jennifer Loving, how much has been raised to date?
Hi, council members. So we started fundraising middle of March. I think we haven't announced it yet, but I think we're up to almost 25 million.
Wow. Are we aware of any other regions that have done this much to prevent homelessness in communities impacted by COVID?
I'll say that first of all, as Michelle was saying, it's just not, we need so much money, right? And a conversation I recall with Mayor Liccardo and I, right when this was getting going, was that this was going to take, we were going to have so many people hurting that, so we are, like, I think Poncho and I are proud that we've been able to have such a large effort in support of the most vulnerable families that we have here. And we're also been super humbled by the need, because it doesn't seem as much money as we can raise, which I think is probably more than anywhere else so far, is also not enough. And so it's a very complicated, feeling, because I don't know that there's another sort of countywide fund that's been able to distribute cash like this to people. But we also know that I've talked to many council members of all of the calls that you're getting from people that we're still not able to help.
Yeah, and in this sort of second round, you mentioned there were 15,000 people on a waiting list. And with the second round, how are you prioritizing families to get assistance, given the fact that the need is so great?
So this is something that Destination Home and Sacred Heart, and again, Poncho mentioned, we've been really speaking, learning and listening a lot to folks representing immigrant communities around how to best prioritize really families that are not going to see any federal relief. And so there was the slide a few slides ago that showed like who was able to access money. And we've done some financial modeling that really does indicate that once UI kicks in, we have two crises, right? We have a short term where nobody has any money because it's taking a long time to get unemployment and benefits and And once that kicks in, there will be resources for a large section of people, but that will never come true for a whole other, right, large section of our community that is really going to keep struggling. So the first fund we opened before we had the information about CARES and what was possible. And so this next tranche, we want to make sure that is really responsive to who is being left behind. I hope that within the next couple of weeks, we'll have gotten through the current batch of applications and processed, and then we'll be able to start what we're calling, phase 2.
Okay. Yeah, and actually, I'm going to ask Kip, can you send us the entire presentation? I don't believe we received the last few slides of the presentation. I just took a photo of it, and it's showing that 87% of is it applicants or recipients were extremely low income or very low income. And 62% of the households had minor children. Is that right? Is that for applicants or for those that were able to get help so far?
I think the latest data that we have is everyone who's applied. It's about 3/4 City of San Jose. You're reciting the number for ELI and VLI. It's about half ELI, and then getting up to the 87% with VLI. 2/3 are families of color.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things with COVID is that it's really highlighted inequities in our community, and particularly in communities that don't have a lot of alternatives. So it's one of the things that I think the council has raised. These are issues the council has been raising on this issue. I have a question for Lee to follow up on this. Lee, is Lee on the phone, or is that you, Kip? Are you Lee?
I'm here, but Kip is here as well.
All right, Lee, so I have a question on the delegation, the meeting with our congressional delegation that's happening tomorrow. What are the priority areas that you're talking to them about reimbursement? Because this is particularly with immigrant families, it's a huge issue because they don't qualify for the stimulus money. They don't qualify for unemployment. We just found out today that people who were married to undocumented immigrants, if they file jointly, they're not going to get a stimulus check either. And so what are the priority areas for the city that you're going to talk about tomorrow with our delegation?
Yeah, so a big part of tomorrow with the congressional staff is really educating them on our response so that they have a better idea of when things start to move in Congress, what's going to be most beneficial for the city. So it's not going to be a typical meeting where we have major asks. It's going to be mostly the roadmap and what we've been able to do thus far because they felt somewhat disconnected from it. I will say we've continued, obviously, our main priority is whatever is funded remains flexible, not only for ourselves as an organization, as we talked about, but also in that scenario that you spoke about. So the state actions, early last week for our undocumented community, as well as some of the stuff that's in this bridge bill, seem like it has the flexibility in reading the bill this morning, but that will be a topic that we cover tomorrow.
Okay, I'm actually going to ask you in the meeting tomorrow. I do want to include our response because obviously we want to be reimbursed as a city as much as possible, but also to really educate our delegation on what the needs are, not just for ourselves as a city, but what the need is in it for the community. So for example, what was just shared with us, to be able to share with them the need that we're getting inundated with, that 87% of the people that have applied for this, I haven't heard of a fund that large. And so for a fund that large to be a big drop in the bucket, but to not even come close to meeting the need, where you have 87% are extremely low income or very low income, anyway, that we share that information with them, because I know that there are other future versions that are also being negotiated, and we need to be made whole as a city, but for sure, but we also need to meet these needs out in the community.
Yep, and those slides that you're speaking about are part of the presentation tomorrow.
Okay, and then those will be shared with the council as well, so that we get those slides, because I didn't get
Yes.
those. Okay.
They will be posted momentarily, and we'll also send out a separate email to mayor and council in just a few moments.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. So I have a question, and I'm not sure if this is for, oh, and I wanted to go back to Lee really quick and make sure that we include public safety as well, because those might have other federal dollars that can pay for things that we need. And so I wanted to ask either Michelle or Kim some questions about the Virtual Assistance Center. Is my computer frozen? I don't know if anybody else. Oh, okay.
Hi, Councilmember.
Hi. Okay. So I didn't know if it was me, but my iPad was frozen. So I had a question. So on the Virtual Assistance Center, so what is it, 2 weeks ago, the COVID Assistance Network was announced because of the overwhelming need to the Office of Standards and Labor Enforcement, and they were taking on all sorts of calls. And so the county kind of created some partnerships to create a hotline. I know my office has referred a lot of people to that phone number. And so are we complementing that system, or is this duplicating that system that already exists?
We're actually complementing them.
Okay.
We actually, they were our first test case of looking at duplication of services. They came online right as we were exploring the needs to get the word out about residents signing up for benefits like unemployment, signing up for CalFresh and other benefits. And typically signing up for benefits is work that the county does day in and day out. So we started exploring how we could get the word out about unemployment and other benefits. And the same day that I had our team working on it, the announcement was made about the Santa Clara County CAN effort. So we had a lot of conversations with them, both the local assistance team and then all the way up to Kip talking with Betty and just really seeing that there was alignment there. So we have connections from the Virtual Local Assistance Center over to Santa Clara County CAN. On the website, we have 311 has information to refer those types of calls where someone needs additional help over to that effort. But we also saw that there was a need for other things outside the scope of the work that they were doing and the kinds of questions that our staff was getting. And a lot of it was information we were already sending out to the council and the community through our flash reports that just needed to be organized and put together in a way that was easy to find at the tip of your fingers. And so this will help it'll help all sorts of folks who are in that helper role to have an information source available. And where other more in-depth information sources are put together, like an agency puts together a guidebook that has a whole bunch of information. We linked, the state has some great resources for immigrants. We put a link up to that resource. So we're trying not to duplicate services.
And so, so we're referring people to those networks. That's what we're information and referral. Are we doing warm handoffs? So if 311 gets a call, are they actually calling the hotline or 211 and saying, okay, I'm giving you this person? Is that what's happening?
I would have to see if we can, if Jeremy's available, can answer that. But, I think that's the ideal, of course, but it doesn't always work out that way. So I can get back to you with some more information about how it's working. And I think
that would be helpful.
How it works, it is an iterative process. So, so I'll follow up with you on that.
Yeah, that would be great, particularly with multilingual communities. I know it was I was working with the county on the CAN, and that was coming down, and then having conversations with people at the city, because I think it took a little bit before we got connected and aligned. And one of my concerns is not just undocumented families, but families with mixed documentation. There's some really serious consequences to taking some of these actions. And so making sure that that guidance and advice is as knowledgeable as possible is really critical. And so how many applications have been processed through the Virtual Assistance Center so far?
Well, we just went live yesterday, so it's a brand new effort. So we'll be tracking that data and reporting out to you as it becomes available.
And so with the grant that the small business grants, people haven't applied yet for the small business grants, either through the center or through some other means. No one has applied yet?
No, the small business grants are through Silicon Valley Strong, and it's a partnership with Opportunity Fund. We are getting that ready to launch. It will be a very targeted outreach effort. We'll have the information on the website. There will be information on the Silicon Valley Strong website. But we have enough money for San Jose small businesses to fund approximately 140 to 145 grants. So we're being very targeted in the outreach around that, because we don't, we want to really reach those businesses that are in the greatest need. And we've learned a lot from the process that Sacred Heart and Destination Home went through with with running out of money in 3 days. We fully expect that those grants will go out in a very short period of time. I think they will be open for application for about a week.
And by targeted, what do you mean targeted? So how are we targeting businesses and what industries? And so Kim had mentioned earlier about construction being in need, and I have one of the city's 2 industrial zones, so I'm all for that. However, we have small local businesses, especially restaurants and retail, that have been heavily impacted by this, and will be even if we reopen with social distancing. If it mean, that means less people that will be able to sit in a restaurant, for example, or whatever.
So the small business grants in this first phase, and then the CDBG funding that is on the agenda today would go to small business loans, which would be a little more expansive. But the grant program will be grants of up to $10,000. They're for businesses with 5 FTEs or fewer. So very small businesses, really what we would call a micro business. And those, and we will be doing outreach in our 3 most needy zip codes, as well as downtown. And that will be using databases that we have, as well as, who have already been calling and hearing about it and so forth. But that's the targeted outreach that the team has determined that we'll be doing.
Okay, thank you. And then I had a question for Kim or Jeff, which is, I've been trying to share job openings and job sites with folks. And how are we prioritizing job boards and job postings so that people can find some type of employment, even if their job has laid them off or furloughed them? Are they able to apply someplace else? How are we doing that with either through the Virtual Assistance Center or elsewhere?
So this is Jeff Ruster. I'll take that question. Sure. We are linked up with the Virtual Assistance Center. So we do have on the worktofuture.org website listing of those employers that we are in contact with, that our partners are in contact with, and on a daily basis, we're updating those employers. In addition, we are receiving a lot of layoff notices from businesses, and our job is really to do what we call a rapid response, where we will, through Zoom, have an opportunity to talk to those impacted employees about the services that we offer. And as one business may be laying off, hopefully quickly reconnect those employees to a business that might be hiring.
Okay, so you're maintaining that kind of job board
Yeah.
list? Okay.
Yes.
And okay, that's helpful. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you. I do want to say a really big thank you to Jennifer Leving. It was a couple months ago, and she really saw this wave of need coming, that she started to knock on several doors to get folks motivated. And it has been an incredibly ambitious path that she's carved out. Obviously, a lot has been accomplished because of Jen, and big shout out to Chuck Robbins over at Cisco, because Cisco has been such a huge benefactor here. But we know there's much more work that needs to be done in order to meet anything near the amount of need we have. But I do want to applaud Jen for her boldness and for incredibly hard work, and Pancho as well for just being out there on the front line. I know you're seeing the need every single day, and I know it cannot be easy knowing that we cannot help everyone that critically needs it. So thank you both for all the important work you're doing. I also want to give an update. I understand that the bill did in fact get over the goal line. So it's out of, at least it's been approved by both houses, and now it should be on the way to the White House. Is that right, Lee?
It just passed the Senate, and the floor is taking it up in the next 15 to 20 minutes. And
Okay.
their goal is to have it to the White House tonight.
Okay, so it's in the House then. I'm sorry. Thank you for clarifying. I did have a chance to connect with Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy last night on a call I was moderating with a few mayors, and it was a very strong emphasis by all the mayors about the need for flexibility in that federal money. As cities like San Jose now have received federal money, aren't sure exactly what we can use it for, but we have enormous needs and very big holes to fill. And we emphasize the importance that it's going to really, for us to be able to backfill the gigantic holes we have in our own budget, as well as the needs that are out there in the community that FEMA would not ordinarily fund, but obviously that we critically must fund at a time of such great need. So I think clearly the Minority Leader got the message. He supports greater flexibility. I think from both that conversation and other conversations with staff, it became apparent that really the action is not going to be in Congress, because there are various political reasons why folks may not be able to stick their necks out on that issue. But the action is really going to be at the Treasury Department, and how we can get regs that will enable maximum flexibility. I know we're awaiting some regulations the next couple of days. Leader McCarthy indicated he would be helpful for us in LA and other cities that are trying to work across the aisle with the administration and try to ensure we have Treasury regulations that meet the needs of our city. So I think that's, I suspect, where we're going to be focused in the days ahead. And I want to thank also in particular Minority Leader McCarthy for sitting on a phone call with a whole bunch of us at midnight his time, and on the East Coast. Obviously, he's getting a lot of calls this time, and he sat on the line with us for 40 minutes. And I know there are many more people to thank throughout the city organization for all their hard work. I just want to give a quick shout out to Jim Ortball for moving so effectively a very complex set of tasks and strategies to try to see how we can get more emergency housing built at a critical moment. So thank you, Jim. And thanks to all the housing department for getting so many folks off the street. I know we were able to say last week with Governor Newsom here, more than 500 homeless have been moved into shelter or motels, and we hope to move many more. Councilmember Arenas?
Thank you, Mayor. I want to first start out by saying thank you to all the staff that's been working I could see that it's a comprehensive approach to our community as we are progressing through this crisis. And so I see the pivoting, the movement in response. And so I was really excited to hear about the virtual assistance center. As many of us are going to the internet to figure out where we can get things done. I also wanted to just close the loop on some of the requests or some of the needs that I have mentioned in the past and say thank you. One of the things that I had mentioned before was the farmers markets and some of the social distancing not enforced in some of those areas. And so I purposely went back to
No, I'm off again.
the farmers market in my area. That wasn't me. I'm not off again. Much improvement. So thank you so much for listening to us, to making sure that those some of the concerns that we are seeing out in our proper communities are getting relayed, and there's absolutely, we see the results from your efforts. So thank you so much for that. I wanted to talk a little bit about maybe integrating some of the efforts that are some of the effort that is happening in my community around food distribution. So I have an organization that's called Community Seva, and a lot of the residents live in my district, but they serve communities outside of my district. And so what they've been doing as of late is distributing a couple of things that they normally don't do, and that is feminine kits, as well as they were doing some solar chargers. Obviously, you want people indoors, so that might be changing, that need might be changing. But the other thing that they've been doing is working with our local restaurant to have some of the food cooked in the commercial kitchen, and they pay them at a reasonable, a lower cost. And so they do these food distribution, like burritos at the 8 shelter locations. Many of those, 4 of those in San Jose and 4 of them outside of San Jose. So the Montgomery Street, the 11th Street, San Fernando Street, Kirtner Avenue, Commercial, 4th Street. Those are all the shelters that they're supporting with food. And so they're a nonprofit, and so I'm hoping that we can integrate them into this larger structure that we have here. They are working with a lot of the stakeholders on a very grassroots level, and going to some of the places where our homeless still are out in encampments. So I'm hoping that maybe we can connect with Community Seva with that, with a liaison, because I think they're doing really great work, and I think you can fit them into what we're doing, and possibly change some of the things that they're doing, because obviously we want people to be indoors versus outdoors. Kip, did you wanted to say something? I saw you.
Yes, I flicked on because we'd be delighted to connect with them and make sure that we're integrating our efforts. If you could do me the favor of shooting me an email with that information, I'll make sure, if they aren't already connected in, that we fully connect them in and see how we can support. So thank you for that opportunity.
Wonderful. And I guess one question is there any effort that we are doing in terms of feminine kits? I know that our unhoused community is now hopefully has a shelter over their heads. Are we supporting them with those kinds of feminine hygiene?
For the homeless community, I would turn to, I'm looking who is on. Let me get back with you really quickly on that. We are broadly looking at necessities beyond food, so that would certainly be in that category. Let me see if we can get you an answer quickly.
Sure, no problem. Thank you so much. The other thing, and this is just really a shout out to all of the folks who are working in the food distribution, and how amazing that is going. And our own Evergreen School District is having grab and go meals, and they've served over 37,000 lunch meals. And it doesn't matter the age, and it doesn't matter where they live or their school boundaries, they're still serving And so I'm really proud of our efforts in District 8. The last thing I wanted to add was there was something there's some work that's been completed through Santa Clara County Office of Education, First Five, our very own public library, and the county library district. And this is developing family activity kits that support the continued learning and development of children. And it's utilizing a lot of different things that are inside this packet. Within this parent kit or this family activity kit is a calming kit. And as you'll hear later, this is also Stress Awareness Month. And this crisis is, getting to all of us, whether we continue to work or not. This is a stress that we haven't endured before. And so I think this is really important for social emotional health for our families in order to prevent possible child abuse, in order for folks to reach out and possibly prevent suicides as well, and connect folks to some mental health resources. And so they have purchased, I think it was 2,700, let me look here. Yes, 2,700 family kits. They're also, and I think Mayor, you had mentioned you were working with First Five as well for the diapers and the baby wipes and the formula. And these are items that we may think that families have a lot of access to, but when you have an infant, you go through these baby wipes and the formula, week by week, and some of our families may not be able to load up on a couple weeks worth of supplies. And so I'm absolutely really proud of our library department and our city staff that has collaborated to do this great work for our families and keeping them in the forefront. So I just wanted to say thank you to our public library, as well as I think there was folks from Parks and Rec that contributed to that, and thank you First Five for thinking always about the different needs that our families have. And I think that was really it in terms of what I wanted to say. Oh, except for this is my last. I promise this is my last one, and it is this virtual center that has the employment, the assistance center that has a lot of different resources. And I heard you loud and clear, Michelle, that you're going to try to get information to folks out, for those who don't have this online access or who don't typically receive information this way. And you're going to do some more grassroots outreach, including maybe using some of our food distribution sites, which I think is just fabulous, right? These are the families that are coming to us versus us coming to them. And so I think that is just really wonderful. Please let us know if there's anything that we can do to help. I'm pulling in our faith-based leaders I think this week, in the coming week, and we're having a faith-based luncheon over Zoom to hear about some of the concerns and needs of their parishioners who are our District 8 residents. And so I'd love to fold that into what you're doing and use our faith leaders as folks who can connect with the community that maybe, isn't connecting online. It might be one and the same, but I think if we go through different avenues, we'll be able to really get some of this information out.
And our team is available to provide assistance, or if you need any materials or anything for those kinds of Zoom meetings. The council liaisons or other members of the team are happy to help, and the faith-based community is a really critical resource for this effort.
Yes, I heard you say that, Michelle. That's why I brought it up. And I thought, well, let's not duplicate efforts. If there's something that you also want to bring up that you'd like for us to bring up in our respective meeting, then I'd love to do that and then bring it back to you, or you can be part of that meeting. We can talk offline and figure that piece out.
That would be great.
Okay. I know I said I promised it was going to be the last thing. I got one more. So the one last thing, and this is kudos to my team, who's just been fabulous in responding to a lot of our residents and small businesses, and a lot of the casework that takes a lot of time to figure out the specific needs of our families, because the questions just vary in topic and degree of need. And so one of the things that we had heard about was our small businesses. You know, we have a high number of small businesses up and down on Tully Road, on Aborn, on Capitol. And so we've been reaching out one by one, making calls, figuring out how they're doing. And I just wanted to share with you that you know, our business, a small business, nothing new. They're scared. They don't see the end in sight. And many of these small businesses can't pivot. You know, they can't innovate in the same way that maybe others can. You know, restaurants maybe can do some delivery, but they're having a hard time connecting with customers, is what they've said. And so one of the things that we are doing soon, and I'm happy to share this as well with all, I think that we've already probably shared this with all our council colleagues, is we are also doing a postcard for small businesses. And so we have, you know, the names and addresses and trying to figure to send them to the right place. So that some of these small businesses that typically may not have you know, an online presence can have some of these resources in their hands and be able to access a lot of the virtual resource center. So I just wanted to say thank you to my team, to Monica, to Kylie, to Patty. They've been doing just a fabulous job. Thank you so much for your dedication. This is the time that our community really needs us, and my team is just showing up in ways that it makes me very proud and blessed that we're serving at this time. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Hey, Kip, I had just one question I forgot to ask about one of the slides that you showed. It had to do with the data that revealed that San Jose residents were not leaving their homes, or at least they were staying home at a much higher rate immediately after the orders. Fascinating slide. What's the source of that data?
Yeah, it's a good question. So the source of the data is if you have a mobile device and you have not turned off ad tracking on your GPS, you can be pinged anonymously with that. And so it's anonymous data, but and essentially opt-in data. And what that allows us to do is to track the movement of a high number of devices with a high level of accuracy. And so what we've done is we've made sure that all of that data that we're using is compliant with our privacy guidelines, but it gives you a highly accurate sense of where people are and where they're not. We're working with Stanford on this. There's an entire class that has been working with us to provide real-time data information to our compliance so that we can refine how we do our compliance communication to get maximum compliance with the public health order. And so we are going to be refining it as a next step to look at, and including people who might have just gone for a walk around the block or a walk within a certain area, and see what that level of compliance is. But it's anybody who has a device who hasn't turned off the ad tracker is part of that data set.
Okay, so if I'm hopping on my bike and I'm riding down the road, then I'm not staying home according to that.
No, we got you.
Okay, good to know. In case anybody worried that Big Brother was the government, all that information I think is coming from private sector. So they're the real Big Brother here. Councilmember Foley.
Thank you. And thank you all for your presentations. I just had a couple of questions, in particular in relation to the job fair, the virtual job fair that Work to Future is putting on. I made a note that it's April 29th, but can you send us the link for folks to access that virtual job fair?
Yes, we'll do that. And you can also explore the virtual local assistance website. It's there as well.
Great, wonderful. I think that will be really helpful to folks who are looking for work. There are businesses that are hiring. Of course, there's a lot that are not, but there are a lot hiring. So we need to put those folks together. So I'm happy to see that resource. I also have a question about the small business grants. I heard Michelle talk about that we're doing some outreach to specific zip codes, including downtown, those of highest need. But I had questioned about applications. If applications come in from all over the city, Are they being accepted as well, or are you just prioritizing certain areas?
No, we're taking applications from anywhere in San Jose. And it's just that, you know, when you only have enough money to go a certain distance as far as proactive outreach, what we're doing is going to be very limited. You know, and the funds are, you know, quite limited. We're hoping that there will be more coming from this to our community from this latest federal action that can help in a much bigger way than these grant funds can.
Understand, thank you. But we certainly can help you get that information out to our small businesses as well. And I anticipate that you'll be overwhelmed with asks for businesses who could really use that pot of money that will help them get over the next couple of months. Can I ask you a question specifically about the grant? So you mentioned up to $10,000. What's the process like for applying for it? How cumbersome, how easy, what kind of strings are attached to it? It's a grant, so that means it's not paid back. What kind of terms go with the grant?
So I see Jeff's on the line as well. So the two of us have been working with Opportunity Fund, our partner. So they are an experienced working with micro businesses, primarily in the loan space. But it is a grant in this $1.5 million pool that we have. It is a grant. It doesn't need to be paid back. They will be evaluating businesses. We are also, I didn't mention, we are limiting it to, for this particular program, to businesses that have been deemed essential and have been struggling to pivot, stay open, and so forth. So again, we only have enough money for 140 to 145. So that's where that's going in this phase. They also have loan funds that are on the agenda for $2.5 million. And that would be a revolving loan pool that could, serve far more businesses in the long run. And then they also are getting loan funds from other resources as a community development finance organization. They're getting funding through various pots from the state and other. So hopefully we will be able to refer our small businesses to a variety of resources. So we can't just pin everything on this one Silicon Valley Strong Fund, which has been phenomenal to have the generosity to help our small businesses. I've been through prior crises where small businesses weren't even on the radar screen. So this is a really great thing. And we've had a few major donors who have enabled this grant fund. But again, it's not going to serve all, as I said, we have 40,000 small businesses on our email list citywide that are, so I wouldn't pin everything on this grant program. Let's look comprehensively at the larger resource package that we're referring everybody to. And Jeff and his team have folks available to do technical assistance. As far as the application, it's very simple. It will be online. It is not up yet. It will, when it launches, it will be online and it will be available in English, Spanish, and Vietnamese.
Okay. I have no doubt that this will not solve the financial crisis of our small businesses, but it will be a little bit of a Band-Aid to help them out through the next couple of months. So this is just going to essential services. Are we looking at viability of the business, or that's not part of the question? Are they one step away from bankruptcy, or are those things being taken into consideration?
Would you like me to go for that one, Michelle?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, sure. So yeah, I do think that there's a couple things to note on that point. We definitely want them to take a look at, and there's this balance between getting the money out quickly and how deep a dive they will do in terms of due diligence on the financial standing of the company. But they will look at things like bank statements and look at kind of how the business was doing pre-COVID as opposed to how they're doing now, and to see if there's any, what the drop in revenues or income have been. So that would be the main thing. The goal of Opportunity Fund, and as Michelle pointed out, they have a lot of experience in dealing with very small businesses. I mean, most of the businesses that they support through loans have 3 employees or less. They're often owned by people of color, low-income individuals, and at times undocumented as well. So they really know the market. They have historically had a 95% on-time repayment rate with their loans. So they really know how to identify a business in terms of their sustainability. So we have a lot of confidence in their ability to get to those businesses that have no chance of getting to an SBA loan of any type, or other loans that might be out there. So again, it's only about 140 to 150 grants, but we feel like they've got the wherewithal and the experience and the mission to do it.
Councilmember Foley, if I could just jump on in real quickly, just one other important resource. Applications are still open for the Facebook grants. That's a $15 million commitment they made area-wide. The grants aren't as large as ours are, but they are still taking applications. They just opened. And I think there's only 3 areas of the country right now that are eligible for those.
I appreciate that. We're in my council district, our job is outreach and communicating with our residents as much as possible. And we're often focusing on small businesses because there's so many small businesses in the city of San Jose, but in District 9 as well. And one of the things we do on Saturdays is highlight Small Business Saturday. So I'm looking any resources that will help us to provide more resources to folks that they can help get through this sheltering in place and struggles with their business, so that they can help their small business, which helps their clients, but also helps their family of employees. And when you're dealing with businesses that have 5 employees or less, those are, I'm sure every one of those business owners considers their employees as their families. So we want to help them as much as possible. So I appreciate all these pots of money. And I actually look forward to the additional funds coming from the federal government, because that's a bigger pot of money. The CARES funds didn't last long, but they were out there, and many were benefited from them or will be benefiting from them. And now there's going to be theoretically a second and third round. So I appreciate your answers on the small business grants and information. Just a comment about the emergency shelters. The Camden Community Center was set up for families and supposed to open today. I hope to go by and take a look tomorrow and see how it's working out. The Cambrian community was very open and receptive to having unhoused families in the community center, and had a lot of ideas on how to help them out. Some are bringing them books and puzzles and games and things to help make their stay a little bit more friendly and welcoming. So I appreciate the opportunity from District 9 to help out in this crisis too, by utilizing one of our facilities. But to that issue, and going forward, I know many of us are getting comments about encampments or shelters, emergency shelters, and just making sure that we're embracing and reaching out to our community as possible. So I would encourage you, when you're considering a location, that you reach out to the council member as soon as possible and get their community involved, because we want everyone to be accepting and gracious of having people who are unhoused, providing them with housing. But we also need to make sure that we do a good job of outreach. We pride ourselves in being good at outreach, and this is the time we need to make sure that we are particularly sensitive to the needs of all of our communities. Couple other questions. There's increased awareness about scams, particularly as it relates to seniors, very vulnerable senior population, people knocking on the doors and saying they'll go grocery shopping for them and then not going grocery shopping for. So we are putting together a flyer that we would like, that we're going to then ask the community center to deliver when seniors pick up their food. But is there some other way, aside from email or virtually, communicating with our seniors, because they are not necessarily connected to Facebook or Nextdoor or any place else? They need the hard copy flyer to give them some awareness. So is there some way that we can inform our community on these scams? Senior scams have been, this isn't new, but they're more vulnerable because they're shuttered. They're sheltered in place and they may be alone. So is there some other thing we can do at the city to get the word out?
Thanks, Councilmember. I don't see anyone else jumping in. So let us kind of loop that back into the system and see what we can do through our public information branch and see how we can kind of augment that and get that out to a broader audience.
Okay, great. And then one last thing, I've been asked by residents, senior residents in particular, who would like to have someone do grocery shopping for them. That's the best way to put it. Do we have some sort of network or some way that we can coordinate that? My team thought we could do it for our district, but then we thought there's just too many issues of liability and concerns. Is there some way that we can help our senior citizens by providing them that service? Or is there someone out there who provides that service? And I'm not talking about Meals on Wheels. These are people who would ordinarily be able to afford and do their own grocery shopping. So it's not a matter of means, it's a matter of ability. They may be high risk and don't want to go shopping on their own, and waiting to go through Instacart or Safeway and have your groceries delivered may not happen as quickly as you need them. So is there some system or where can we go? Where can we refer these folks to?
There isn't a straightforward system to deal just with this. I was going to talk about some of the online delivery services that are available for people who can pay, but it seems like you're suggesting that there might be concerns with some of the delivery services that are available through Safeway or Whole Foods or others. What I'd love to understand perhaps is a little bit more of kind of what the use case is, and then we can follow up and put this in with the food branch work and see what the options are there. Because part of what we want to do is, to the extent that people are self-sufficient and able to cook for themselves and groceries and they just need help, we'd love to figure out a way to help them. I don't have a good answer right now, but if you could do me the kindness of shooting an email, we'll get this question going as we look at what the options available are to support folks who are still able to be self-sufficient, but for very good reasons don't want to be shopping for themselves.
Wonderful. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Jimenez?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just had a question for Jim Orpal. I know Jim was going over the emergency interim housing for at-risk homeless residents. And obviously, anyone can see that there's several D2 sites on there. And so I just had some questions about that. And I realize there's an item that I have a memo out on that's going to come later, but these are more just tailored towards the Rue Ferrari site, because the Monterey Burnell site is 2.5 acres, Rue Ferrari is 10 acres, and that's a Caltrans site. They're about less than half a mile away from each other, so they're relatively close. But I was wondering, Jim, what are the next steps for the Rue Ferrari 101 site? Because it's listed in the table on the presentation that says top sites for immediate emergency housing. What are the next steps there?
Yeah, Councilmember, thank you very much for the question. So what we're doing on Rue Ferrari is our Public Works Department is part of the team, and we're going to lay out kind of schematically how we could fit emergency interim housing communities on that site. We're trying to keep the size of the communities around supporting kind of 80 people up to 120 people. We're looking at, does it make sense to break them into smaller segments as well if the site can accommodate that. So we're doing kind of the schematic concept work now, and then we would be getting ready to move into kind of a design level. And on the future sites, as you know, on Monterey Burnell, we are ready to move with Habitat for Humanity to deliver that project on an emergency basis. On the next two sites that I identified on the slide, we would then take a 30% design. When we get to that, we try to move to that very rapidly, and then put that out to a very abbreviated kind of emergency procurement for a contractor to procure units and bring that in. That's the process we would use. So we're kind of ready to move on to those next two sites, since we've moved the Monterey Burnell one to its kind of current stage where we're ready to shift on the other two. So that's kind of where we're at.
Okay, thank you. And another question as it relates to that Rue Ferrari site. Assuming everything moves forward as you just laid out, should we expect that appropriation or that allocation of funding to come back as the Burnell site is coming back to us today? Is that same process?
What we're doing is we're evaluating, obviously we're in the earlier stages on Evans and Rue Ferrari than we are on Monterey Burnell. Our cost estimates, our preliminary engineers' estimates are being developed on them now, and we'll see how far the 17.2 million that was allocated 2 weeks ago that's up for appropriation today will go. So we're working very expeditiously, like I said, to kind of get a schematic concept layout so we can estimate more accurately what we think the cost of delivering the emergency interim housing communities on those locations will be. If we have a need for additional money, we will bring that back to the council.
So just so I understand, what you're saying is of that 17 million, I think 6 of which is going to be allocated to the Monterey Burnell site, assuming we don't have enough money in that pot to move forward those other two sites, then you would need to come back for a larger allocation. But if you do have enough money to move those sites forward, we will not see those again. My residents will just see those going up. And
I would say we wouldn't see it from an appropriation standpoint.
Okay.
Certainly, we're going to continue to give updates to the council as part of the city manager's kind of emergency response report on a regular basis. So we've been communicating kind of each week, and we would anticipate doing that. And certainly we can work with your office as we're ready to have the right type of public information and communication to the community. I'm just kind of giving it from an appropriation funding standpoint. That's where we're at. We will have clear estimates kind of in the days and kind of weeks ahead, and we'll have better clarity on if we need any additional funding. Kind of the estimates, I think, are in too early of a stage to make a precisely accurate kind of funding request beyond the 17.2 that was allocated a couple weeks ago.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you, Jim. Appreciate it.
Sure.
Councilmember Crosco?
Okay. Let's hope I don't lose connection with you. It's just been absolutely the worst connection today, and I apologize for some of my outbursts that you've heard by accident. All PG. But I didn't want to miss the opportunity really to just really thank our city team for all of the work that they've done. Councilmember Arenas recognized her council staff, and I want to make sure I do that before I end my comments as well, because I think what we've seen is just the willingness and the desire to really roll up our sleeves and jump in wherever we can to assist and support, especially those who are in very vulnerable positions. Something that we've never seen before. It's unprecedented, and to be able to pivot and be flexible and jump in into different roles is really admirable. And I just wanted to make sure that I thanked our city staff because all of you have done just really a remarkable job to be able to distribute the number of meals that you're doing on a daily basis, to be able to reach out and work with our school districts and our local nonprofit organizations. It has been a real just a remarkable process to watch it. Of course, I was here during the floods. That was a horrific situation in and of itself, but this, of course, is of a magnitude that we had not expected. I also wanted to make sure to thank Jennifer Loving. Her dedication, her commitment, and her ability to bring us together and to really elevate the conversation, as well as Poncho, to elevate the conversation regarding our most vulnerable members of our city. I'm just very, very grateful, but to be able to really take advantage of a very unique position that we happen to be in, and I would actually say enviable position, where we have access to a lot of wonderful partners and great companies, and that are willing to step in with hard-earned cash and be able to put that into the hands of folks that are right now in a very desperate situation. I keep seeing, the black and white pictures post World War II, but also from the Great Depression, and it's not where we want our city to go. And I'm grateful that the governor committed $125 million, but what Silicon Valley, Silicon Valley Strong has been able to produce just for our county alone, I think is.
Just to confirm, so when you say she, you just got off the phone with her, that was what you, right?
I think it's really it's such a huge feat that I just want to make sure that I recognize them. Thank you. My team has been out there helping with the applications, process those applications. It's a mountain of applications. It's so difficult to get through all of them. And whoever has staff that can send them, I would highly recommend it, because it's a never-ending spigot of a need, and those applications need to get through. And so I just want to acknowledge also my staff, who has been just pivoting constantly, almost on a daily basis, and dealing with constituency issues that I have to tell you, they're calling us, and I think it shows the leadership of San Jose in the county. But we're getting calls from Milpitas, from Sunnyvale, from Campbell, from Santa Clara. We're getting calls from constituents that are not our constituents, but I think that just shows you the incredible need that is out there. And whoever calls us, we try and send them to the resources that are available. But I'll tell you that every single Facebook post is answered. Private messages are answered. People are on the phone. My team sometimes is on the phone until midnight talking to folks who are needing to have some reassurance or some glimmer of hope that we're going to get out of this. And I believe that we will, but it is going to take time. And lastly, I just wanted to also make mention of the SV Economic Recovery and Resilience Council that Mayor, I believe you've been champion, and it was your brainchild, or maybe that of yours and others who are coming together and appointing some very successful and intelligent individuals to see how we're going to recover from all of this. And I just wanted to, in particular, thank you for the appointment of Oscar de la Torre and Jesus Flores, because I think it's imperative that we have a cross-section of perspectives and of strategies in terms of how we're going to get people back to work, how we're going to get our economy how we're going to rebuild and recover, and making sure that we have a very diverse set of voices at the table. I think is going to be real key in terms of how we all come out of this together as whole as possible, or made whole at some point. And I think that's going to be, I think it's going to be hard. I don't want to be Debbie Downer, but I just try and keep a realistic checkpoint on myself. But anyway, so I want to thank again everybody who's really just has jumped in, is putting in ungodly amount of hours. And I also want to thank my team for staying up really late at night, taking some of those calls, or returning some posts, some text messages, sending them to resources. Even if they don't live in our district, we just recognize that we're all one community at this point. So thank you so much for this opportunity, just to be able to show my gratitude.
Thank you, Councilmember Krasko. Since you mentioned it, maybe I'll just say a word or two about what it is we're doing, because I know there's a lot of questions based on what may be happening in the media. So a roundtable is being formed. It's not fully formed yet, but several co-chairs are various prominent employers in our region, as well as the head of our carpenters here in Northern California, Bob Alvarado, and Carl Gordino, and Lisa Sues, the CEO of Advanced Micro Devices, and the head of our Silicon Valley Community Foundation, Nicole Taylor, and many other employers, CEOs of great companies like PayPal and Box, and many others are also joining this. We wanted to focus the efforts really on how we can get ready to get people back to work as quickly as possible. And it is, I'm not going to be on this roundtable, and actually, we've actually tried to design it so we will have separate convenings either through the county. I know the county is working on something now, and they're going to be voting on something, and so we want to collaborate with them in ways that really engage deeply the public and nonprofit sectors. We're going to have some nonprofit leaders that will be on this who are particularly involved in the workforce space. So Ermelinda Sapien has agreed to join as CT, as well as, for example, Mike Fox, the head of Goodwill, because those organizations we know are really critically engaged in workforce preparedness. And we're going to need a lot of retraining, we know, because of so many businesses that, we don't know when theaters, for example, are ever going to be back in business. It could be a long time. So there's a lot of folks we know are going to need new jobs. And so it'll be a combination of those folks in labor and in the retraining space, and lead employers. And then finally, the heads of our several key educational institutions. So the presidents of Stanford, San Jose State, and Santa Clara University have all agreed to join, as well as the Chancellor, Byron Breland of San Jose Evergreen. And because, again, we know that those educational institutions are also deeply engaged in these workforce issues, in addition to being large employers. So this is an effort that's going to be regional. This is not just about San Jose, but obviously we're deeply in the middle of it. And I'm hoping it will inform all of us as policymakers. It will help engage those private sector and other partners, the universities, to think about what they can do together. And then also what we can do in advocacy in Sacramento and Washington, D.C., to see if we can all get aligned to really identify those key things we need to get as many people back to work as quickly as possible when the green light is given by the health authorities. We know, obviously, that is the big if and when. And so obviously we're not going to do anything that doesn't comply with those health authorities' mandates. And again, we want to work collaboratively with the county. We're going to find out more today about what exactly the county wants to do through their vote. And then we'll figure out a way to plug it all together in this regional effort. Councilmember Perales?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor and staff, for the presentation and all the comments. I want to echo just some of the praise for everybody that is working hard, as has been said already numerous times, from city staff to our nonprofit partners out there, essential service workers, certainly, much appreciated. There are individuals in our community that have stepped up on their own, and I wanted to be able to give them some praise as well. And I know we did this last week but wanted to be a little bit more specific. And then since last week, there's been even more just generous support. And so it started with a number of local partners initiated through Urban Community or Gary Dillaball and Jeff Arriaga. The San Jose Ship Kits or Shelter in Place Kits as a nonprofit to put together essential materials, both food, but also hygienic, sanitizer, hand sanitizer in a partnership with Gordon Biersch, and then educational materials in some recent partnerships with San Jose Jazz, as I believe the mayor mentioned, and then Shop for the Cop, Silicon Valley. But I had mentioned last week, and so just wanted to reiterate my thanks. Academic Coffee, not only, as Kim mentioned, sort of have retooled their own small business, but continue to give back through their efforts here in this partnership. Hoke Fenton, Non Plus Ultra, SP2, Voyager Coffee, and then, as I already mentioned, Gordon Biersch, which was just great to get them involved in their partnership to make and distill hand sanitizer, but a lot of other local partners as well that are helping in the efforts. And Shop at the Cop this past week just contributed over 1,000 books to go into these kits as well, specifically for the families, for families that are going to be receiving these. And then San Jose Jazz was able to gather 2,600 children's books, and there was help they got from the Ella Fitzgerald Charitable Foundation, books and crayons going into those kits, and specifically actually going to be going out to the Santee area later this week. And so just, and especially as we've heard, right, San Jose Jazz canceling their Summerfest. I think we expect to see a lot of, our major events like that cancel. But not only, are they still adjusting today and trying to provide, jazz and music to the community, but here they are stepping up on their own to partner and help the most immediate families in need, as we're doing as well. And that's not something that they're charged with, right? That's not their general area of expertise and work or responsibility, but it is something that we're seeing a lot of our local small businesses do, even while they're being impacted and affected themselves, recognizing that they could do something to be able to give back to the community. I know distribution-wise, they've been partnering as well with Hunger at Home. And so thank you to them as well. It's just it's tremendous to hear and see that effort happening right out of downtown San Jose, where they've taken what was going to be space at the old Armory, where they were going to renovate for arts space, and currently using it as the sorting and distribution for this effort, and just really great to see that partnership happen. I have one question in regards to the presentation, and it's not so much, I think, an effort we can specifically aid in, but what we hope to now pass is this next, not necessarily stimulus package, but stimulus support. And I was reading through it, and it looks like about $310 billion in the small business support, specifically for the Payment Protection Program, to be added to. And this is a program that we have all heard now in the news that was recently tapped out. And I think some of the more troubling news is the large organizations that you would not specifically think of as a small business that were able to tap into tens of millions of dollars to end up taking large chunks of this last stimulus package and the opportunities for small businesses. So I don't know if it's even possible, but I see Lee jumped on there. So how do we help to ensure that it actually does go to local small businesses? Is there anything we could do, whether it's lobbying efforts or directly to Congress, or lobbying efforts to the banks that are issuing? Because I know that that's been some of the concern was it not necessarily first come, first serve I know I have personally heard from a lot of small businesses here locally in downtown and actually just throughout San Jose that jumped on the boat right away to get in to try and apply. Obviously, there was a number that ran into hiccups with Wells Fargo, but then others that got into the queue and then received the notice just this past week that they were not awarded any funds, and that if more money is to come available, they have to reapply again. So not even necessarily still sitting in the queue. And then we hear what may seem like an advantage that some other larger, again, what we would not consider as small businesses, that were able to get tens of millions of dollars. So what if anything can we do?
It's a good question. Our area of influence on what the banks decide to do is obviously limited. I do know, and I've got the bill text up on my screen now, and Benna and her team are reviewing it as well. It does look like there were additional guidelines put on the Paycheck Protection Program, and trying to compare it to the original bill, it looks like Congress did kind of seek to mitigate some of that concern, because I think obviously that had been spoken about. I think one of the things that Kim and the local assistance group have done really well is tried to move the small businesses that would need that, especially some of the small and mom and pop stores, directly into that program with the bank. So that's been kind of our one mechanism, besides continuing to talk about the flexibility and what the need really is with our local delegation, is steering them to the right to the right tools within our local assistance program. So Kim and team have done that relentlessly over the past few months, but still, as you've heard, the need is quite great.
Do we know the success of that, meaning the success of our efforts in helping to be the liaison and steering these small businesses, mom and pop businesses, to the right resources? Because I asked, since we know that there's been a challenge from the banks where stipulations that, well, you may bank with us, but if you've never had a loan with us, you can't receive this support, or at least you're not going to be first in line or first considered. This was a small business here in downtown that reached out to me with that concern, that just said, hey, I'm spending them obviously millions of dollars a year banking with them, but I've never had a loan with them, and they're telling me that's one of the criteria that I would need to meet. So do we know the success that we're having in that regard?
Yeah, so I'll let Kim and Michelle answer that. I do want to come to a point. Benna is being extremely proactive and texting during this, and specifically in this pot of money, 60 billion is going directly to some of the smaller banks and community lenders, so that they have those relationships with possibly the smaller businesses where they may not have a relationship with one of the bigger banks. So it does appear that Congress is seeking to remedy that issue. But then on the kind of our positives, Kim, I would turn that over to you.
We were strongly advocating that the federal program invest in these community development finance institutions and the community banks, because that's the way to get to the loans that are, say, $50,000 or less for the smaller businesses. I wish we had great data about our success rate. Anecdotally, we have some small business applicants really frustrated and angry, understandably so, and we've had some that have success. So we can look into that. It would be nice to know of the ones that we've supported, what their success rate is. I agree.
Yeah, most of the data that we have is anecdotal and from people following up, and much like they would call back the council office that helped them, they've called back to say, I got my $1,000 check, I got my, my loan was approved, but it's been very anecdotal to this point, but it is part of the data that the team is working to track.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I've heard both anecdotally as well, right? Businesses that received their approvals this week, and then those that obviously did not. And so just certainly an interest of mine, and thank you for your efforts. And hopefully we can get some better news out of this second set of $310 billion relief.
And Councilmember, I do want to tell you one anecdote because it's in your district and it's an important community institution. And one thing that's is that the Tech Museum did get Paycheck Protection. Theirs was approved. And I just want to mention that because it's really important to remember that our nonprofits are significant employers as well. And they are eligible for these funds in addition to the small businesses. So if you hear about a nonprofit that's struggling in your district, please refer them to us for the small business. Those, what would traditionally be small business resources, are available to them as employers as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Diab?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So I guess for me, yesterday just happened to be the 10th anniversary of the BP oil spill, and I spent some time down there in the Gulf, and I was just kind of reminiscing and comparing, contrasting my experience down there with what's going on now, and it kind of brought me out of a bit of a fog, because I think these past few weeks, for many of us, at least for me, we were kind of hoping, or I was hoping, the shelter in place would end on what, April, whatever, and then May 3rd. And perhaps we're in this new normal now, as we're slowly beginning to realize. And there's so much that we can't control as a city. We're relying on the feds and other folks to do stuff for us. I think for me, I'm trying to focus on what we can control, even as limited as that might be in the city of San Jose. So I just was looking through some stuff. I want to thank Dave and the staff, particularly for the Vietnamese translation stuff. I've been particularly pleased to see Silicon Valley Strong have Spanish and Vietnamese translation relatively easy, to have our comms department at the city do the briefings and populate a decent amount of material in Vietnamese. I've taken it and I've kind of dispersed it myself. I don't know why. I've never thought of it personally, but I just started a Vietnamese language only Facebook page, and it's beginning to get traction. So I'm trying to find more content for that. And to the extent that we have people seated throughout the city departments, and I'm assuming that we're just picking Vietnamese speakers and asking them to do us a solid in terms of translating. I would be interested in connecting with those folks and kind of standardizing our terminology, because I've seen different things. I would say eviction a certain way, and I've seen the city put out, we put out a moratorium on deporting you from your home, which the point comes across, but if we can standardize the language and maybe have an opportunity for, I'm imagining some of the younger Vietnamese staff across the city to elevate their game in translation skills, I'd be happy to have a working group going in terms of that. Let me see. I had a question about the motels. I know the governor was in Santa Clara County over the weekend announcing I want to say 16,000 motels, but I'm not sure how many of those are in San Jose. Do we have a sense, Mayor or Dave?
I could give you a rough number. I'm sure Dave or somebody else on the team could probably do a better job. I know housing's not on at this moment, but my understanding is we had north of, it was 435 countywide was the number of hotel rooms or motel rooms. And we had maybe around half of that. Does that sound right, Dave?
You know, I saw the number, but I do see Jim Orpal on still, so maybe Jim has the specific number.
Yeah,
I'm not
I don't have the numbers on that, Mayor and Councilor Diep. Let me check on that with our team and see if we know. Are you specifically referring to the room key state program, Councilor Diep?
Yeah, so statewide we have 16,000 motels now.
Yeah, which we have that program, as well as we have a local county effort as well related to motel rooms as well. But yes, so let us check on that and we'll get back to you.
Okay, thank
you. The work is being led by the counties and throughout the state, and I know we're closely tied to it. But again, my last recollection was 435 countywide, and we have about half of those.
Okay, cool. I had a question about supply chain, because I'm kind of looking at the world, and was it? I think it was Nordstrom or Neiman Marcus. One of those said they might file for bankruptcy protection. So like even stuff like clothing, there's a bunch of stuff. Supply chain is messing things up all around the world. Oil futures yesterday were negative $37 a barrel. I know we're all working from home now, but I'm curious in terms of the city of San Jose. Are we in danger of any supply chain, even if it's just like printer paper or like, the toilet paper at the facilities or anything like that? Do we foresee any of that for us?
We have actually a futures branch in the EOC that's looking at mostly at the supply chain related to food. And of course, we're paying a great deal of attention to the supply chain related to PPE and cleaning supplies. At this point, we have an adequate line on all the personal protective equipment that we feel like we need. There are a couple of areas that are still tough to rustle up, but we have what we need and are getting it, as well as all the supplies that we normally would need. On the food side, we're keeping a tight eye on that. We've seen things recently that suggest that this is going to be difficult, especially the pivot from food supply chains that traditionally supply restaurants to the grocery demands, because those are actually very different supply chains and they're not easy to pivot. So for example, anecdotally, one of the reasons you saw such difficulty with eggs, especially a few weeks ago, is that as people switch from eating eggs in restaurants to eating eggs at home, the way we deliver eggs through the supply chain is vastly different. A restaurant receives a giant crate of eggs that you roll into the walk-in refrigerator. A grocery store receives it differently. So long story short, we have no critical needs at this point from an emergency operations standpoint or a supply of services standpoint, but we are keeping a very tight eye on food in particular, and in communication with major folks in the supply chain to see if there are issues that are raised. And if there are, we will take immediate action and begin working on that on an emergency basis.
Okay, that's really great to hear that we're not in any danger. I guess my last question is from a testing perspective, is it the city or the county who would care for San Jose residents in that regard?
The county is the primary body that needs to be developing and deploying the testing, tracing, and isolation approach countywide. We have had conversations with the county over the weekend on this. The mayor's office and the mayor have been very vocal on this from the beginning. We are adamant that we are there to help and support whatever the county might need in terms of scaling their testing capacity, in terms of expanding that tracing capability, either through digital tools and or personnel, and on the isolation side. But it is primarily it is a county responsibility, and so we will be supporting their leadership. The exception to that is within our organization itself. We are taking the initiative to figure out how we can provide testing services to our employees directly, especially as we begin the reopening piece. We feel that antibody testing will be a very useful tool, and so we are taking the steps necessary to have the in-house capability of testing our own employees to make sure that we are understanding who can return to work in what way.
Sure. I was just talking to a contact of mine in DC. I think this morning the FDA approved a use at home test for COVID. So we might want to look into that. But I'm also aware through that conversation that the federal government is beginning to move away from just the testing for first responders and folks, and trying to ascertain understanding of the wider infection just amongst our population. So there are efforts underway right now to work with some cities. Right now, there's a pilot program working with some cities to just test certain areas. So they're just basically giving test kits to cities and saying, like, just do a wide testing, trying to get a more accurate count of who has it just in the wider population. So my assumption is eventually that program will expand nationwide and it will make it to Santa Clara County or to the city of San Jose. And I just, the answer is the county's in charge, not the city, but I'll put it out there anyway. I think we should have a plan in San Jose or urge the county to think now with some foresight. If the city of San Jose is a city of 1 million people, and of course our goal is to get everybody in our city a test just to get a sense of how far the infection is spread. But short of that, if we're only given 500,000 kits for the wider population, how do we prioritize that? Is it seniors, elders? What is our definition of vulnerable population? First responders, people working, delivering food in the grocery stores, et cetera. If not everyone can get access to a test right away. And secondly, we should start thinking about lining up and beefing up our capability for testing, because right now it's what the county and Verily and Stanford Hospital or whatever that do the test. But if we're talking on a scale of getting every person in San Jose or the county of Santa Clara tested once, you're going to have a bunch of people with swabs or blood samples, and they're going to be sitting on a shelf somewhere. So we need to figure out where the diagnostic labs are right now, and maybe get under contract with them to just secure that, yes, you can provide us with an output of 1,000 test results a week or something, because I think that's around the corner, and that is certainly within our control once we get to that point. So we should start preparing now, and I'll just offer that up. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other council members? Just want to make sure everyone had a chance. Okay. Well, thank you. I just want to close by saying, Dave, the entire team has done an amazing job with a lot of partners I know, and partners are essential to all this. One statistic I thought really critical to emphasize, 2,009,000 and change meals a week. I know there are a lot of meals already being distributed by Second Harvest and others, but that is tremendous that folks have ramped up so quickly, and it says a lot about what the city organization's doing with a lot of other partners. So thank you for all that.
Yep, thanks, Mayor.
Okay, then we'll move on then from 3.1. Next is the consent calendar. I know there's several items the council wanted to pull from the consent agenda. I believe Councilmember Davis, you'd like to pull 2.6, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, Councilmember Reyes would like to pull items 2.9 and 2.11, is that right?
Actually, Mayor, I'm only going to pull 2.11. I figured out the other pieces.
Okay, great. Councilmember Esparza, you want to pull 2.12?
Correct.
And Councilmember Perales wants to pull 2.13, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, is there a motion on the remainder of the consent items?
Mayor, I have my hand up. This is
Oh, I'm
Councilmember
sorry, I wasn't
Camas.
able to see that. Councilman Camas?
Yes, I'd like to pull item 2.2B. I have to recuse myself. This is a vote on Communication Hill. My house is very close to it, so I have to recuse myself.
Okay, thank you, Councilman Camas. I see 3 members of the public who have their hands up, and I'm going to ask them if their hands are relating to these consent items, any of these consent items. Fatima, would you like to speak on any of these consent items? Fatima, your phone or your device still appears to be on mute. Fatima? Okay. Okay. Blair Beekman, your hand is up.
Hello.
Welcome.
Thank you. I wanted to speak on the items that are being pulled. What do you suggest at this time?
Why don't you speak on all of them, because I know it's a little awkward for us to go back and forth, and we'll just take.
Okay, I have about a minute speech. Thank you. I hope you can be aware of items 2.3, 2.8, and 2.9 in their conversations at Rules and Open Government last week. I hope item 2.12 can simply be an issue about orders of the day and what can be a clarity for the city manager in a time of emergency, and to respect how well written the San Jose Sunshine Ordinance already can be. And what should be more regular routine practices and routines by this summer, I feel the remaining issues on the orders of the day, there are a few remaining issues on orders of the day that need to open discussion and need to be worked out during the summer. And finally, a thank you to Raul Perales, and with item 2.13. I feel to work together in open good terms at the local level can work to focus and anger, frustration, and energy towards international governments and the UN, and what can be their part to help solve the future problems of long-term social planning based on shock, harm, fear, and death. These are the ways to address the future of xenophobia. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeffrey Buchanan.
Hey, Mayor and Council, Jeff Buchanan with Working Partnerships. On item 2.12, just wanted to express concern now with the council structure being as it is, while we're not continuing the other committees outside of rules work, I think the proposal as put forward really will unduly limit the voice of those members of communities who have an elected city council member who should be able, through orders of the day, to put items forward without requiring the mayor, the city manager, and the city attorney to be able to approve a given item. given the makeup of the Rules Committee, while I appreciate the intent of trying to make sure that ideas have received some review before coming to council, there's only a subset of council members who are on the Rules Committee. And given the makeup of that Rules Committee, there are a lot of folks, I think, on the council that certain ideas may struggle to make it out of Rules Committee, but ideas that perhaps could still get a majority vote. And so I think given that there are a lot of decisions being made in the city where the public doesn't have an ability to even really weigh in on items. Take, for instance, the nearly 3 hours of discussion on orders of the day and the city manager's report. Having options for council members to present items and to have those items debated before the whole council where the public can weigh in is pretty important. And that was, I think that's part of why we have these sunshine ordinances, to make sure that, San Jose is really excelling when it comes to open government. In a time of crisis like this, and an emergency when so many people are hurting and there are so many issues the council needs to take on, we should be encouraging more open government, not less. And so would encourage the council to not support the memo.
Thank you. The speaker with the phone number ending 7863. Hi, welcome. If you're on phone line 7863, we can hear you now.
Oh, you can hear me now?
Yep.
Okay, good afternoon. This is Paul Soto. I'm concerned about speaking on 3.3, 8.4, 8.3, and 8.2. Are those still going to be items up for discussion?
We're just on consent right now, Paul.
Okay, well, what I'm asking is, are those items, because what went on earlier was a little confusing. 8.4, 8.3, 8.2, and 3.3, are those going to still be up for discussion? Not right now at this moment. I'm saying during the course of this meeting.
8.3 and 8.4 are going to be heard later, yes.
Cool. All right. Thank you. I'll speak at that time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Fatima, do you want to try that again?
Hello. Yes.
Hi, welcome.
Sorry, I was muted last time and I was speaking on mute. So I want to talk about 24.89, the homeless shelter that is being built on the Bernal Road.
I'm sorry, that's not the item here. We're just speaking on consent right now, Fatima. That will be coming up.
Okay, I'll wait then. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Moise Hydri, again, we're just speaking on the consent items. Moise?
Okay, I'll wait.
All right, thank you. On the consent items, Mike Sodergren?
Hi, Sam. Hey, I just had a question. I missed whether 2.8 is going to be discussed. Oh, I'm sorry, 2.12.
Did you say 2.12?
I did.
Yeah, that's on consent, so you're certainly free to speak on it now. We'll reset
Yeah,
in a few minutes.
I just, PAC San Jose sent a letter this morning, and I just wanted to note that I'm hopeful that the council will review that and, weigh in on our concerns.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Okay, that's the public comment this time. So what I wanted to suggest is that we take a motion on all the items other than 2.2B, 2.6, 2.11, 2.12, and 2.13. We'll come back to those items shortly.
Motion to approve.
Is there any objection to that motion on consent? Okay, I hear no objection. So all those items will pass. Councilmember Camus, item 2.2B. Oh, I'm sorry, you need to recuse yourself, so you won't be speaking on that item. Is there a motion?
Move approval. Second.
Yeah, there's a motion from Councilmember Davis. Is there any objection to that item, 2.2B? All right, that also passes then unanimously. And Councilmember Davis, you wanted to pull 2.6.
Yes, thank you. The Federated Retirement Board met last week on April 15th, And I just wanted to give an update. There was an info memo that came out, but I know we get a lot of info memos, so they're easy to miss. The Federated Board had a special meeting on March 27th to discuss how they would respond with their investments to the COVID crisis and, from their perspective, the buying opportunity that that presents from a stock market decline. So what they did at that March 27th meeting was they passed an increase in their target asset allocations in the growth category from 61% to 75%. So most of what they did there was their percentage allocation for US equity from 13 to 25% of the portfolio, and then developing markets equity from 10 to 12%, and then they kept their emerging markets equity at 12%. What they decreased mainly was short-term investment grade bonds, and then increased in sort of longer-term investment grade bonds. And then I did want to point out too that they.
So Davis, there was
Yeah.
there's some noise there that interrupted you, right? As you said, after short-term investment grade bonds, there were some other bonds that you mentioned. And
Longer term investment grade bonds. So
okay.
they increased that percentage from 3 to 8%. And then the other thing, so they were able to make those changes very quickly. So they kind of jumped on the market decline before it started kind of coming back up. And I know it's been wavy, I guess is the term that I think of it as, over the last few weeks, but they wanted to get in on some value priced equity is the way that they talked about it. And then the other thing that they talked about at the meeting on the 15th was how and whether to incentivize or disincentivize the city to pre-fund our portion of the retirement payments. And so they did decide that they, in a contract, when the market is contracting, they want to incentivize us to pre-fund so that we give them money earlier, and then that will incentivize, they will give us basically a better discount, so that they can have cash on hand to take advantage of opportunities. And they did pass that. The motion was to provide the city with a full discount rate for determining actuarial equivalence. I don't know how they work out all the math, but basically the discount rate is 6 3/4, I think it is. And what that means for us is that we get a 3.3% discount on the amount that we have to pay them for the next fiscal year. And Julia Cooper and Jim Shannon were there, and they could probably explain it way better than I could. But that's kind of the basic idea, is that we get a little bit of a discount for pre-funding, and then they use that to take advantage of some buying opportunities. I do want to say also that I think this is important. I don't think I've ever mentioned this before. The retirement fund, the board members do recognize, and the CIO does recognize, that they have a very mature retirement fund, and so they are keeping 5% in cash all the time, and that's really so that we don't have to sell off equities low in order to make the retirement payments, the pension payments. So they're very good about managing that, and they increased that. I think it was maybe about a year ago. It was at 2 or 3%, and they increased it to 5%, and always wanting to have that cash on hand so that we don't have to sell low and buy high and all that kind of stuff. That's it. I move approval for 2.6. Or yeah.
Second.
Thank you, Councilor Davis. I appreciate the update, and I know that they have a lot more expertise on that board than I certainly have. But it is a little bit troubling to hear that it sounds as though the board is taking a strategy of trying to time the market. And I know that, it's not irrational to say, hey, it's a good time to get in. I'm sure for any individual investor that may be a good idea, but I think we all know this could be a long, long road, and it could get a lot worse before it gets better. And in fact, if you jumped in the market 2 days ago, you would have lost about 1,000 points on the Dow Jones. So it is kind of contrary to conventional wisdom for a really large pension fund, a multi-billion-dollar pension fund, to be timing the market. Did the board say anything about why they think they should sort of buck the conventional wisdom in this case?
So I don't think they're not trying to time the market in terms of waiting to buy. They saw the market going down and they made some purchases that they felt were, and again, the CIO could tell you in much more detail about that, made some purchases on equities that they felt were being undervalued in the market. So that's a little bit different than trying to time the market and only buy low. They want to buy strong companies that are currently just kind of, had gone with the tide. And then as things change, they won't try to sell at the height, just to be clear. They will sell off as the allocation, as it gets out of our target allocation bands.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the distinction. I guess we'll see. Okay, any other questions or comments? All right, on that motion, is there any objection to the passage of that item? It's 2.6. Okay, there's no one from the public who'd like to speak. That passes unanimously. Councilmember Arenas, you'd like to speak on 2.11, is that right?
Yes, thank you. And this is a great segue from investments and retirements and losses that maybe people have seen in the last quarter as statements are coming in. I wanted to just really bring up this Stress Awareness Month. I know we're not having any proclamations at the moment, but this is one of the very few times that we are all in the same place virtually. And so I wanted just to really encourage everyone to do, and I know I've seen it in many of your Facebook or social media ventures, that you are either reading books to children or you're taking yoga. We did a live yoga session last week. I'd love to invite all of my colleagues and staff administration to jump on board with me and do a little bit of yoga. And I'd love to coordinate that. But really bring awareness about the issue of stress that already existed before COVID, the 7 million people who are impacted by anxiety. And so as you can imagine, our whole nation is now impacted by anxiety, and the different folks, as we were talking earlier, businesses and small businesses who may not be able to pivot, who may not be able to open their doors once again, or residents not knowing what's next to come and where the next paycheck will come. For many of our government and stakeholders and advocates, may feel like the weight is on their shoulders to fix and find solutions to some of the issues that we're all facing. And so I encourage everybody to please find whatever works for you, whether it's taking a walk, meditating, join me on yoga. I'm also doing in conjunction with the Child Abuse Prevention Month, which is also April, I'm doing on the 29th, and this is an invitation for all of you, on April 29th at 6 p.m. I'm doing an online book club reading and discussion on how to talk to children about consent. And so I'd love for you all to join me, and then really carry this message into the work that you're all doing. So as you're feeding our families, please focus on a message of stress awareness and maybe coping skills. As you're working with some of the small businesses, also sharing some of the same resources. And so I ask all of you in your different capacities to share this message, as we are all facing some very unknown future, and that creates a lot of stress for anyone. And so thank you for sharing with me, and I hope to see you at my next yoga live session or the book reading club. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. All right, is that a motion, Councilmember?
That's a motion to approve.
Second.
Any objection to the passage of 2.11? All right, that passes then unanimously. Item 2.12 is modifying city sunshine resolution procedures for agenda items submitted after Rules Committee. Councilmember Esparza.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. So I wanted to do two things. One is because I had gotten some questions from a couple of people in the community. So for the purposes of just letting the public know, page 5 of the actual resolution language specifies that that this proposal would be in effect during the period in which state or local officials impose or recommend measures to promote social distancing. But I had some concerns about this proposal because it effectively gives the mayor, the city attorney, and the city manager gatekeeping power over the city agenda. And it's a role that has been reserved for our elected officials through the Rules Committee and through our current procedures for adjusting items through the orders of the day. And I get that these are unusual circumstances that require us to act nimbly because we've done that through the eviction moratorium and a number of other things. But I also believe that we have a responsibility to uphold democratic processes whenever possible. And that includes being able to consider urgent requests made by members of this elected body during the orders of the day. And so because of that, I cannot support this proposal.
Thank you, Councilmember. Maybe I can clarify. First of all, it will still be up to the Rules Committee, as it always is, to allow proposals to move through. And I think experience and history shows that anytime more than one council member wants something to get to council, it generally gets there. And I have a hard time thinking of a circumstance where that didn't happen. What is specifically recommended here is actually not any different than the rules that would typically apply under the existing sunshine resolution, which is the one referenced in that direction, number 77-135, which has been in place since 2014. That has been the process, my understanding, for those items that are submitted on an emergency basis, including, I believe, when there are items that need endorsement for the legislature, if there's a legislative act and we need to move quickly, then the process has been to check in with mayor, city manager, city attorney, and then it goes on the agenda, and then by 2/3 vote, the council can consider it. Red, correct me if I'm wrong about all that stuff.
The process has always been that there's been an outlet that in the event that rules doesn't act because nothing came to rules, that there was a vehicle to get it on the council agenda in an urgency fashion, similar to what we have now. So that's been the process.
Okay. So I didn't want anyone believing that somehow we created something, or I created something that didn't exist before. That was the process. Any other comments? Okay. Okay, Lori Landis, your hand is raised on, is that on this specific item? Okay, Lori Landis? I know, Mike, you already spoke. Okay, Lori, welcome.
It's on the tiny homes at Burnell
Okay.
and Monterey.
We'll hear you shortly. We're still on consent. And Mike Sodergren, I know your hand's up, but you actually already spoke on this item. Okay. All right, so is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All right, on the motion, why don't we have a roll call vote on this one? Because I believe there'll be.
Jimenez?
Yes.
What was that?
Yes.
Thank you. Peralez?
Aye.
Dieppe?
Aye.
Crosco?
Aye.
Davis?
Aye.
Esparza?
No.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Kemmis,
I think you're on mute there.
yeah,
Johnny.
Kemmis,
Aye. Yes.
Jones,
Aye.
and Mayor Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay. Item 2.13 is the resolution condemning xenophobia. Councilmember Peralez.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor, and appreciate this item being heard. I was able to speak to it last week at Rules, and just wanted to be able to make a few statements because I think it's important as we adopt this resolution to be able to speak to and for our Asian Pacific Islander populations here in the Bay Area. As we know, we have one of the largest API communities, and it's been an unfortunate side effect of COVID-19 to have the blatant discrimination against Asian Americans all across our country. Specifically, really disappointing was or has been some of the comments coming from our president and political figureheads, and really that's been most troubling, and why I think it's important that we as local leaders are able to step up and combat this. I mentioned the thanks last week to our chief of police in the San Jose Police Department for their efforts in ensuring the message. The chief had a great video message to our API community, but also ensuring that the laws are strictly enforced and that we're going to be out there to combat any forms of discrimination, especially violence, which unfortunately we've seen throughout the country after this crisis began. And so really want to thank as well my colleagues. There was a memo as well in support from the mayor, the vice mayor, and Councilmember Diep, and look forward to this passing. I'll make the motion to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Any comment on this item? Is there any objection to the passage of this item 2.13? All right, hearing none, that passes unanimously. We'll move on then to item 3.3, which is the update on digital access and inclusion for schools during COVID. I know we have a presentation. Welcome back, Kip.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members, members of the public. Kip Harkness, Director of the Emergency Operations Center. And I want to walk you through our work over the last week or so in preparing essentially our emergency response as it relates to digital inclusion in response to some of the issues, particularly with the school districts. I will go ahead and introduce the team in just a moment who is joining me virtually a couple of slides in. But let's do a couple of framing slides first. Next slide. So it's important to remember that we have been thinking about digital inclusion for a while now, and began in 2016 with our Fuse Fellow Dolan Beckel joining us and forming the broadband strategy along with Shireen Santosham from the mayor's office to really help us launch our thinking in this. Out of that, we were able to come to agreement with a wide range of telco partners on a build out of 4,200 small cells on what we are hoping will be building the best 5G network in the nation. We knew that connectivity would require millions of dollars in private investment. We think about $500 million actually will be coming in to the city in this front for the infrastructure, and that it will spur economic development and enable a smart city platform. But we knew that it was important that this kind of connectivity connect everyone. And so we negotiated with a connectivity first strategy, which reserved the funding from the fees, it turned them back into a connectivity device, and enabled us to launch the Digital Inclusion Fund, which includes the ability to provide connectivity to schools. Next slide. On February 23rd, I believe it was, which seems like a million years ago, the council took action to approve the first round of grants to 23 different organizations, about $1 million to work on digital inclusion for a number of households. Next slide. And then at the same time, the reality of the schools shifted. And what you saw is that starting on March 13th, the schools began their temporary closure, or what they thought was going to be a temporary closure for 3 weeks, thought that they were going to be preparing for 3 weeks of closure, and began to shift some of the way they provided education. But by April 7th, it was clear that that was a closure for at least the rest of the school year, and that distance learning went from being a nice to have or an optional to an absolute necessity for every single one of the 31 school districts in the county. So that's an unprecedented shift for the 260,224 students who are enrolled in Santa Clara County, and means that the digital inclusion gap, which was there before, which we talked about as being a homework gap or connectivity gap, now became a simple access to school itself and education gap. Next slide. So in the Emergency Operations Center, what we're trained to do is that until something has a team identified, that issue is the responsibility of the management section. So we spent some time over the last week identifying who the right team is, and I believe we've assembled a pretty amazing team. So I want to introduce 3 people who are joining me on the Zoom call, and each of them will have a piece of this presentation going on. We are lucky to have as a partner Dr. Marianne Dewan, who is the County Superintendent of Schools for the Santa Clara County Office of Education, and it is her job to support and provide technical assistance and resources to all 31 school districts across the county. We also have our very own Sunny Wright McPeak, who is the president and CEO of the California Emerging Technology Fund. She is partnered with us on the digital inclusion grants, and we are having her work alongside us as we support the schools in this new reality. And finally, but not least at all, our own Jill Bourne, our city librarian, who has long been leading our digital inclusion efforts. So together with these amazing women, we've worked to develop a 7-point strategy around supporting digital inclusion in support of the larger distance learning strategy that the schools and the school districts will be undertaking. So specifically our focus as a city is to support them on these 7 points. 1, developing a rapid digital inclusion strategy by the Office of Education in coordination with and supported by CETF. 2, leveraging our existing school-city collaborative and partnerships to support whatever emerges from that strategy. 3, implementing our digital inclusion funds, including refocusing them where appropriate to make sure that they are meeting the existing needs and the evolving needs as a result of COVID. 4, use our power to convene our public-private partners, AT&T, Verizon, Comcast, T-Mobile, all of whom we have a very good relationship locally, and all of whom we think are critical to meeting these gaps. 5, continue the build out of community and school Wi-Fi, particularly the Overfelt neighborhood, which is ready to go, and construction will be starting right away, and then the Yerba Buena community, which is next in line. 6, seeking to continue our small cell deployment when it is appropriate under the county public health orders. And 7, securing emergency funding, including CARES funds, FEMA funds, and other funds that might be appropriate and available, as well as those at the state level, to meet critical gaps in both connectivity, devices, and digital literacy for our students who are most at risk of being excluded from the education that they need and deserve. Next slide. So I'd like to hand it over to our partner and the woman who will be leading all of this, Dr. Marianne Dewan, to talk a little bit about distance learning in Santa Clara County and how this strategy will move forward. Dr. Dewan?
Good afternoon, everyone. So distance learning is up and running throughout Santa Clara County, and hundreds of problems have been solved already to get us to this place. Many more problems and challenges are still before us, and it's going to require a lot of coordination, the best thinking of all of us, and a significant shared investment. We are regularly updating information and data about the needs and opportunities throughout the county, as well as exploring a number of potential solutions. So as you heard, since March, schools have been asked to provide education through distance learning. I do want to clarify that in California, distance learning means instruction in which the student and the instructor are in different locations. So this could include interacting through the use of computers and communications technology, as well as delivering instruction and having a check-in time with the student's teacher. Distance learning could also include video or audio instruction. It could include instructional television, video, telecourses, and other instruction that relies on computers and communications technologies. And it could also include the use of print materials, incorporating assignments that are the subject of written or oral feedback, such as independent study, reading lists, and assigned projects. Almost immediately, once distance learning was launched throughout the county, expectations from the community emerged with regard to online learning and equating distance learning as solely learning online. And every district in California is in a different place with regard to their ability to implement online learning, and largely because a number of the barriers associated with online learning are outside the control of an individual school or school district. Including in our emergency planning and anticipation of remote learning becoming a possibility, technology leaders throughout the county assess student technology needs as compared to our current resources. And a result of those initial assessments, all school districts and schools found that they needed to acquire more computing devices for students to use at home. Even among schools who may have had a 1-to-1 computer ratio, not all devices were suitable for transition to home. And almost all schools had laptop computers, Chromebooks, or other devices and cards for student use, but those computer cards were shared among classrooms and then obviously spread across many students. So more concerning than needing to quickly purchase the computing devices was the need to quickly assess the internet connectivity devices for students that did not have access to reliable broadband service in their homes. And so technology leaders began to review the various hotspot providers and rate plans, data caps, et cetera, and how to manage all this internet traffic through school district filtering solutions. So schools are reporting that some of the biggest challenges they are facing with distance learning is getting and keeping students connected through traditional Wi-Fi connections or through hotspots. Some districts have also reported that they've purchased mobile phones and data plans as an immediate stopgap measure. And dedicated hotspots have been deployed, but with mixed results. Anecdotal data suggests students using hotspots for online video sessions with teachers. Those lessons require large amounts of data, and often students are kicked off the lessons, or that the hotspot data plan quickly meets the threshold. In addition to these dedicated hotspots, schools have utilized strategies provided by the internet service providers, telco, and others. So we do estimate currently there's still a need for more hotspots and devices. If that's the solution that we're going to be implementing, we need approximately 15,000 hotspots to meet the urgent needs within the county. And we need approximately 12,000 devices. It's important to know when we talk about devices that not all devices that might be available are actually suitable for online learning, and the appropriate device might vary depending on the age and grade of the student. So schools are being creative in supporting distance learning while honoring the shelter-in-place and social distancing ordinances. We do want to express our gratitude and support and partnership of the ISPs who've created a number of opportunities. And yet we know that some of these opportunities are not available to all families. And schools, in some cases, are trying to cover the fees of the monthly internet access for certain students. And when we estimate what the cost would be if schools would provide the support to low-income students countywide for the next 6 months, it would run in the $2.5 to $4 million range. The lack of connectivity due to infrastructure barriers exists in some areas throughout the county, and that does present an additional challenge. And internet connectivity is strained in some households where multiple family members are all accessing the internet at the same time. And also, families do need some technical assistance to get connected and stay connected. And just a mention about also ensuring that devices that are provisioned to families do need to be imaged and addressed for security and privacy, particularly if they're going to be connected to a local school district or local school's internet. So distance learning is a learning opportunity for all of us as we examine ways to move from triaging the problem to really supporting long-term positive outcomes for student learning that would allow us to deliver instruction, counseling services, telehealth, and other education-related support services. How we might imagine or reimagine internet accessibility to ensure all get connected, stay connected, and that the internet is robust enough to support online learning. Our call to action around digital learning is that we come together to remove barriers for students to quickly and successfully access and interact with high caliber learning opportunities available to them via online learning. Schools have done a great deal to get online learning launched, but to sustain these efforts, we can't rely on school by school or district by district solutions. We have to address them together in partnership, addressing issues of infrastructure. So our plan for action will be data-driven. It will be supported by a common understanding across the county schools. And the city will be an important partner in sharing of best practices such as playbooks and training sessions.
Thank you. And now I'd like to advance to the next slide and invite Sunny McPeak to walk through a little bit of what the CETF will in support of the strategy.
Thank you. Thank you, Kip and Mayor Liccardo and council members. It's great to join you. Actually, I don't know if you can see me. I can see you. So do we have a connection, Kip, or not?
I know we can see what you're sharing, the screen.
Okay, that's good. That's good.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That's
Right.
all you should see. That's great. Although I have on teal, I think I'd be better if you don't see me. So I do want to congratulate the city for this the conversation regarding responding to COVID-19 that I've listened to for a number of hours now. Again, San Jose is ahead of the curve with your emergency response. So the digital inclusion strategy that the council has approved envisions, as you awarded, grantees, community-based organizations who are helping in support of the entire community, but really at this point emphasizing what educators are doing, as Dr. Dewan has explained, to support with digital access, sharing best practices, getting to connectivity, and training people on digital literacy skills. That's what the council approved for each of our grantees to be doing. 23 grantees are responsible for supporting 4,000 families in this next year to get online with digital proficiency. We've looked at, in this strategy, benefits versus risks and trying to balance those such that we have the needs-based analysis working closely with the Santa Clara County Office of Education and districts as they request it to do that analysis of student needs, devices, the gaps for those student needs, which Marianne has just really boiled down to the total of 15,000 hotspots needed, i.e. connectivity, and devices that are in the order of 12,000 countywide. And we have a phased approach to supporting students we have to go not only through this spring, but also the summer before the next school year begins. And hopefully we'll be back into schools actually being open. We want to minimize duplication of efforts. I will also say, I think we want to complement efforts, and much that was reported on by the city manager, Kip, the EOC's activities actually can be also avenues for supporting the whole digital learning and distance learning process. So providing information out to residents where they might be getting food, they might be calling 211, 311, working with the county, with CalFresh, we can really dovetail even more than we're doing now. The next slide should bring up out of the 23 grantees who have all received their grant agreements right after you acted to approve their grants. They are being trained in order to do outreach and support families. They also had to readjust in this new era of sheltering in place to modify their strategies, but they are really rising to the occasion, and that's what we expected given how enthusiastic they all were about the San Jose Digital Inclusion Fund and their partnership with the city. Out of the 23, there are 5 grantees that applied and were funded who are providing support to students or support to educational institutions. So ACE Charter Schools took responsibility for getting 200 households connected online, becoming digitally proficient. Alum Rock Union School District took responsibility in this first round of grants for 500 households. That's a larger district. They applied for more. We are working with them on a phase-in approach over time, but 500 households this year. Cristo Rey High School at 100 households, Rocket Ship Public Schools at 100 households, and the San Jose Library Foundation at 600 households, for a total of 1,500 households that were immediately funded by you to support education activities and are poised in this distance learning environment to support what the school districts are already doing. And then the other grantees are responsible for 2,500 households to get online. This is 400 households in this first year out of the 50,000 household goal for San Jose. In terms of the number of those 50,000 households who we expect by all of the demographic data to have children in school, it's probably on the order of 17,000 to 18,000 households in San Jose that are a part of your overall target of 50,000 households. Clearly, the work that Dr. Dewan, the Santa Clara County Office of Education, and actually all 31 districts are doing, the 19 districts in San Jose, are actually accelerating what we hope would happen when we began the Digital Inclusion Partnership. The coming together and this dovetailing of this unfortunate pandemic with the positioning that San Jose has done with the Digital Inclusion Partnership is actually putting, again, Santa Clara County and San Jose City ahead of everybody else in not only California, but I think in the country. And just to give you an example, Dr. Dewan is writing to all students in Santa Clara County to inform them about available interim free offers and affordable offers for getting online at home. The offers vary from provider to provider. I want to associate myself with the comments that Marianne made. Our local representatives for the internet service providers are marvelous partners. They know that there are differences among their offers and that their own headquarters need to take into account the experience on the ground that we are sharing with them. So we need to work with the ISPs to improve those offers and the management of those offers at their call centers. But having said that, this is an opportunity that is going to get fully accelerated by all students in Santa Clara County receiving a letter from Dr. Tawan. It has in that letter the various offers from all of the internet service providers aligned by district, by school district, and contact information for the internet service providers who are ready to support families immediately. I think, Kip, that covers what I was tasked with sharing, and of course, I'm available to answer questions.
Good. We'll turn now to our city librarian, Jill Bourne, and go to the next slide to walk through a little bit of the city's role.
Hi, everyone. It's good to see you all. So as you know, the city already had a longstanding formal partnership with the 19 school districts that serve students from San Jose households. In the current structure, which was codified by council in February of this year, the School City Collaborative is led by an executive committee that includes the mayor, Superintendent Dewan, superintendents from 2 school districts. One is a high school district, which currently is Chris Funk from Eastside Union High School District, and a lower school district, which is currently Mary Kay Going from Moreland School District, and also the city librarian as a representative of the city manager's office. So while we're in the process of finalizing the work plan for the coming year prior to the current closure, we were just about to create a final work plan for the year, but we will continue to engage all 19 districts in that process. We've consistently identified digital literacy as a shared priority. So in this context, digital literacy includes the essential problem of ensuring that students have access to the tools that they need to become digitally literate and exercise their digital literacy, both in school and at home. So we already knew that that was the issue. Again, we've had to fast forward to this essential problem. So one goal that we already had was to ensure that the Digital Inclusion Fund projects were aligned with the school district's needs wherever appropriate, and that we can therefore track the need that is being met and work with the districts to understand any outstanding needs. The one offshoot of the School City Collaborative has been the School City Library Card, the School ID Library Card, which provides students with unlimited access to ebooks and thousands of high quality sources of digital content and learning. We have 10 districts that have entered into agreement with the city for the Student ID Library Card, and cards were issued to 57,285 students in San Jose. The partnerships between the city and the school districts through the library card have allowed us to work directly with principals in those districts on specific interventions, and we'll be able to build on those partnerships going forward. I also just wanted to note that in line with the the education and digital literacy strategy, the draft of the digital literacy quality standards was scheduled to be reviewed by the Neighborhood Services and Education Committee this month. So we will be bringing them to council in May. The standards were developed by a cross-sector ad hoc team that included Dr. Dewan, library and education commissioners, a representative from CETF, as well as city staff and many partners, including the Franklin McKinley Children's Initiative. The standards would be a tool that is utilized in the Digital Inclusion Fund projects, as well as any city-sponsored programs for digital literacy. And here you'll see just listed a few of the standard areas include technology and access, privacy and security, skill building and learning, curriculum and teaching practices, program leadership and management, and equity, diversity, and inclusion.
And as we go to the next slide, we have a call to action. The first is to share the digital inclusion connectivity promotional offers that are available to families and to CBOs and schools that can make use of them, to encourage any of the leaders, business leaders and partners you may know to support the education fund. and to join in a letter that we are signing from the city manager's office to encourage internet service providers to advocate for our low-income families to increase access. So at this point, Kirsten, if I could actually have you return to the slide which has the 7 points on it and the team members' names. I'll just say in closing, this is something that has come together in fairly short order, but is not a pivot so much as a refocus of a lot of good existing work. So we believe we're on a solid foundation with solid partners. Just to go into the weeds of the emergency response and how this connects, Dr. Dewan, in addition to all of her day jobs, is the county's lead in their EOC for all of the school districts. So we already have a liaison function with her, which you've heard reference to in the past around the feeding, where she is one of our big feeding partners. And now we are formalizing that liaison function around digital inclusion. The advantage of that is we can take advantage of the existing EOC structures to elevate any requests for assistance, whether that's around connectivity, devices, or anything else, through that structure and respond either as a city or have the other cities respond as appropriately. But we stand ready to work with her and to work with this great team on all 7 of these points. And at that, I'll leave that screen here. We'll close and are happy to take any questions that the mayor or council may have.
Thank you. I know there are many members of the community that would like to speak on this item too, and I want to remind everybody it's now 5:41. So I think what I'd like to do is go to the members of the public who like to speak, and then we'll take a break and have, let me just ask and check in. I know Dr. Dewan and Sunny, I know you've got a lot of other demands on you. Are you able to hang around if we were to have a break for dinner and then come right back in a half hour?
I can come back in a half hour.
Okay. I want to be really sensitive because I know I have a feeling you've been waiting on this line for a while, so thank you.
Half an hour from
I
when, Mayor?
can as well. I may dial in versus, yes, I can
That's
get back.
That's perfectly acceptable if you want to dial in. And again, I'm very sorry for the trouble. We probably, if I had thought about this differently, we'd have figured out to put you on first. My apologies. I do want to say a big thank you to all the partners, Sunny McPeak and Charlene Tatis on your team. I know we couldn't do it without you and all the work your experience in this area before you even came here to San Jose. Really want to give huge thanks to Dr. Marianne Dewan for the heavy lifting you've done in transforming so many school sites in partnership with all those districts to food delivery centers. They've been really a lifeline for families. Jill, thanks to you and Ann and everybody's been working so hard. And of course, Kip and Dolan and Kirsten Olson, everybody in the city manager's team. And finally, Apurva Pasricha and Kailana Mueller-Shaw from our Mayor's Office of Technology and Innovation. We're all pushing hard together. And I really appreciate the partnership. I know we've got a lot more work to do though. So we'll go to members of the community who'd like to speak, starting with board member from Eastside Unified, Lorena Chavez. Welcome. Trustee?
Hello, can y'all hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Wonderful, thank you. Hi, I'm Lorena Chavez. I'm a trustee at Eastside Union High School District. Thank you, Mayor Liccardo and council members for the time to speak on this very important issue that has been elevated at another level with the current COVID-19 pandemic. Before I go into to this specific issue that I want to raise, I want to acknowledge all of the work that the city has done to support all of our residents. There's so much, there's a lot of needs, a lot of asks, a lot to juggle. So hats off to you all. Know that all of your work is seen, acknowledged, and appreciated. I've been on this call for most of the time, so I've been able to listen in. This is an interesting time. When I ran for school board, I ran mainly because I wanted to make sure that all of our students across lines of difference and income levels had access to the best education out there and as many opportunities to excel to be the best that they could be. Never did I imagine that we would be in any kind of situation where the struggle would be for our students in many cases to have access to basic learning, and yet here we are. So want to thank Council Member Arenas, Esparza, and Carrasco for putting forward this memo. The specific part of the issue that I like to elevate is connectivity, which we've heard a little bit about here in this presentation, internet connectivity, and advocating for a structural solution. I think Dr. Dewan alluded to that as well. As you all know, our schools are officially distance learning mode. And it's going to be really important for us to set up our future, our students across those lines of difference, across lines of access, to being able to access learning in different modes, right? And so I've had the opportunity to engage with board members across the 8 districts in East Side, board members throughout the city, the county, and there's a lot of energy around supporting our future, our students, families, and the community, specifically around connectivity, right? Eastside Union, in partnership with the city, launched a project 6 to 8 years ago, I want to say, known as the Community Wireless Project. So thank you, Mayor Liccardo, for initiating this project 6 to 8 years ago. And I mentioned this project because I believe that this can be the structural solution for the issue at hand. We need to think about this new reality and what it means for us. And so I think this is an opportunity to really rethink, to solve a problem of the lack of internet across our community structurally. We're entering another level of dependability on internet that's right in front of us. And so this is an opportunity for us to be proactive versus reactive. James Lick High School serves as an example of the community wireless project and the success that it yields. Like, there is some pretty amazing data that shows how many of our residents are benefiting from this in the community. So I urge City Council to move quickly on a project that started years ago, this community wireless project. Not only would we be serving the East.
Thank you, Trustee.
Can I name the specific asks?
I'm sorry, Trustee, I apologize, but I've been trying to be we're quite a bit over. If I could ask, if you wouldn't mind emailing to us, I think you have direct email to me and several of the colleagues. Be very happy to engage.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Trustee. And really, the thanks that you offered really need to be reflected most of all to, I think, one of your colleagues, Superintendent Chris Funk, who I know is also on the line. Thank you, Superintendent Funk, for your leadership in getting that wireless project off the ground. And we know it's up and running, James Lick, and we're hoping to get it up and running soon at Overfell. Welcome, Chris.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you so much, Mayor and council members. I do want to say thank you for the partnership and collaboration that we've had over the years implementing the Community Wireless Project. You do have an amazing team, as well as I do at Eastside with Randy Phelps. And I just want to focus on number 5 of the presentation of the points. And that's really, if you look at data, we clearly have the infrastructure in place that we can expand this across not only Eastside, but across the city. At least for these 3 schools, we have the financial piece to implement. And then if you look at the data, and over 6,000 community members in the James Lick community, including Allen Rock, accessing the wireless, this is something that I believe can be the model across not only California, but across the nation. And there's no question that getting devices in the hands of our community is important. And I think our school districts have a better opportunity to do that. And then training, particularly our parents who are not digital natives, is also a critical piece, which all falls under the SJ Digital Inclusion Plan and Fund. And I think that's a great plan. But it's really about the infrastructure, because there is no question that the new norm for public education is we're going to have a hybrid approach. We're not going to be able to allow a school like Independence to have 3,000 students back at school immediately in the fall. The scientist tells us the second bell curve is coming, which more than likely will be closing schools Thanksgiving through Christmas to the new year. So we've got to have distance learning become the norm. And we need to have the infrastructure in place to do that. So I urge you to do Overfell and YB together and let's get the funding for the rest of the school districts, or the school neighborhoods in East Side. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Emmy Flores, welcome. Welcome, Ms. Flores. I think you're still on mute. Your devices, that is.
There we go. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Well,
Welcome.
thank you. Thank you for your time. Good afternoon, City Council. I am the superintendent of the Evergreen School District, and I'm simply calling in as I saw this item on the agenda. I'm calling in to urge you to take action necessary to address the infrastructure to really expand Wi-Fi connectivity for all communities in San Jose. And as we all know, with COVID-19, all school districts across our city, our state, and our nation must now educate students through distance learning for the remainder of the year, and who knows, maybe beyond that. For us in Evergreen, one of our greatest challenges, as is the case for districts across our city, is ensuring access for all students. And that is a challenge to say the least. We rush to purchase our devices for all students, and yet internet connectivity continues to remain a problem for approximately 16% of our students. We have looked at multiple ways to provide access, including the use of hotspots and old cell phones with data plans. But even with our best efforts, our purchase orders remain unfilled due to the great demands that internet providers face. And no matter how wonderful the lessons are that our teachers are putting together, the fact is that if a child does not have access, they can't learn, and the learning gap for our most needy students continues to grow. So I'm asking that today you take the necessary action to expand access, to focus on the infrastructure needed, to expand access to already planned Wi-Fi deployment areas, and to include additional sites for district-wide coverage. Superintendents across San Jose have been working very closely with Dr. Dewan. We have firsthand knowledge of the community needs. We know our kids and the kids who are still needing that access. Please work with us in expediting finding solutions that will ultimately benefit our community as a whole. And lastly, we live in Silicon Valley, which is known to be the most innovative area in the world. Yet we still lack the infrastructure that our kids need to be successful. And it's my hope that our city will be very proactive in this area. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Superintendent. Jorge Pacheco, welcome.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
We can. Thanks.
Great. Hi, I'm Jorge Pacheco Jr. I'm a trustee for the Oak Grove School District, and also a teacher, a fourth grade teacher in the Mountain View Westman School District. So I just want to start off by saying thank you to the city and to all of our public partners and private partners that are helping in addressing this digital divide that we know runs across racial and class-based lines. The need to do this cannot be understated. And I'm speaking both as a trustee and as a teacher that even just today, as I was trying to teach math in real time, it was really heartbreaking to find out that a lot of the things that I taught for months was already starting to disappear with my own students. That literally just happened today. And so the educational gap that's happening because of the lack of access that our kids are experiencing, especially our Black and brown kids and our socioeconomic disadvantaged kids. This is why I really urge that we seek long-term infrastructural solutions. Hotspots are great for now, but obviously we need to start looking into much more longer-term infrastructural outcomes. And so I hope that we can urge greater partnership with not just our school districts and our cities, which I'm really ecstatic to see that that's happening, but also with our county. And so I know those conversations are happening. I know that me and other trustees are taking the lead in helping to address this a digital divide and help people see that that universal broadband is really a human right. And as long as people see that, then I believe that we can make this happen. We can be a leader, and not just the state, but also for county. And so we can't do this alone. Thank you for your collaboration on this, and we're here to support in any way that we can. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Trustee. There's a person with a phone number that ends in the numbers 7838. You
Yes.
can-
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hi, my name is Christina Aerosmith. I am a trustee at Campbell Union High School District, and I'm also a third grade teacher in San Jose Unified. I want to just echo the thanks in all of the work that is happening as I kind of get more into talking with more people, finding out more and more that there are a lot of people who care a lot and are doing everything they can. I want to thank council members Carrasco, Arenas, and Esparza for putting the memo together. I just really want to, again, advocate for long-term structural change. You know, this is not a problem that came up because of COVID. This is a problem that has been highlighted because of COVID that existed before and will outlast this pandemic. And so while hotspots are good right now to address the crisis right in front of us, you know, just like today, I was trying to teach some math to my student who does not have high enough connectivity at home. The video wouldn't work. It was impossible to teach that student. That's going to stay the same even when that student returns to the classroom when that happens. And as we are seeing, this is dramatically shifting what education is going to look like as we move forward. And even when we're not doing distance learning, our students still need internet, our families still need internet. And so as we're looking at, and we're paying for all of these options right now, I just really urge that we need to have a, you know, countywide systems analysis. While the solutions can be different for different needs in neighborhoods, I just really am urging you as the city to take the role of being point people to pull all of these different working groups that are kind of working in different silos together so that we can have that broad focus on solving this problem, not just in one neighborhood or another neighborhood or for the next 6 months, as Dr. Juan talked about being able to pay, that will become cost prohibitive. And so, yeah, again, just really focusing on that long-term infrastructure solution that all of our people, all of our residents deserve here in San Jose. Thank you.
Thank you, Christy. Blair Beekman.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Blair. Welcome.
Thank you. I got headphones on, so hopefully my voice will be quieter. Thank you. As a local government, it seems you're trying to make clear your caution and worry of federal mandates at this time for 5G and Wi-Fi. But in what way can people in government alike at the local level act on better oversight ideas with current federal government Wi-Fi and 5G plans at this time, and with the future of state and federal government social and economic planning ideas as well? With this item, I hope it can be very much noted that while we are respecting you want to bridge the digital divide with laptops, computer learning, and more Wi-Fi and 5G for the young and less fortunate, and in what may be the more isolated future we all may be headed towards in the next 18 months, there are simply health risks with Wi-Fi and 5G and a long tradition of government experimenting on everyday people that needs to be noted at this time. Meanwhile, accountability and good oversight practices is about the ideas of more open democratic practices based on the ideas of peace and how to end continual war and its shock doctrine practices. This positive long-term sustainability simply has to have a seat at the table in a talk of how to help bridge the digital divide in the following months, and that can work to help define beginning concepts of what can be good equity policy as well. Vaccines will reportedly be available in the next 18 months, and by the summer of 2021, we should be understanding ourselves and what our futures will be like, and hopefully this pandemic will be tamed and we can return to something of our former lives. Although I understand things can be different. Minimalist use practices can be a proactive purpose as well, and I hope we can remember that, as it was also said that we were doing good accountability and your digital inclusion practices before COVID. Let's learn to work with those traditions still. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Beekman. Jeffrey Buchanan.
Mayor and Council, good afternoon. You know, at Working Partnerships, we help to run the Santa Clara County COVID assistance navigation hotline. And the top three things we hear are, you how do I replace my income to pay my rent? Where can I go to get food? And how do I get my kid hooked up onto reliable internet service? This is an issue that has really just been amplified, whether it's kids getting access to their lessons, telemedicine, so many healthcare providers converting to telemedicine, or even accessing state benefits. The internet's essential. And really just encourage the council, appreciate all the work that's gone in so far on this topic, but really just want to encourage the council to be thinking long-term and to be thinking boldly. You've heard a number of speakers talk about the challenges with hotspots. How can we as a city look to build on the successes of that pilot project on the east side and think about what do we need to do as a city in partnership with the county, with the Office of Education and private sector players to move things forward? What can we do on things like accelerating permitting for the construction of this kind of hardware? Could we look at over-the-counter permits and trying to take an approach like we've taken with accessory dwelling units for the hardware of building out these networks for our school districts? Additionally, what can we be doing around financing? Appreciate that that's one of the focal points, but really trying to figure out what federal funding is available, what can we do through FEMA, what's really possible in using city resources, working with the county, working with the Office of Education to figure these things out. Lastly, would just encourage you, you've heard from a number of trustees here who are both serve as trustees and are teaching and experiencing this firsthand, this experience. So I think really trying to figure out how the city and all these other players use folks like Trustee Chavez, Trustee Pacheco, all the folks you've heard from today as resources. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Karina Herrera Loera.
Okay. Hello, good evening. I want to just reiterate what many have said and thank the leadership here in San Jose, especially you all, for taking the time to listen to the needs of our communities and act on them. As a trustee of the Alum Rock Union Elementary School District and mother of a 5th grader who's currently experiencing this distance learning firsthand, we are doing great. Luckily, as you all heard, our district was chosen to be one of the grantees to serve 500 of our households. And even then, we still currently have students who are not connected as we speak. And so as a trustee and trusted to continue to advocate for those I serve, I'm here, requesting, wanting to thank Carrasco, Arenas, and Esparza for drafting that memo. And really, pushing our community at this time, challenging times, but really to come together and how do we better serve as a community, collaborate. I know Chris Funk is also on this call. How do we work together with other districts and think of ways of serving our entire communities and maybe collaborating? So knowing that if, as you all know, our local schools are connected, that our families can then share some of these connections and work together in making sure that all of our students are connected 100%. Wanted to also highlight the fact that, this is an exciting time. It's really highlighting the inequities in our community and pushing us as leaders as to how we can work more creatively to better serve our families. So I look forward to you all supporting that memo and these ways of connecting all of our students that we all serve in our city. Thank you.
Thank you, trustee. The caller who has the phone number ending in 7863. 7863, you're now unmuted, so you should be able to speak now.
Hello.
Hi.
Good afternoon, Council. This is Paul Soto. In 1947, there was a case here in the state of California. It was entitled Menendez versus Westminster. Okay, and there was a Mexican girl that was segregated. She wasn't allowed to go to an all-white school. So there was a segregation amongst the educational system here in California. Winning that case is what set the precedent for Brown versus Board of Education. but that is what set the precedent. And it showed that Mexicans, and we're still fighting that now. This is 73 years later, and we're sitting here having this conversation. That is embarrassing. That should be embarrassing for this city, because it is an objective fact that Mexicans have been used for labor, that the institutionalized racism here in this city has created this mess that we're dealing with now. The only thing that COVID did is it highlights it. That's it. But I don't need to be reminded of my history. I know my history. I'm fifth generation San Jose. I'm a Californian. So I know what I'm talking about. The problem is, though, is that there's members of the council that think that these are like debatable issues, or that if you just kind of like disagree with me, then that puts your opinion on par with mine. You can't put your opinion on par with my history. That's impossible. That is impossible. And so what I'm saying is that this right here highlights how the redlining policies concentrated wealth amongst certain groups here in San Jose. And what that did is they fortified their schools with the property taxes from that property. But that's ill-gotten gain because it was acquired through discriminatory practices. So it's the entire system is foul, and nobody's confronting it. Nobody's like looking at it for what it is. Those kids right now, the emotional issues that they're going to be experiencing with the evictions that are going to be happening in the next 60 days, they're going to feed off of those fears. They're going to have emotional and mental problems. And like I said, by the time that a kid is in the 3rd grade, if they start having problems inside schools, by the time they're in the 3rd grade, they're able to determine by those numbers how many beds they're going to have to make within the prison.
Thank you, Mr. Soto. The caller with the number that ends in 1367, again, 1367, welcome.
Yes, this is Lillian. That's my number. And I'm in Dev Davis's district, District 6. I used to be a sub-teacher before COVID-19, and I can honestly tell you in many classrooms, there were always technological issues. I remember asking many of the young kids, can you show me how to do it on your computer, on your laptop, middle schoolers? I mean, there's always these issues, and some of the kids could help me, and I could help them. And, you know, it's an interchange. If you're left alone in a home with just your parents, and your parents are having issues with technology, it's going to frustrate a child also. So I hope that you have people out there that are going to be able to help the parents who often now are staying home and being the teachers for their children. And by the way, kudos to the teachers out there. I never thought I'd miss a classroom, but honestly, sometimes I just want to cry because I do. And I hope they reopen the classes again in the fall. I hope this is not a long-term issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Camille Yanis Fontanilla. Camille, you seem to be on mute right now. Yeah.
Sorry.
No
Good
problem.
evening, everyone. Hi, Mayor Liccardo and Council. I just wanted to call and express Almost Mayfair support for collaboration with the Eastside Union School District, as well as their feeder schools, cooperation with the Santa Clara County Office of Education. In the first week of the COVID response, we called 300 families on the East Side and found that connectivity was part of their top 3 needs. I do want to echo that this has been a systemic problem, and it is historical, and that this situation of the pandemic is only exacerbating the situation. But in talking with parents and teachers, we know that there's a growing divide. We know that the current hotspots and the tablets that our kids have been provided with on the East Side have issues in terms of how much bandwidth we are actually getting. And so, you know, kids are having trouble accessing the apps that their teachers are asking them to do with homes with multiple users. The hotspots don't have enough broadband. And so we do need increased connectivity, and we want to be supportive in any way we can as a partner, but we really want to uplift the voices of parents, kids, and teachers right now. And so we want to support these efforts and the memos that have gone in to do this collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you. And Catherine Hedges. Catherine, you should unmute your device. There you go.
Hi. I kind of caught this discussion midway. Thank you,
Mayor Ricardo and the council. And yeah, I've been hearing about this issue that so many people in our city just can't benefit from all the distance learning and stuff. And it just seems so, I don't know if ironic is the right word, that we're in the capital of the tech industry, and yet half our city doesn't have access to things like broadband and Zoom that I'm using right now on a 9-year-old iMac. And I hope we can do something to remedy this so that students can take full advantage of their education and the public can take advantage of all the public access. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, that concludes public comment. We're going to take a break now. It's 6:10. We'll return at 6:40 when everyone's had a chance to run and get some food, and we'll resume. Again, I want to thank everyone for hanging in there through this meeting. I know we've got still several substantial items to tackle. Just to focus staff's attention on at least where I think some of us are going to go. We know that this is fundamentally a resources issue. We need to get money to be able to build out this infrastructure. And I'm asking a lot of companies for help here, but those are a lot of the same companies that we already asked for help for San Jose or for Silicon Valley Strong to help families pay for food and rent. So we know this is going to be the big challenge. So I'd be really interested in having a focused conversation about the resources and how we can move forward. With that, we'll recess and look forward to returning. I think folks are still getting back on. So I'm going to give it a minute more for us to get everybody loaded up. Okay, welcome back, everyone. We'll resume the meeting. And we were last on item 3.3 relating to the update on digital access and inclusion for schools. Just want to also thank Ben Chida and the governor's office for their initiative that they just launched in the last 48 hours. I think many of you saw the governor made an announcement about their commitment to digital inclusion as well. And so we are in communication with their office, and we hope that there may be resources that could be heading our way with some substantial partnership there, and we'll continue those conversations as my team is engaged as recently in the last hour. So we'll keep pushing. Councilmember Arenas.
So sorry, thank you. I'm using a different device today, so I'm trying to get used to it. Thank you so much, Mayor. You know, I just want to start out by saying thank you to Kip and the rest of the staff that responded to this memo. Was very swift. I really appreciate it. I know despite being extremely busy, I think it was very thoughtful. And I think this, you know, this is a moment in time that really converges all of us to this very long-term issue that we've had in this valley. It's nothing new. You know, we recognize kind of the historical path and some of the issues that we've worked through, and we can work through them. We've seen it done. I think James Slick is an example of when the resources that the city has and the resources of our stakeholders are leveraged. This is a perfect example of what we can do. So we really do have an opportunity to leverage all of these resources, these partnerships, all of our stakeholders, and our infrastructure. So for me, this is, and I heard some of the speakers, and some of what I heard them say was that connectivity was really important. So even though they might have gotten devices, the device and the connectivity or the broadband, the bandwidth for some of those hotspots was just not good enough. It's not good enough for our kids. And I've got to tell you, like, I as a mom my son Andres just started this week distance learning, and we both, you know, we have a Chromebook for him, and we have internet access, but I still am not a teacher. And my hats off to the teachers. I'm just absolutely very supportive of them, and we need them connected to our students. And this is one thing that that I think some of our speakers mentioned, is this immediate support from our teachers to our students. Now, I know that this distance learning is not only digital, but when you need that immediate response from your teacher and your parents, like me, you know, I don't have Common Core math skills. We were working on improper fractions, and I know the way that I solve those, but this is completely different for our students and for our children. And so we need the teachers to really connect with them. And because I you know, we're going to see this COVID-19 slump that was already mentioned by some of our speakers. And so personally, I know that despite having devices and despite having connectivity, distance learning is really based on a relationship with your teacher, relationship with your students, with the students, seeing the same questions, some of the questions that you have being asked by other students, having a discussion about items. This is what really makes learning possible. There's a lot of project-based curriculum now in our schools. And if we don't have connectivity for all of our students, you know, I heard from, I think, what is it, Trustee Pacheco said, children already had forgotten what they had learned in the area of math already, right? And it's not even summer. So going back to connectivity, which is, I think is what I heard was really important. Some of the hotspots aren't working, and infrastructure. And I see the city of San Jose absolutely responsible for this, because it is a core service. Infrastructure is a core service for the city of San Jose. And so I know that none of this can happen if we don't provide some of that infrastructure, if we don't prioritize some of that work, maybe through public works. And so as we move through reviewing some of these, the administration's memo, I can appreciate, you know, a lot of the proposal that was and thought that was given by KIP and other stakeholders, and the 7 criteria that they're going to try to achieve to refocus this digital inclusion strategy. And so I think most of it, when I compared it to our memo and the Vice Mayor's memo, I think they answered a lot of what we were asking for, although I think there's some questions that weren't. And so one of the things that I would like to still have answered is what would be needed to invest in immediate solutions as part of our emergency COVID that address the lack of internet access in targeted communities. And I think our Vice Mayor expanded on that, and I really appreciate that. I think we also, I hear it loud and clear, Mayor, you know, we've exhausted maybe some of our donors, our high-tech donors. For food distribution, unfortunately, we should have held off maybe and waited for this, but we needed to get food and resources and cash in the hands of our families, so absolutely understand. And so I think that in answer to the question, we kind of didn't. I do appreciate, and when 1B, that you're including some of the feeder schools as resources as part of a solution. I know that I've heard from from other examples just online that in Texas, they're using some buses to provide Wi-Fi or even Wi-Fi extenders to strengthen that connectivity. And so some of these, I think some of these ideas are definitely some of the items that Vice Mayor, you're asking for in your memo, and I really appreciate, because this is what out of the box kind of thinking. I think right now, this is a puzzle piece that really fits well. We're not asking to steer away from what this group was originally doing, which is basically connecting folks digitally. We're just asking to put the gas on that pedal a little bit, and only because of COVID-19, we're going to find that our boys are going to suffer, and definitely our children of color and boys, especially in the areas of math we've seen the studies. So that's one of my concerns, and this is what drives me. I'd like to see in your group, I think it's a city school collaborative. I appreciate that there's some wonderful folks there who are contributing already. I think we need to have a myriad of folks who are dealing with some of these issues firsthand, and some of the electeds that have brought these issues firsthand. I'd like to see those folks integrated into that collaborative. Is that something that we are still working on in terms of recruitment?
Hi, Councilmember. Actually, and you may recall that we've been restructuring the collaborative, and it does include representatives from the council. And actually, council members are always welcome, and I think they have participated in the past. And it does include membership from every district. And it does, we restructured it this time to invite board members from school boards, as well as other school affiliates. So we were literally, working with the executive committee, and Dr. Dewan was there to do the invitation to the next meeting when the outbreak happened, and kind of shut down that progress. But I think that we can pick that up, and like we said, basically recognize that we always knew that this was an important thing to address. I mean, it's been said over and over, it was always an issue, and now it's possibly the most important issue that we could address, and really focus all our efforts on that.
No, I agree with you, Jill. Thank you. No, I was familiar with the restructure of the school city collaborative. I just wasn't sure if this was just going to be a subset, focus on digital inclusion. But thank you for clearing that up. I'm glad that it's the new restructured framework. So my next item that I wanted to cover is one of the items that I think about when we already have some of these grantees refocusing their strategies to increase connectivity with families. Of course, their approach is different now. And so I think the contracts have reflected that. One of the items that I think I saw change, and that was to have the library foundation, that money focus more on distance learning, and I'm worried that will pull away from what the original focus is, and the original focus is just connection. And so while I agree that there's going to be a real need to address this COVID learning slump, I don't know that we should get ahead of ourselves. I know that the library is always in a very good place to increase access to our families, but that relies on families going into a facility and having that. And so while that is not happening, I don't know that refocusing any of those funds on distance learning would be something that I would support. How did that decision get made?
Yeah, well, actually, what the program that was proposed was really around addressing this essential issue, which is that, as you mentioned, you can access a wealth of information and resources that the public library provides if you go into a library, but you can also access it currently if you have a device, either at school or at home. And we've been building that access and working with the school districts over the past couple of years, so that every child, our goal is that every child would have an access, would have an active library card, so they can access all of the online learning opportunities. And also teachers can access them and use them in the educational environment.
Right.
But we knew that that doesn't happen if there is limited access in a home or limited connectivity. So the original program was really around addressing the digital inclusion divide. Again, like you said, not just for students or families, but certainly for our residents in general. So our thought was potentially to just work with the school districts, or with the County Office of Ed, to understand what is that, what does the puzzle look like of resources and the access need. And if that resource could be part of the solution,
Mhm.
and we could offer it. Certainly, a lot of times, as you know, the students who don't have access are also parents who need access to, to better their own education, to get a degree, to get a new job.
To
And we
understand Common Core math.
so yeah, I'm in the same boat. So I think that, our thought was that it could be part of the bigger solution, while still not abandoning the fact that we are also looking at adult access to and connectivity and digital literacy with the project.
Okay. Well, I would, that is my concern, and I completely understand that. But as we are refocusing strategies, and I saw that a really nice list of refocusing strategies, some of which I think have directly answered some of our requests, although not specifically, but I think for the most part, all of these strategies have answered for me, and I'll hear from my colleagues to see what their take is on this. But I think the only thing that was missing for me is how can we bring in how can we use a model that we use with James Slick, which I think worked, right? Because that's the only one that's established. How can we bring that model or a similar model so that we can have additional schools participate in this? I know I appreciate that Yerba Buena and Overfelt will be the next in line. Of course, selfishly, I'm very concerned about Overfelt. And I appreciate that, and thank you for the update on that. But I would really like to see, I think this is something that's in Vice Mayor's memo. Let's look at where connectivity is missing, right? Let's look at a map and see where the data tells us that it's needed. And let's see if we can add to this strategy, because at this point, I think it was only feeder schools for the Eastside Union High School District, and not everyone, or not other areas. And I think we've heard from a number of trustees, and some of the issues remain the same. I know for Evergreen School District, we have a number of Title I schools, and schools that are in the 95122 zip code that has a lot of multiple risk factors, and that a lot of service providers try to support. And what everything comes down to is connectivity and infrastructure. So is there an opportunity for us to bring to really prioritize the infrastructure work through public works? And I think even Jeffrey Buchanan in one of his comments said, why couldn't we accelerate permits? And I don't know if that's something that's possible. Are either of those two things possible?
Councilmember Kip Harkness here. Let me make sure I'm answering the right question. Which two things?
So what I said was, infrastructure is a core responsibility of the city of San Jose. And so without us, none of these schools can move really rather quickly, right? They're making it up. They're making hotspots. They're, buying cell phones with data plans, what have you. But if we replicate what we did with James Lick, obviously we saw the success.
Yeah.
Can we continue to do that? What would it take for us to really prioritize that infrastructure?
We count on both our private sector partners and the school partners to fund the cost of that infrastructure. That is not something that we provide, that we have
Right.
play a facilitation role. We can come back with a complete analysis. The school district, in the case of Eastside and the leadership of Chris Funk and Randy Phelps, has made a considerable investment through their technology bonds, which they passed, as you know, with some foresight a number of years ago. And so it's in the cost, it's in the millions of dollars to build out these systems, and then in the hundreds of thousands of dollars to operate them on a sustainable way. But we can come back with a broader estimate of what it would take to do these kinds of systems at scale. It is quite possible to build them out, but they require both significant investment in infrastructure costs and then the time to plan and build out. So, and then the second, in terms of accelerating, the
Before you move on to accelerating, Kip, correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought I read in one of the memos or one of the attachments that it cost $400,000 on behalf of the city of San Jose for those infrastructure costs, and the rest of the resources, or the hefty part of the money, came from the schools and other sources.
Yeah, the primary funder of that was the Eastside Union High School District through their
Right.
technology bond. So, and we've been the implementer of that and building out of that infrastructure essentially on their behalf, and also getting the use of it for the community, because it was always envisioned as a joint community school Wi-Fi. So there's a lot to be said for that, and we can come back with a more comprehensive understanding of what this kind of solution would cost, either specifically in the areas where the digital inclusion is an issue, and a rough estimate at an overall larger level. We've done some back of the envelope work on that already. But again, the model that we use would at this point require each individual school district to contribute the vast majority of the dollars to build out that infrastructure. And then we would facilitate and run that through our public works department to expedite and the design and the systems.
Yes, and I think there's quite a number of schools that receive bonds that may just fall in line with what they need to do next to make sure that the infrastructure costs get covered. So I really like for us to explore that. Maybe Dr. Duan can or each respective school district can tell us if they have access to some of those bonds. I know that Evergreen School District does. So you were going to also go on to the next part of my question, which is
acceleration. Yes. Yeah. So the next build out of the community school Wi-Fi project is in Overfelt, and that's on track to be done by Independence Day. And the follow-on will be Yerba Buena, which is a bit farther down the road. So the current plan schedule has us a year out, and so not affecting next school year, but the year after that. It is possible in discussions, detailed discussions over the last couple of days with the project managers on this. There are a number of ways to accelerate this. One of the biggest restrictions at this point on accelerating, however, is that we're using CDBG funds, which have some contractual obligation on how we bid them out. And the other big holdback is the team that is doing that project is exactly the same team that is doing Overfelt. So at this point, we plan to do them one after the other, not in parallel. So, again, as you change and you scale up, there are always ways of accelerating or doing things differently. But within the existing resources, I think the best that we could do is knock off a couple of months on that schedule. But that doesn't mean we can't come back with alternative delivery methods and see what's possible. But under the existing schedule and the existing approach, we'd only be able to knock off a few months, even accelerating at this point.
And could we leverage the CARES Act money?
Yeah, that's one of the key items we want to look at and understand is how much CARES Act money is out there for this. What are the state resources that are coming to bear? And again, sort of in line with Dr. Dewan's research on strategy, how can we target that at the areas which have the connectivity gaps structurally, right? What we don't want to do and what we don't really have the ability to do well is sort of put a finger in the dike here or there randomly. We want to understand across ideally all 31 school districts where are the biggest issues. In our traditional way of doing things is to really stack rank and prioritize those based on need and vulnerability, and then see what solutions are appropriate to each, both in, I'm thinking of things now in terms of now, next, and later. Now is the next 2 weeks, right? Next is the next 12 weeks, and later is after the next 12 weeks. And so part of what we want to do in our now, next, and later approach is understand what, if anything, we can do in the immediate to deal with these needs. And these are things like folks have talked about the school bus Wi-Fi. There's parking lot Wi-Fi is actually a better piece because you can connect directly into a higher speed backhaul than you can with a school bus or something like that. And then there are other stand-ups of cellular technologies that are possible. So those are kind of things you could do now if there was an immediate need. Next is what might we do as we take a little more time to assess and put it in place. And then later is really where the large scale infrastructure build out would need to be. Because even in an accelerated time frame, building out the necessary infrastructure is both costly, needs to be well designed, and takes time to do right. So what we'd want to do in collaboration with the school districts and under Dr. Dewan's leadership is chunk out the work into the immediate highest crisis areas that we need to address now. What can we deal with over the next 12 weeks? Probably also utilizing CARES and FEMA reimbursable. And then what are some of the longer term things which are going to require significant realignment of school district resources, including the bond funds that you alluded to? That might be a little bit more than you wanted to hear in response, but that's sort of conceptually how we're thinking about it now.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think if it's a matter of our bandwidth or our staff's bandwidth, I don't know if there is an opportunity for us to contract with a vendor to do some of the, maybe some of these items that will take us a little bit longer. And I don't know what those are. You're going to be able to tell me, but I just think that we need to explore these possibilities. We need to make sure that we are as able and willing and ready to pony up our end of this solution, because I see that there's a solution. We are part of that solution, and the infrastructure is part of that solution. And so like I said at the beginning, I think we're at a point where everything is converging just very nicely for all of us in terms of prompting and accelerating this need that our community has had, and the stakeholders, and maybe our CARES Act money that could be leveraged and utilized in different ways. And so I'll wait to hear from my other council colleagues in terms of what their concerns are. But for me, it's, this long-term structural change with some immediate solutions like you've just suggested, Kip, either in the parking lot or a bus. It doesn't really matter. I just think that we need to get to those kind of intermediate solutions. And so I'd like to move my memo along with Vice Mayor's memo.
Second.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Hey, Kip, just to follow up, what, if anything, is FEMA reimbursable? I know our best friends now have become our FEMA consultants. I know there's a lot of ambiguity here, and maybe it's all going to get resolved months from now, but do we have any confidence there's anything that's FEMA reimbursable here?
At this point, I really don't have a clear view on what would be FEMA reimbursable. So part of what we want to do is sit down again with the school districts, take a look at the categories of emergency response, bring in our consultants, Whit O'Brien, who have the expertise, consult with our city attorney, and make a determination. Hey, is this gonna meet the test? Is this gonna meet the need? At this point, this is such an emergent area. Nobody has ever really. You've used FEMA funds to re-set up telco networks, but expansions like this, it's really unclear territory. So part of our assessment is determining what, if anything, is FEMA eligible, what, if anything, is CARES eligible, what would be eligible on the city side versus the school district side. I don't mean to sound like I'm throwing a bunch of ping pong balls at you at once, but there's a lot of complexity on this, and the FEMA regulations are changing even as we speak. So at this point, I don't have a clear sense of A, B, and C is reimbursable. We're just hopeful that there might be some pieces that are.
Yeah, got it. And Rick, you look like you want to weigh in
If I
on
could
that?
jump in for a second. Just wanted to get a little clarity on the motion, since one memo had us coming back next week. I think that was the vice mayor's memo. And then the other memo had us coming back on the first week of May. I might want to ask Kip, obviously it would be good if we could bring those things together on one meeting. And I want to ask Kip, what do we need in terms of time to bring that back?
I believe we have, working from the sense of the meeting here, I think there's clear understanding that we both need to work rapidly and we need to think comprehensively. Given everything else that's going on and given the work that the school districts need to do, I would respectfully ask for the longer of the two durations to give us a chance not to sit on our hands, but to both begin and continue the strategy work that needs to be done, and to begin to answer some of these questions on funding, realizing that neither we nor the school district are going to stop our work to try to plug the gaps where we see them. And if there are emergency issues, we would respond to them without waiting for direction to do so.
Yeah, thanks, Kip. So I think with that, I think we'd be requesting to return on May 5th rather than next week. And we will have a lot on next week's agenda as it is, but hopefully that request can be factored into it.
Okay. Let me just check in with the maker of the motion, Councilor Arenas.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
And can I also add, I don't know if I apologize, Vice Mayor, for not remembering, but did you mention at all maybe any coordination with the county and maybe what they're going to be looking for reimbursement? Because I'm sure in the county pockets, they may be doing the same thing. I don't know. I don't know if they are, but if they're doing some of that research in terms of what we can get reimbursed, but because from what I understand, it's kind of open. We've never had this kind of emergency before. And so we have an opportunity to shape some of what we're asking to get reimbursed. So I think it would be great to have us also coordinate with the county.
I do have something in my memo about coordinating with the county, not specifically addressing reimbursement, but it would be covered in that overall direction.
Wonderful.
Mayor, I just wanted to essentially parrot what Kip said. This is a lot of new stuff here, new regulations, some we haven't seen. The one concern I still have is it may depend on the source of the funds. To the extent you use CARES money, the likelihood of FEMA reimbursing you federal money for federal money, that's going to be a problem.
Yeah.
But I think those are things we have to sort through.
Okay, appreciate that. And then, do we have any sense? I mean, obviously, their first tranche of funds went out for the 23 grantees from the telecommunication fees that Dolan and company successfully negotiated for. Do we have any sense how much money is sort of left in that account? And the reason why I ask that is, as I'm approaching companies to contribute, it would be nice if I could say, hey, the city will go halvesies with you if we can get this school district connected. We'll contribute $1 for every $1 of yours. I'm just wondering if we have any grasp of whether there are any dollars residing left in that account that haven't been allocated.
Let me follow up and get you the specifics. I don't want to make up the wrong number on the spot. And it's also, to be fair, part of the larger budget conversation to make sure that we've got the right accounting on everything. So I'll double back on that.
Yeah, happy to talk offline about that, Kip, particularly for fundraising. And I just wanted to at least put a little perspective on this, because prior to 5 years ago, I don't think anyone assumed that the city's job was going to be making sure that students would be connected to the internet. It's something we've jumped into clearly because a lot of smart folks who've been working on this for a long time identified both a need and an opportunity. That opportunity, of course, comes at considerable financial cost, and we're going to have some really, really, really hard decisions to make in the month or two ahead. And so I just want everyone to have a bit of a sober perspective about this, because I know the school districts are going to be hurting in a big way with their budgets. We're going to be hurting as well. And finding dollars, public dollars to go invest is going to be very, very challenging. And so we're just going to have to be much more creative. This was a significant challenge before COVID. It's even a bigger challenge now. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. I want to recognize Kip and Mary Ann and Sunny and Jill and all the whole team that's been working on this. I recognize that this is a heavy lift, and there's going to be a lot of financial challenges as well as logistical challenges. But what I keep saying over and over again is that every day that goes by that these kids don't have access to an education is a day that's lost. And so that's why I crafted my memo, which is a real compliment to the memo that Council Members Arenas, Carrasco, and Esparza put out. But I had a focus. Kip, you defined it as the now, the next, and the later. And I was just thinking in terms of short term, medium term, and long term. And we can't afford to have many more days go by without having a short term strategy. That's why we were focused on immediate solutions. And I can give you one example. So in my district, in the Cadillac neighborhood, in the Rosemary Elementary School, we worked with the school and the principal to identify all the kids that needed internet access. We then set out to partner with a telco. We partnered with Comcast and signed up the majority of those students who didn't have access to broadband, signed them up with a Comcast account. There's a small number of students that still do not have access because they had other technical challenges or other issues around getting access or signing up. But it's just one small example of being proactive and trying to identify creative solutions to close the gap. And I know that we're talking about scaling something like that on a massive scale for thousands and thousands of students, but we have to figure out every possible solution and strategy in the short term that's going to help these students and families get access. So I want to thank you, Councilmember Arenas, for including my memo. I want to ask you, Kip, reviewing my memo, is there anything in my memo that gives you pause to be able to execute and implement a short-term solution to get these families and kids access to connectivity as quickly as possible?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. The way that I have been thinking about, as I've read your memo and as we've talked about this issue over the last several weeks in particular, and discussed it with our partners at the county, is I think that many of the issues that you raised are the ones that are the most urgent, right? And so the way to get into the weeds for just a moment, the way that I think that we would approach that is by making use of the emergency operations center structures. And so, as I mentioned in the presentation, Dr. Dewan is fortunate to be in the EOC seat over in the county, where she coordinates all of the school district needs across the board. So we've been collaborating with her on funding. What I would expect out of this direction that we're taking, point number one, is that strategy work, which she's essentially already started. If there are short-term emergency needs that are identified, they can be elevated through that EOC structure. I will, pardon me on the jargon for just one moment. There's a form called a 213RR. It's our resource request form. And that resource request form goes up to the county, the operational area, and the call can go out to whomever can supply that need, whether that's the city of San Jose or the city of Campbell, or whether that needs to go up to the state. And so we stand willing and able to try to address any requests for emergency aid that come out of the work that Dr. Dewan is doing, but I really want to make sure that it is coordinated through her both because that's the way it needs to work in the emergency response network, and also because she's the one who leads the school districts and knows what's going on. So if there are short-term needs that are identified that we can fulfill through the emergency operations function, we stand ready to do those, but we look to her guidance and direction on making those distinction between those things which are truly urgent and those things that we need to work together on either a medium or a longer term strategy. So that's there's nothing in your memo that gives me pause. I would just clarify that we would want to put that question to the EOC structure and work within that to make sure that we're responding appropriately and responding holistically.
So let's just walk me through a scenario. So we identify a community, high concentration of unmet need. We bring it to you in the EOC. Say it's 1,000 students in a concentrated area that need connectivity. I bring it to the EOC. So what happens next? Just walk me through the process.
What I'm envisioning, and I'll ask Dr. Dewan to step in with me on this one to be helpful, is that she has already begun the assessment of the key areas and issues around connectivity, devices, and digital literacy within the school districts. What I would expect is if that you would, as always, we have less resources than we have to respond. Some sort of prioritized triage of those would take place. And she may, at her choice, elevate a set number. Let's say there's a half dozen spots where connectivity is an issue. Elevate those through the EOC structure. What we would then do is we take a look at that half dozen areas or that dozen areas, and we try to assess what's the range of solutions. Is it getting folks hooked up on Comcast like you took the initiative to do? Is it deploying Wi-Fi in a parking lot where people can drive up and can do their stuff? Is it getting better deals from AT&T? Is it accelerating the build out of our small cell network? What are the right responses to that need? And then try to figure out what we're able to do. But the reality is it's all got to work both within the framework of the EOC and, just to be a bit pragmatic about it, balancing out everything else we've got going. Part of the reason that you don't see Dolan Beckel here today, even though he's the mastermind behind much of our strategy, is he's now, along with Neil Ruffino, co-director of our new Department of Food and Feeding. And so the entire city side, administration side team that would be doing this work is almost entirely redeployed to our feeding effort and other emergency management responses. So part of what we've got to be careful on is balancing all of those needs, prioritizing them in the overall response, and then seeing where we can respond. But to answer you concretely, what we would look for is kind of a prioritized list of these are the connectivity issues, and then we would see what can we do in the immediate to respond and take it from there.
So the coordination would be with the county in terms of resources, funding, bringing in other partners like joint venture who might have solutions and strategies. How would that process work?
Sunny, I think wants to weigh in a little bit. So let me, Sunny McPeak, weigh in.
Thank you. I hope you can actually see me. I'm trying to make that work. I think you have control there. But Councilmember or Vice Mayor Jones and Councilmember Arenas and all of the council members, when you asked that question and vicehood of high need, that is exactly what we are wanting each council member to do. It's also what we have been doing with each of the grantees and the city manager's office. So we also have, if I could step back for a moment, to get a family online, there's sort of three pieces to this. You have to have the home connectivity, there has to be a device, and there has to be the infrastructure. Home connectivity being a way in which that family is able to afford to get online and is actually connected to the internet. The internet infrastructure also has to be present, and adequate. So what Dr. Dewan has stepped up to do, unlike any other county superintendent in the state, is she is mailing to every one of the students in Santa Clara County. Every one of the students who are on the school lunch program, as an example, and automatically qualify for the Comcast Internet Essentials program or the AT&T Access or the new T-Mobile product will be told, you can sign up. Here is interim free service for, it was 60 days. We're going to be asking those ISPs to extend through at least June 30 and maybe even longer, that free time. And we're getting those ISPs to also at their call centers help that family know how to sign up for the affordable offer. Comcast, as an example, also has a $150 coupon to subsidize buying a computing device. So families can own a new device that is their own with the coupon from Comcast if they sign up, which is important. Now, your 23 CBOs that are your grantees are available to help in each neighborhood, each family you identify, to sign up. And not only will they help them sign up, they will help them learn how to use the device. Some know a lot about using a computing device, some are intermediate, some need to know how to turn one on. And so it is that ecosystem of connectivity, device, infrastructure that we're trying to put together. I'll add one more thing in terms of infrastructure. Nobody, including the ISPs, ever anticipated having 263,000 students and 20,000 teachers online at the same time, and then another, couple million people working from home simultaneously. That demand on the existing infrastructure wasn't ever really planned for. Having said that, there's going to be upgrades to infrastructure by all of the ISPs, absent really strong policy leadership at the government level, local, state, national. They tend to invest first in the higher income areas. Wi-Fi and public access really needs to be part of the solution in the low income neighborhoods until we can get the infrastructure investment there. But bottom line, Marianne is mailing to all students. They're going to know in the next week, here's how you can get signed up for an affordable offer. We want you and every council member to distribute that information as well to your district. Let us know how you want to partner with let's say a virtual town hall, and we'll help people sign up. Get the names of households, refer them to our CBOs, and we will assist them.
I think that completely demonstrates why I've assembled this team, what she said. Dr. Dewan, would you like to add anything?
I would just like to add a couple things in response to the comments so far. First of all, just thanks to everyone on this team for your leadership and your commitment to community. I also want to acknowledge and recognize all the district superintendents and all the staff in all of our districts who are collaborating and making our data collection possible so we can do this type of strategic planning that is going to address immediate and long-term needs. I also just want to suggest that as we're considering this conversation about accessibility, that we don't leave it anchored in a schools or learning problem, because the access to the internet is really an essential component for every resident to access all kinds of things in our community and all kinds of systems and resources. And without that connection, yes, families will be separated from robust learning opportunities, but they will also be separated from other really important services of the city and the county and others. And to the funding, I think the reason that Kip and the other members of the team, including myself, need to be relatively vague at this moment is that there are a lot of different entities who are attempting to tackle different components of this infrastructure issue and also of some of the immediate needs. And we're daily analyzing and interpreting what those funding opportunities are, the regulations associated with them, who is eligible for them, and what they're going to mean in terms of our strategic long-term plan and investment. And so it really does require some level of coordination and collaboration. The last thing I would say is that related to the Emergency Operations Center at the county in collaboration with the county, yes, we are most definitely collaborating in all levels of this digital divide. They'll be an essential informant and partner in implementation of some of the strategy that we address, and issues that districts and our school partners and the city and our county office cannot address can be filtered through the Emergency Operations Center. There is a caveat in that we don't know how those things are going to be funded. And so that's why this is such a complex, I love the analogy of a puzzle, but it is a very complex puzzle. And so we don't want to react without data and end up in a situation where we've committed to some level of expenditure for which we have no funding.
Great. Thank you. I appreciate that, Mary Ann. And again, I just want to reiterate that I understand how heavy of a lift this is. And I also understand how hard all of you have been working on trying to solve this. So there is that recognition. But we would be doing a disservice if we didn't constantly try to push this. You know, all of us trying to push this forward, because again, it's such a significant gap in terms of the level of education and opportunities that certain segments of our community are getting versus other segments. And as these kids start to fall farther and farther behind, the long-term consequences and implications of that can be pretty severe and dire. So I know that we're all aware of that, but we need to stay focused on trying to get something done as quickly as possible. So I appreciate all your hard work and efforts in this. And Kip, I also want to acknowledge and appreciate you refocusing the priority, taking my constant phone calls and text messages to get this moving forward. So I really do appreciate it. And I'm looking forward to working with all of you to make this happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Esparza.
Thank you, Mayor. First off, thank you, actually, everyone. I think it's pretty impressive to have so many partners here in front of us, even on Zoom, trying to figure all of this out. And I just wanted to bring attention to the dire need. We do not have time. We are already behind. Because there's a huge need in so many of our communities right now. And a lot of the discussion, I really appreciate the Vice Mayor's comments, because a lot of the discussion that's been happening has been around the east side because of the wireless infrastructure projects. But we see stark effects of the digital divide in places like Cadillac, Winchester, and other parts of the city. And so I'd like to thank the Vice Mayor for his memo advocating for cooperation with our partner agencies and private partners, and looking at both short and long-term solutions. And I also think that we really need to, I want to add on to his comments, that we need to be exploring options for getting deployment as quickly as possible. And that, and that we can do activities concurrently. We hopefully can, in the capital of Silicon Valley, can do both of these things at the same time. And the East Side Wi-Fi projects, including completing Overfelt and Yerba Buena High School, who, by the way, they serve some of the city's most impoverished census tracts, some of the city's most overcrowded census tracts, and some of the zip codes that county juvenile probation invests heavily in because of the need with our children and our families. So these issues overlap, and COVID has exposed some of these inequalities. And I know that the city, and I'm thankful to Kip and Dolan, who's not here, who and the rest of the team who were working on this prior to COVID. But now with COVID, we need to have that sense of urgency. We see a lot of desperation in the community around basic needs, around people worried about rents. I have lines for food that are still growing every week. We're seeing that happen in the community, but these areas are also digital deserts. If you look at the connectivity map, where most of the city is covered by Verizon, but not all of it, you can just see the connectivity challenges that we have that adding a device is not going to solve. And so I wanted to give, is Chris Funk still on the line? No? Okay, I just wanted to ask him if he had an opportunity to respond to some of the bond questions, but Kip is gonna bring that back to us. So also when we're talking about overlapping needs, there's a huge impact. I know at the county, we have Susan Ellenberg and Cindy Chavez. So the West Side and the East Side are partnering up and leading these efforts on the county. And in conversations that we have had at the county, with the county folks, they're looking at this as a health issue because telehealth is frankly going to be more and more part of the new normal moving forward. And so the county is looking to partner with us. And so Kip, I'm going to ask you, when you go back and look at the resources and the funding, that one, that we include our conversations with the county so that we can align those funding resources with not just with school district money, but have some good conversations with the county about what they can contribute. The other thing I'm going to ask, because I think Lee is off Zoom. Lee, are you on? I think you're off. So, okay.
I'm Lee for the evening.
Okay, you're late. All right. So what I wanted to bring up again about the money is, so tomorrow he said we're meeting with our Silicon Valley congressional delegation. So we have an opportunity to talk to them directly about what FEMA will and will not reimburse, but also during a time when all of these discussions are happening in Washington, D.C. And we have an opportunity as the capital of Silicon Valley, and frankly, you know, we have a huge digital divide in our city and in our community. We have an opportunity to shape that moving forward and to be part of that national conversation about these needs, because we know we're not the only ones. We're just fortunate enough because of the work that you, Kip, and Dolan and the other folks on the team have been leading. We actually know more about this than some of our neighbors, right? And so we have an opportunity to really help. And so I want to specifically hear what they have to say about how we can shape those federal funding opportunities for projects like this moving forward.
Hey, council member, could I just, I want to make sure it was clear with everyone. I think the meeting tomorrow is with congressional staff members. So just make sure that we understood kind of who we're meeting with tomorrow.
Right.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and I'm aware of that meeting as well. And it's an opportunity to have a conversation with the officers of our, the staffers of our congressional delegation. So Randy, let me go back to, is Randy Phelps online instead of Chris Funk?
I do see Randy.
Oh, I see Randy.
Go ahead. Henry, if you could ensure that Randy can speak at this time. Chris just put up his hand as well. Okay, Randy, you're unmuted. Actually, Chris, you're both unmuted.
Oh, Chris is still online. Okay.
Apparently so.
Okay, so I wanted to ask about the bond funding and resources around the Overfelt and YB project specifically. Do you have anything to add to that?
So the Overfelt, the James Lick Overfelt and YB is covered financially. So I guess my question is it the capacity of the vendor to not be able to do Overfelt and YB concurrently? Or is it the capacity of the city that has not had the chance to build out YB in order for the vendor to actually start their work? But the funding is there. Our next round of funding for our bond will be in July. So we'll be able to, provide another $4 to $5 million for the next neighborhoods. And I think the key piece is, and I've just sent out an email and an invite to all the ESA, Eastside Alliance superintendents to have a conversation this week to see what they can contribute financially. This is a matter of getting us all together and figuring out how much money there is to apply to this. We have the skill. I mean, between Kip and Dolan and their team, we know how to do this. And Marianne is doing an amazing job running and supporting all the school districts in Santa Clara County through this COVID-19 pandemic. But as a city council, your responsibility is the city of San Jose. And let's become the model so that the other school districts and the other cities in the county can follow us. So I know the short term is to try to get as many people online, but we've got to figure out the long-term solution, get that done as quickly as possible. And let us lead the way. We know how to do it. You have the talent at the city to do this.
I'd add that the vendor on Overfelt believes that we will be up at the end of May for the Overfelt neighborhood, and that they're going to start YB right after that. So we think by Christmas we will have those neighborhoods done. And we know that we have some funding, and we know the feeders would like to play a role. The other thing that we can offer to the project is the design for the rest of the neighborhoods is done. We have that design done. And in terms of protecting the kids and that kind of stuff, the district, Eastside, can offer to all the feeder districts essentially the onboarding part, the protection, single sign-on. We have the identity management system, and what we can do is we can work in coordination with Marianne to make sure that the county plays a huge role in that too. But effectively, we can help on the tech side, and that would be for the rest of San Jose. Like, we love the whole city.
That's great to hear. So, because my next question was that we should be talking with SmartWave about how to parallel Overfelt and YB so that we can accelerate YB. So, Randy, are you having those conversations with SmartWave, or is that
the city, Dolan and his team? They're responsible for them, but I talk to them all the time because we have to do engineering tasks. They can run 4 crews at a time, and they can run them concurrently without a problem.
Okay. So, Kip, did we specify as the next update May 5th? Is that correct? Did we clarify when this is coming back?
That was
That's
our
right, May
request.
5th.
Okay, so when this comes back to us on May 5th, can we include the latest information from Randy and Chris on what they just said around Overfelt and YB?
Of course, and
in that
some
line? Go
we'd
ahead.
be happy to do that. And just to add one detail so that you understand some of the restrictions on the timeline, our choice of some city matching funds has been community development block grant funds, which have stringent federal requirements for bidding out of contracts of this sort. So we can look and come back with what the range of options are, but that is one of the limiters on the timing on what we're proceeding, not necessarily the capacity of the vendor, but the process that we need to follow in order to be compliant with federal regulations. We'll take a look and see what our options are for acceleration, and also what the options are for funding sources.
Yeah, and is that something that then you can talk to? That's a very specific item. I've worked on CDBG 5 million years ago at the city, but also worked on it on the federal end. And I know it's very strict money. But that's something that we should, again, be reaching out to our congressional delegation for help with. And then seeing if there's a way to expedite that for COVID. And I'm happy to offer my help in doing that as well. But to me, the timeline is not, I want to hear on May 5th that we can expedite this timeline and we're not telling these kids who already are overcrowded, who already don't have so much. I want to hear that we are not going to make them stay a whole extra year without having this broadband, this connectivity that they need to bridge that digital divide. And so again, I'm happy to support that effort as much as I can. But I would like to see some alternatives when this comes back on May 5th, because that's huge. But I also really care about the whole city again, and to see if we can sit down with our county partners. And by that, I mean, not just Dr. Dewan, but Susan Ellenberg and Cindy Chavez and the county counterparts to see about how we can pursue this even more. Perhaps the county can offer some other funding source to match this fund so that we can expedite the timeline. And those are the kinds of conversations that I think that we can have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Jeb?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Going into this item, I was already supportive and believing that this whole small cell deployment was important. And then after hearing Superintendent Funk speak and realizing that this is the new normal, even when we can go back, students need to continue to learn through physical distancing. There will still be a lot of kids at home. That just underscores the matter even more for me. And so, like the rest of you, I'm behind this 100%, and we have to do what we can. San Jose is the first city in the nation to have a digital inclusion fund. And so we've been leading on this, and we should still continue to lead. So I'm behind any effort we can muster for this. Having said that, I am listening to everybody speak, and I'm concerned about the problem as I see it, because I don't feel this is a issue for lack of talent or lack of desire or lack of bandwidth on any matter. It's really a lack of funding issue as far as I see it. And I'm a bit more pessimistic about using FEMA money. Of course, I don't know. We have to follow every dollar we can. But to the extent that I've worked with FEMA, I feel like FEMA would be giving us money to get back to the status quo ante. It's quite a different story to improve upon a city after a disaster. And arguably, this is not the type of disaster. Children need education. They need access to broadband to learn, and that's great. And that's absolutely a priority. But it's not from a FEMA perspective. It's not post-earthquake. It's not after a fire, after a hurricane. So I'm hopeful that there might be some changes in Congress, but I think there would need to be some sort of congressional action for us to be able to use FEMA money for this kind of work. And on the issue of infrastructure, we, as a country, we've needed more infrastructure investment in a long time. And I just want to raise the issue that now that, in California, we passed SB1, and so we have the gas tax. Now nobody's driving. That fund is not bringing as much money as we need. So to the extent that we can use FEMA money or any other sort of infrastructure money that we're investing in this, we will be making a decision, a choice, right, to take away from whatever else we could be doing, like the roads, like whatever. So it's really, for me, a problem about where to find the appropriate funding. And I agree that this is a city of San Jose responsibility. We can't always turn to the private sector for assistance every time we encounter a problem. But without raising taxes or without some sort of bond or without some other sort of windfall somewhere, I'm struggling to find how we fund this to the maximum ability to meet the urgency, because I do think this is an urgent matter. I do, on this council, we've had discussions about equity and so on and so forth. But as an issue of equality, as an issue of leveling the playing field and making sure that every child has access to a quality education so they can make the most of themselves, I think this is a top level priority. In the short run, if we have to turn to the private sector, I guess, can we leverage, like here down in downtown San Jose, we still have Telegraph. I know it's not functioning anymore, but when I walk out there, my phone still picks up the signal and asks me for a password. So I know the network is still there. I know it was a trial. Can we at least, ask Facebook to turn that back on, that Telegraph trial, or I think it's Telegraph. Yeah, Telegraph. Can we, I know, Google and Facebook, they do that thing with like the helium balloon, over rural areas like in Africa or parts of Asia or somewhere. Can we get one of those up here? Is that even feasible? I'm just trying to think outside the box here, because I do think in the short term, to get up to a certain level, we will need to rely on the private sector until we find sustainable funding sources. And that's just me, but yeah, is that even possible, Kip or Randy or Randall?
So there are a range of potential solutions. Part of what we've suggested in convening our telco partners is to understand what they are, and we would include discussions with Google and with Facebook to see if any of their rapid deployment stuff is feasible and appropriate. Again, I guess the two cautions that I want to put out there are that, one, we really want to be strategic and following the needs and following the data on how we respond. And two, as with everything else, there are trade-offs in this. And so as I'm listening, I'm absorbing it, I'm putting it together, I'm thinking about how we respond. I'm also very cognizant of the other massive responsibilities that are on our shoulder at this point, though, the 1.9 million people that we're responsible for feeding countywide, the essential services that we have to turn back on, the budget cuts that we're going to have to make. And so I want to be very responsive to what is absolutely a critical need, and also very pragmatic that the waters we're navigating are, at least for me, in the 30 years that I've been doing public service, the most complicated that I have ever had to navigate as a leader. And so I want to take all this in and to work collaboratively with our partners and see what our options are. But at this point, I want to be careful not to set expectations too high and not to write any checks that we can't cash. FEMA, CDBG, all of these sources are complicated, even in the best of times. And so it's going to be very tricky to see what we can do in this environment. But that being said, we got a lot of smart people in this valley with a lot to contribute. And I think putting our heads together, we should be able to come up with resources. The work we've been able to do with Chris Funk and Randy on East Side shows you that we can do some pretty damn innovative things that have huge outcomes in terms of educational outcomes and in terms of connectivity outcomes. So not trying to minimize anything that's being said, but just perhaps as the hours wear on here, wanting to inject a little bit of pragmatism into this.
I always appreciate that. I guess I'll end with the sooner we end this meeting, we can return the bandwidth to the kids trying to do their homework. I'll yield.
Very
Thank you, Councilmember Diep, for your consideration. Councilmember Davis?
Thank you, Mayor. I will keep it brief. I'm already on the record of supporting this and talking about this in smart cities, as you know, Kip, that this is necessary infrastructure and very supportive of the Digital Inclusion Fund. Don't want to lose sight of the fact that the small cell deployment is what funds our Digital Inclusion Fund. During this time, is that work continuing, and what's kind of the prospect of, it looks like you were shaking your head. Is that work continuing?
No, that work is not continuing. It is not considered an essential service unless it is because it's an augmentation to service. So we've asked the county for clarification if continuation of that work in areas which are essentially critical for connectivity gaps for students would be considered essential service, and we're looking forward to that clarification. We've also looking forward to, as we begin to move out of pure shelter in place, we would advocate that this type of work would be one of the early ones that we could resume, both because of its essential nature and because we believe it can be done safely. So at this point, though, that work is on hold, other than the permitting work, which continues. We can approve those permits and do a lot of the reviews online. So we have 1,700 cells that are currently approved, but the construction for those is not considered essential.
That is disheartening to hear, very disappointing. yeah, that seems like if that's something that that could happen, that seems like it would be a huge help to us, because those would be then areas that we wouldn't have to cover ourselves. Is that right?
Yeah, and again, we're in conversations with the county. We've raised this issue, and both in terms of clarification on the existing order, if that need can be met where there's a critical gap, and also kind of more of an advocacy role in terms of feeling that this is something that could move forward sooner rather than later. But you're right. The build out of the 5G network is critical because it provides the connectivity, right? And whether or not what the plans are that are on top of that, that still needs to happen. Hotspots still need to happen, but a hotspot doesn't work if there's nothing that's connecting to. So we know that the network coverage in San Jose was lousy, and over the past 18 months has actually become much better in many areas. But part of what we want to do is make sure that with the remaining build out that we've got to accelerate that when we can return to it safely, and really take a kind of a critical lens at where that deployment happens to try to incentivize and encourage that deployment in the areas with the biggest gaps. But in its absence, it's a big issue.
Yeah, I totally agree. So my last question on that, are we continuing to get permit requests for additional small cells? In other words, how much are the companies pulling back in anticipation of we're already in the midst of a recession?
They're really not pulling back on San Jose. They're bullish, and they'd like us to keep working with them, and we continue to work with them. So we're not seeing we're in regular contact with all of our partners, and we have every indication that they're still raring to go. They've made the allotment of investment, and they'd like to see the upgrades when it's possible.
That's good. That's very good news. Thank you.
Hey, Kip, is that characterized as essential construction under the county mandate?
No, we had, because the ones that are considered essential is the Wi-Fi work, because that's under our public works piece, and we're able to get that characterized as essential. The telco build out, the telco are able to do maintenance on their system or critical upgrades to meet gaps, but this has not been considered in that light. Again, we have a request in for clarification with the county, sort of advancing the argument that because of the issues that have been raised here tonight, especially where we have areas of connectivity issues with schools and school districts, since that's clearly an essential service, that these might be considered that way. So I'm looking forward to clarification, hopefully in the next 24 hours or so on that.
Yeah, I know a lot of companies feel the same way right now about the frustration with their inability to provide distance communication of any kind, whether it's distance learning or work related or whatever else. So thank you. Yeah, I just want to make one final point. I mean, in addition to what and again, I'm sorry to be throwing any kind of cold blanket on this. This is critically important. We know it's critically important. A lot of kids are not learning right now. We need to do what we can to help them. And I'm going to, as I've been doing, do everything I can to find resources. But we are going to face a more than $100 million deficit next year. And we're going to need to make decisions the next few weeks that will result in stark cuts in our services. The county is going to face the same decisions. The school districts are going to face the same decisions. So we need to find other creative options. And it is undoubtedly the case there are great school districts like Eastside that are leaning in on this problem, that have, with the vision that Chris Funk and his team had years ago to go out for an E-bond measure was fantastic, and that's enabled them to have the resources to do this. I don't know another district in the region that has done such a thing. I know there are districts that are leaning in, like Franklin McKinley and Alum Rock, that are doing everything they can. They've identified which kids need devices, which kids need connectivity, and they're hustling hard, and they've got online learning happening. There are other districts that are leaving thousands of laptops in the classroom where they are currently burglary bait. And we know because there have been 9 burglaries already in schools throughout the city based on the report we had from our police chief last week. So I'm happy to do everything we can to hustle, but we can only build the bridge halfway. And I need to emphasize that. We're going to do everything we can to get resources, but the school districts, all of them have to lean in with us. And I'm grateful for those districts that are, and we're going to work hard with them to see how we can get to the finish line. Any other questions? Councilmember Carrasco.
Oh, that this is a great segue into advocating for more faster and better connectivity. My house is a mess right now. I don't understand what's going on here. I think it's all the kids who are doing they're trying to do their work also online. And then when I get on video chats, we're all a little deficit up here off of Clayton Road past the national, what was the National Hispanic University. And so I think that, I know that Johnny Camus was having some issues, but I have issues the moment that two computers are on. Still very fortunate that I'm able to offer this for my children, but once the two computers are on and then I try, then you've seen I've had a lot of difficulties all day long. But thank you so much for the conversation. It's been a rich and robust conversation. This is something that we've been talking about now for many, many years from the moment that I got on board. And of course, when I was on the board of Eastside Union High School District, the voters were very generous and they voted the bond through to make sure that our Eastside Union High School District students were at least connected. It's just been, while we celebrate the successes, then there's also, on the flip side, a little disappointing that it's taken so long to get the schools connected and up and running. And I hope that I just hope that we can we're going to have to be very creative, whether it's, programming at the community centers, if there's anything left there, if it's establishing relationships with our partners and our allies, and of course, working with the school districts. This is going to be a time of greater partnerships and a lot of creativity. I will say one thing, well, I'm going to say a couple of things, but the one thing that really struck me, and I thought it was a euphemism at first, Kip, I have to admit, when you were speaking about the parking lot connection. And so, of course, this is why we went out and got the bond passed, because we didn't want kiddos in parking lots or hanging out, outside of Starbucks or even outside of the community centers. We wanted them to be able to do their work and be able to access whatever resources they needed from their home. And so my concern is again, there was a speaker that was so very eloquent that said, this is COVID-19, coronavirus did not create this issue. This is, COVID has simply highlighted the disparities and the digital divide even more so. It's glaringly obvious which areas are going to fall even further behind in terms of their academics and their educational advancements. And that's just a great concern. And I know that we're going to see how we can get hopefully reimbursed, or how we can leverage some of those funds that might be coming through. There's going to be very painful cuts. I thought I was going to graduate from this council feeling really great about everything. And lo and behold, we're facing what I think is going to be a real economic crisis on our hands. And hope that we can, be very surgical when we make those cuts, and be very aware of the long-term consequences. I know that in some cases we won't have much control, but the one thing I wanted to ask you, Kip, in working with the county, is it correct in my understanding that, and maybe you already mentioned this, my connection was coming in and out, that FEMA, there might be some FEMA monies if and when the responsible agency takes the lead on projects, like for instance, if it happened to be internet connection, if the school districts or the county took the lead, that they would have a greater reimbursement possibility than the city?
I did not specifically address that. I think there's so much unknowns about how FEMA regulations will apply to this. What I would like to do is take the direction that you all are giving us and do a deep dive into what's possible, what's not, and what we might be able to influence in terms of FEMA, and also who should be taking the lead in order to maximize either FEMA reimbursement, CARES reimbursement, or resources. So I didn't opine on that yet, and I think it's something that we're going to need to do some deeper research on.
Okay, because for whatever reason, I was under the impression that potentially there might be a higher reimbursement, possible higher reimbursement for those agencies who carry that kind of responsibility. The other issue, and I think that we need to be proactive on certain things where we might be able to have a little bit more influence. I think it was Superintendent Dewan that mentioned the Comcast support for our families who already have the free lunches. We looked, right now I had my team look through the website, and just something that I think we need to keep in mind to see if we can advocate or lobby for greater access. And the website said that it was only for new customers. Unless I'm missing something, or this falls under a whole different category for students that qualify, it looks like really what they're doing is they're expanding their base of clientele, whether it's free or low cost. But it says it's for new customers. Now, given the economic uncertainties over the next several years, I hope that there's some way that we can advocate and speak with our good friends at Comcast and ask them to just consider a baseline versus whether they've been previous customers or not, and get them connected as soon as possible. And then in addition to that, maybe there's a possibility of, if Comcast is open to that, maybe there's a possibility of getting some additional support from Comcast so that they're more proactive versus waiting around for our families to reach out to them. A lot of times, right now, especially, this is a great example. How do we get all the information out to our families if they're not connected? So how do we get this info to them if they're not picking up food or they're not connected in any way? So I have no way of getting my newsletter, my digital newsletter out to them, or they may not be hooking on, clicking onto my my Facebook Live. So being able to get that information to them is going to be really difficult. But yet, if Comcast could be proactive and get that info out to them, or I don't know if there's a way of switch. Is there a magic switch somewhere where they can just switch it on and it just comes on in these households that very well are going to be in need of it. I know that if we can look at the desert map, and it'll give us a better indication. But I think we all know every single district has a neighborhood that's more challenged, that is disconnected. The map is great and it tells us more, but we already know where they are. And so, if I think of Almaden Valley, I think of Hoffman Viamonte. That's a great area that I'm pretty sure many of those residents are not connected. And of course, Cadillac, I'm thinking of District 7 everywhere. District 8, Sylvia Arenas' district is going to be close to Most Holy Trinity Church, Welsh Park, Overfelt High School. So anyway, so those are my comments, and I really do hope that we can move the needle somehow, get very creative, and look for resources that are going to help us leverage the very limited funds that now we're going to have available to us, whether it's because we're cutting or because of the funding that might come down from the feds or even the state.
I want to give both Sunny and then Dr. Dewan a chance to comment, because there are a couple of things that they're doing that specifically address the concerns that you raised. So I want to give them a chance to respond to that. Sunny and then Dr. Dewan. Sunny, I'm sorry, I took over from you, Mayor Liccardo, the facilitation role. Apologies.
That's okay. I'm not controlling it.
Sunny?
Thank you, Kip. And I apologize. It seems to be on actually the city side where I couldn't see.
We checked in with over here and they said that it's not on our side.
Okay, and I keep getting that.
Back on.
Okay, I'll keep getting that message. Anyway, Councilmember Carrasco, you absolutely identified a key problem with Comcast to sign up for the Internet Essentials program. If you're already a Comcast subscriber, you have to go off for 90 days. We have raised this issue to the local folks. Lenny Gutierrez is very responsive here in San Jose. Her associate at the regional level, Lorena Hernandez, is also trying to deal with it. We have to go to Denver and Philadelphia to get that addressed, but we are asking them to address that issue. So we have, on the other hand, what Comcast does do is they'll take an entire school that may have 70% or more students on free and reduced lunch, and every student then is qualified to sign up for their affordable offer. They call it auto enroll. We're asking AT&T to do the same. AT&T, on the other hand, will switch over today any paying customer on a market rate to their affordable access program. So yes, we can ask, we need to ask. The mayor and Dr. Dewan are going to write to the ISPs and try to get them to respond. There is a proposal before you to see if the city council would like to join in a unanimous letter to those ISPs.
Dr. Dewan, could we ask you to comment as well? Because I know you've sent doing some mailers and other things.
Yes, I just will briefly mention that we have to that issue of how do we get the information in front of the families who are not yet connected. One of the most effective strategies is to get those mailers in their mailbox and to their home directly. And so we're in the process of providing that detailed information to each and every family who would be eligible through mailings out of the County Office of Education with a personal message so that they understand that it's a legitimate offer and from a trusted public entity. And then, and I would just also add to what Sunny was sharing is that through the leadership of the mayor and others, we are in contact with the ISPs about what is and isn't working well with the current offers. And we would very much invite council members to join us in that advocacy letter. All of our district superintendents have also joined, and we're working with a number of our other partner education agencies and advocates to advocate on behalf of our students, including those who might not have been eligible prior to COVID-19, but due to the economic impacts of COVID-19 should be considered eligible now.
Okay,
Thank you.
okay. All right, Councilmember Perales.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And just had a question in regards to being able to identify which families are in need of both digital access and potentially the equipment, the hardware. I know that, Mayor, as you said, we've seen some differences in regards to how districts are responding, and wanted to hear from potentially Dr. Dewan or somebody that can give us an idea on how you seek to best identify individuals, so students that how they are going to need support. I know we've been using in the conversation today the example of those that are on the free and reduced lunch, but what is happening or what can happen to really identify those students?
So one of the ways that we are identifying the needs is through direct connection to the family. So we're kind of monitoring participation in the distance learning offerings at the districts. And when we, through that partnership, identify a child or a family who is not participating, we reach out to find out what is the barrier, what is keeping them from participating. We're not doing that work alone. We also rely on our community-based organizations and community partners like Somos Mayfair and others to help us assess that need so we can really get to the individual household level as well as the neighborhood and community level to inform our strategic plan for how we're going to address all these barriers.
Sounds like that first process is, although it seems a bit backwards, actually might be an easy or quicker way to figure out, kind of invite people to participate in some form of online learning, and then those that aren't, reach out, make a connection, find out if and what their challenges are, and appreciate actually that, and maybe a quicker way to figure out who. But I definitely think that if we can begin to identify some of these areas, like the Vice Mayor's memo states, where are the priority areas, where are these priority families and individuals that we need to really focus efforts on. We heard it already in the conversation today that, if it's infrastructure upgrades from telecommunications companies, could be that they're in the more affluent areas first because of the backlog that we're seeing. As Councilmember Carrasco pointed out, herself, I'm not stating she's in an affluent area. We know that she's out on the east side, but certainly having challenges, right, with just connectivity, because again, we recognize all of us are much more individuals using the internet and being able to try to access work from home. And the same goes now when these families are in need. But if we don't focus in the areas where they don't have any access or they're really struggling, then we can continue to see more of that gap and that divide. Everything else has really been covered for me today. Just I'll leave with a thanks to our partners that are helping in this regard, and thank you, Kip and Lee. I know he took off, but and city staff that are helping to usher this through. Appreciate, Kip, as well, you highlighting the realities that we're facing within our own city and our own budget, and the reality that the county's going to face with that, as the mayor pointed out too, to make some really tough decisions ahead, and that's going to limit our ability not only to do this and to be able to combat the digital divide, but every essential priority that the city is currently engaging in today, and we're going to be tested over the next couple months, especially I think over the next couple years as we go through this. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Foley?
Thank you. And Councilmember Peralez's comments kind of lead into the couple of comments I wanted to make about our budget, but also in relation to the various school districts' budgets. This is a really important conversation we're having regarding connectivity and access for all of the students throughout Santa Clara County and particularly within San Jose. But I want to have a little reality check about the financial conditions that our school districts were already in before COVID as it related to staffing and retaining staff. They were losing teachers to other school districts and out of the area because of the high cost of housing. Many of them attempted to pass bonds or parcel taxes in the March election, and they failed. And the purpose of some of those they were smaller school districts, a couple of them in my district. The purpose was to bring additional funds for their general fund to keep the doors open and to pay their teachers and pay their staffs so that they can retain them. So while this is a hugely important issue, I don't want to diminish the importance of having connectivity and access to distance learning for all of these students throughout Santa Clara County. 14 years on the school board, I was talking about this forever. Now COVID has made it really, really important as to why we really need these devices and connectivity for all of our students. But the reality is that financially, the school districts may not be able to afford it in the ways that we need them to. So I know that we're going to we need to work with them as partners, but many of them, if they were passing bonds or had bonds, they weren't specific to this issue. And we have to be aware that the bond language they used or the parcel tax language they used had to be specific for the use of technology or connectivity. And if it didn't, then those funds cannot be used. So they'd have to possibly seek a new bond. But as I'm sitting here thinking of solutions and not just wanting to throw a damper on budget issues, I'm mindful of an organization, the Silicon Valley Leadership Group. We all know one of their key policy issues is education. They talk about having an educated workforce and how important that is. So perhaps that is one of the ways that the mayor could reach out and get some additional funding support, is through the partners at the Silicon Valley Leadership Group. And I'll leave you with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Rest assured, we've been calling him for all kinds of things already, but thank you. Councilmember Kevins.
Yeah, maybe this is a simplistic, I hope it's not a dumb question, Kip. Rather than trying to create fiber optic networks, in areas, why aren't we just offering to pay the $10 or $15 connection fee to the families who need it? Instead, I know that doesn't solve the computer issue, but if somebody needs Wi-Fi, there are existing programs at Comcast, and you guys went through it last week and showed us all the different variable services at AT&T and what have you. Why aren't we just offering to pay the $10 a month? It would seem extremely less expensive, time consuming, et cetera, as long as we identify the families that need it.
That certainly is one of the options I think is on the table. And if I understood correctly, I think some school districts are looking to plug the gap that way, which is see if they could take over some of those payments. So there's nothing unreasonable about that question at all. I would view that as one of the options. I think where we are in alignment with what Sunny and Dr. Dewan have said earlier is part of what we'd like to do as we convene our telco partners is to see if they can realign their low cost or no cost offerings to more accurately reflect the needs of distance learning in the era of COVID-19. So for example, a lot of, we mentioned about with the Comcast, you have to be, if you're an existing member, you can't switch. Well, that doesn't work now. Some of the other things have particularly low bandwidth or low speeds, which if you were talking about a voice question would be no big deal. But if I need to watch my teacher and interact with my teacher, I've got to have that bandwidth. So back to your question, no, that is actually one of the options, which is why, so as we look at all of the needs, one of the things we would kind of be comparing against would be, what's the most cost-effective way to do it? What's the quickest way to do it? And one of the choices that we look at.
Well, thank you. And I quite frankly, my wife is a school teacher in the San Jose Unified School District, and she actually works with kids, at-risk youth, and they've actually applied for laptops and equipment. They still haven't. Her kids still haven't received it, and I'm wondering if is there a way to find out, like, if somebody applied for something, help, these kids, if they applied for help, is there a way to follow up to see when and if they're going to get a device?
Well, I think as always, we'd want, if you can help us with the specifics and we can follow up offline, that's
Okay.
the best way for us to track down that. And the same thing with, if you have an issue around a particular school having connectivity or a particular issue with devices, the more specific you can be and the more that you can give us a contact to follow up with, the more that we can incorporate it into the larger strategy or have a viable response.
I could also tell you that I have a lot of kids that go to Pioneer that are in my Hoffman Villamonte area, and they just, San Jose Unified just barely asked if this week if somebody needs a computer. It was just this week, and I was not expecting that. I heard that from a couple parents, and you know, I don't know. I feel like we're behind. This issue is bigger than San Jose has. Obviously, it's not something that we do, but we're being forced into it. And I don't know how to solve it, but those are just a couple ideas. Make sure if somebody's applying, they have some way to check up on their application process, and then offer these people that are applying for computers, say, do you have Comcast? You know, I don't know. Thanks.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Councilmember Diep?
Yes, just very quickly, Mayor. To the extent that these small cells, I assume they're going to be 5G cells. Is that right?
Depends.
Depends.
Some of them will be 4G and some of them will be 4G/5G. There's just variations on them. And so part of the question on the acceleration of deployment is that basically nobody has 5G devices at this point. So the 4G or the dual ones, which are both 4G and 5G, are actually much more useful for immediate connectivity than the 5G, which applies to very few people at this point.
Sure. Okay, so I had no prescription for that, but I guess my point is, you know, they say every crisis is also an opportunity. To the extent that we can come out of this with a stronger infrastructure network, Wi-Fi or whatnot, let's try to do that. I mean, if there's an argument to be made, and I know it's much more expensive, but if we're talking about infrastructure, if there is federal money for new infrastructure across the nation, why not revisit the idea of actual fiber cable as opposed to the Wi-Fi, which is not as ideal. That's a price issue. But my main point is we should use this as a public education campaign to address some concerns about people who are fearful of the 5G, spreading, right? So my office, I'm sure every other council office has constituents who get really upset and are very adamant about the health effects of this deployment. And I was reading there, even in London, there are stories about people connecting, weakened immune systems to like COVID and stuff like that. So to the extent that we are saying that we need this for our children's education for the future, this is the new normal, we should somehow fold that in, because otherwise we don't want to meet resistance if this is what we need to do. So my 2 cents. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Foley? Okay, hands down. Great. There's a motion on the floor. Let's vote.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Peralez,
Aye.
Diep,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Aye.
Foley,
Aye.
Camus,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye, and thank you, Dr. Duan and Sunny McPeak and Jill and everyone for joining us. Okay, given all the time, I know you need to commit to many other things today. Item 8.2 are the actions related to the Homeless Housing Assistance and Prevention Grant from the state of California. This is there's an urgency ordinance that requires 8 or more affirmative votes. That will be presentation.
Mayor, just correction, it's a resolution. It's not an ordinance. It's findings made that the charter requires.
So do we need a supermajority?
Yeah, you need it to make the urgency findings under the charter, but it's not an ordinance.
Okay, got it. Urgency findings, got it. Welcome, Reagan.
Aye.
All right, good evening. I'm here, Reagan with the Housing Department. I'm joined by Jackie Morales-Farrand, our Housing Director, and Jim Ortball. And this item is acceptance of the state one-time grant called the Homeless Housing Assistance and Prevention Program, or HAP. So last July, Governor Newsom signed AB 101, establishing this one-time source of funds for homeless assistance and prevention. The Housing Department applied for these funds in February, and in March, we received our award letter with San Jose's allocation of 23.8 million. And funds can be spent on a variety of uses, including building new emergency shelters or navigation centers, rental assistance or rapid rehousing, and prevention services. And here you can see our proposed expenditures, a grant to Destination Home in the amount of $3 million for prevention, a grant to the Bill Wilson Center for rapid rehousing and supportive services in the amount of $2 million, which is a state requirement. Then we have the construction of emergency bridge housing on at least 2 additional sites, given this COVID-19 emergency. And this includes an amendment to the agreement with Habitat for Humanity for the development of the Bernal and Monterey site. And then finally, there is some funding for grant administration. And then I'm going to turn it over to Jackie, who's going to go over our proposed plan for families.
Thank you, Reagan. So the City Council asked the Housing Department to come back with a plan to replace the funds that were allocated in the Innovative Housing Solutions bucket that were targeted for families. The Housing Department identified approximately 2.6 million or 65% of the funding in the Innovative Housing bucket were either targeted or likely to be used to support families. Our proposed plan for families is outlined in this table. We've identified $2 million to fund Life Moves to administer a hotel motel program. This item is agendized for today for your review and approval under item 8.4. This provides a place for unhoused families to seek shelter, essentially a place to stay during the shelter in place. The administration is also working on siting a BHC community for families in one of the 2 future sites. There is also an opportunity to assist families with the home funding, the home program. HUD recently released new waivers that provides us greater flexibility to use the home program to pay for rent for COVID-19 households. We are reviewing the waivers with our housing providers to identify opportunities for families to either transition out of the hotels into apartments or alternatively to keep families housed. And then finally, the city and the county are working jointly to develop a coordinated plan to address the needs of domestic violence survivors. The county is reviewing all of its contracts to see if there's any capacity to redeploy funding that's currently being held by the DV providers, to redeploy that for hotels, and we will see after that analysis is complete if there remains an unmet need. We expect this work to be completed by the end of the week. Next slide. And then finally, I wanted to read into the public record an updated recommendation on A4, which should read to negotiate and execute a 3rd amendment to the grant agreement with the Bill Wilson Center dated August 15th, 2017, increasing the maximum amount of compensation by $2 million from 2.1 to 4.1 to provide housing and to supportive services to homeless youth ages 18 to 25 through their transition in place program through June 30th, 2022. So with that, we are done with the presentation and available for questions.
Great, thank you. And I just wanted, before we go to public comment, Jackie, I understand you made a modification on the date. And does that essentially, I know there were 2 things that I suggested in my memorandum, and I just want to check in with Housing's position, whether or not the expansion of their efforts under HAP to include emergency shelter transitional housing, was that acceptable to the Housing Department?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Okay, we have several members of the community who'd like to speak. let's start with the person whose phone number ends 5910.
Good evening, Mayor and members of City Council. This is regarding your 8.2 tiny homes project. This is Vidya Murthy calling from the Baskin Ridge community. This is expressing my extreme reservations as a concerned resident of this community, District 2, since 2010. I own a home in this community for more than a decade, and I'm a resident of San Jose since 2010, and I'm an honest taxpayer. I wish to express my concerns because in the ages of the COVID-19 epidemic, the city seems to be advancing the tiny homes project for homeless people in the South San Jose area without considering wide opposition to this project from the members of the Baskin Ridge community and the neighboring community. Also back in 2017 of August, there was a wide spread opposition, and we also spoke to Council Member Jimenez, who had authored a memo to eliminate the use of a city-owned parcel, and there was widespread opposition, and it was well accepted by the city itself. There have been 130 letters of opposition for this. There have been 3,676 comments about the opposition in the change.org website. And apart from that, there have been 210 comments in the City of San Jose website, which for some reason has been either deleted. So we would like to ask the Honorable Mayor and the council member to give us an explanation. And also I would like to also add that these I don't understand why District 2 has been a potential site. There have been 3 sites which have been within District 2, which have been chosen so far. And as an honest taxpayer of this community, this is very disheartening. And there's been a widespread opposition with this, and it looks like it's being circumvented.
Thank you. Catherine Hedges. Hi, Catherine. Could you turn your microphone off mute? Actually, turn your microphone on.
I'm sorry, my food's burning in the kitchen.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just really concerned how long it's taking to get people indoors who are in the street, and that we're still putting people in congregate settings when we have no way of knowing who has COVID-19 or not. And San Diego managed to get everybody inside in hotel rooms by the time we were doing shelter in place. And I'm very glad that the Bill Wilson Center has been doing good work, and some of the other work addressed by this has been effective. The whole process is just too long. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Moise Hydri. Welcome, Mr. Hydri. If you could turn your device mute off.
Hello, Honorary Mayor and Council members. I've been a resident of Silverleaf area, which is half a mile away from the Monterey site. For 2 years, I've been an honest taxpaying member. I oppose this measure strongly. I feel that the area is unsafe. We have been having high amounts of crime recently because of a lot of homeless drifting in the area. I feel worried about my safety, the safety of kids and elders in the neighborhood. I have heard that this has been already opposed, and it feels very unsettling that this resolution is getting bulldozed through all of us without getting any input from the residents about it. Also, I posted my comment on the public forum twice, and it got deleted. So this overall does not give a good impression and sounds, to be really honest, corrupt. And it saddens me and it worries me.
Thank you. Steven, if you could turn your microphone off mute. You take the mute off so that you can speak.
Yeah, I did. Can you hear me?
I can barely hear you now.
Okay. basically, before I proceed with my statement, I would like to thank you and the mayor and everyone else for your service. As I'm sure many of you have been working around the clock. I also want to state that this is the first time I'm speaking at a local government forum. This issue is personal and concerning to me, and I needed you all to hear me out and ask that you please listen to the constituents here that are opposing this motion and not let this pass. I oppose the Monterey Bernal tiny home site due to the close proximity to residences, including my own, proximity to traffic leading to potential accidents that may take place. And then also there's existing capacity in motels for homeless COVID patients. And also due to the large amount of resources that you're planning on allocating for what is being pitched as a temporary solution. Based on a recent KTVU article published 2 days ago, the mayor was quoted saying there are 1,123 rooms available for occupancy countywide. How does investing for 80 people make sense when we have existing space? If this is actually a longer term solution for housing the homeless, then please let us take the time to discuss the validity of the proposal before proceeding. Based on the mayor's recent comments, we are not lacking immediate housing support for homeless COVID patients. Also, even with widespread contamination, the capacity needed would be much larger than 80 individuals. So I'm not sure what problem this is solving. The impact of COVID-19 to the economy will have various repercussions that most likely will vacate various hotels, motels, corporate mixed living spaces. It seems like a COVID-19 pandemic is being used as an excuse to push forward this project, which has been adamantly opposed to, and as you can hear, is still opposed to today. Please don't allow this project to move forward. I oppose it, my family opposes it, and I would ask that the city reassess their approach and not accept a past idea as the best idea at this time. I would be happy to collaborate with all of you to figure out a better approach. Until then, these resources should be reallocated to other initiatives that have higher and more immediate impact.
Thank you. Blair Brickman.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to offer my thank you for your efforts to work on this urgency ordinance at this time. It's just a part of a long line of how you try to offer good practices with human rights practices with housing issues and issues of the East Side, I suppose. And I wanted to add my feelings at this time that for as much as about the good work of human rights issues involved in the housing issues at San Jose, and for instance at this time, and also for instance the state of California is working on plans how to fund the undocumented community, how to expand funding for that area. Those are two very moral issues with human rights implications, deep human rights implications. Whereas the need for broadband, I admit its importance, but it has a potential to harm people. And I think that really has to be considered by our council and how we move forward with broadband in comparison, in calling it a massive human rights issue, in the same league as housing and the undocumented. I don't think it's in the same league, and it has to be treated a bit more humbly in the future. And I just wanted to add my 2 cents to that idea. Thank you.
Thank you. David Niedermeyer.
Yes, council members. I'd first like to thank our council members, their staff, and the mayor and his office for your hard work and efforts in trying to find a solution to our homelessness crisis. This is not an easy task, and we know there's not a single solution for this crisis. I'd also like to direct council members towards the concerns highlighted in my emails and that of other community members, as I cannot address all concerns in a short time. In the current state of emergency, responding appropriately is no easy task. As a business leader in this community, I can understand the difficulties the city has to have to navigate in this situation. However, in this time, communication is one of the most critical tools when our ability to assemble has been restricted. Communication is essential to reduce fear, confusion, and misinformation in the time when people feel isolated and now ignored by their local government. If I had to give a grade on how the city has communicated this item, I would give them an F. Personally, I would feel embarrassed to be associated with the disastrous handling of outreach the city failed to provide. It's shameful, and city council members should know this. With how fast this is moving, it is important that we completely understand the intended usage of land for any site in District 2 pre and post COVID-19. This city has been very vague on how they will house, who they will house here, and how these individuals will be selected in the current state of emergency. Can the city clarify for the Bernal Monterey site, a now recently declared Rue Ferrari site, will or will it not house currently confirmed positive COVID-19 individuals? Also, if this is expected to be utilized for 10 to 15 years, should the city not be required to follow all regulations for development and not use funds that allow them to get around permitting, zoning, and SECA regulations? Finally, if the city decides to move forward with the Bernal Monterey site, will this include housing the homeless individuals, including the encampment site directly across the street that has been concerned for over a year now? I implore council members to vote no on development of this project in District 2 until the city has a real understanding of how they can fully support this location, meet all regulatory standards, and provide proper services to help resolve California's current homelessness crisis.
Thank you. Suzanne Johnson, welcome. Suzanne, I believe your device is on mute.
Okay, is it free now?
Yes,
Okay.
we can hear you.
All right. My name is Suzanne Johnson. I'm a fourth generation San Jose native. And I oppose bridge housing at Monterey and Bernal on the on-ramp for the safety of our kids and grandkids, along with, it seems like, thousands of other D2 neighbors. Santa Teresa is a bedroom community of families that have worked hard to purchase homes and pay taxes. In the last 3 years, my family and neighbors have had several run-ins with the homeless, stealing and harassing us. We are told to call 911, but the police will not respond unless there's a burglary or worse. Currently, there's trash, tents, human waste across the street. How can this be different when they add 80 more beds right there, close to our neighborhoods? The homeless will be free to come and go, as in the bridge housing community rules. There will be foot traffic in and out. They will be wandering our neighborhoods, 80 more than before. Sergio stated there will be 24/7 security. In the rules also, it states that the security will be only for 1 year. And then after 1 year, security precautions will be reevaluated. This is a problem. And why is there 2 proposed sites in our district? And it seems like Project Roomkey should take care of immediate need to house. We should postpone it until everybody with a computer, or everyone doesn't have a computer, we should postpone this until everyone can attend and voice their, speak their mind. We didn't even know about this until a couple days ago. So vote no, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Frank Maggi? Frank, I think you're still on mute there. Frank, perhaps you could touch the mute button there.
Okay, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry. I had roughly 3 pages all written up. I've spent all day listening to the council talk. I'm very impressed. Mr. Mayor, I'm very impressed with you, and I'm impressed with our local councilman. I've lived in San Jose for over 70 years. My father has lived here. His father lived here from Italy. Spent a lot of time in this area. Everybody who phoned up about this one issue, I agree with everything that they have said. Please listen to them. I will add a whole different approach, because everyone that has called and stated what is in their heart, it is what is real here. This location, well, I will add to the mix, this is a very dangerous corner. There is a lot of racing at day, at nights, cars speeding by. You hear them. You hear a lot of sirens here. And I would say through all of my years of working, when I pull off of Burnell, go down to Monterey, every third day there was an accident there, and there still continues to be. Please, councilman, put this in another location. For me, it is not about the homeless, or it is not about anything else, or who's going to make money on this or whatever. This is all about, this is not a safe location, and this site is so small. Our councilman phoned earlier in the day and suggested a site that could put him 3 times the amount if you only put in what you were going to put here and then later add. But this will be dangerous here, and you don't want to do it. And I thank you for listening to me, and keep up the good work.
Thank you, sir. Bakar Ali?
Yes, hello, Mayor and the council members. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm also a Basking Ridge community resident, and like many people said, it's very concerning. Basking Ridge community has one way in and out, and if we're housing these homeless folks over there, we all want to help them out. The cause is great, but I think the price that we will pay as a community will be a lot more than what we are taking into account right now. See, I'm a finance person by profession, right? I work at a corporate FP&A, and that's what I do. My job is to look at the cost and benefits, right? To me, this does not make sense. There are a lot of young families walking around the neighborhoods. Just when we were proposing this site, there was a lot of loitering of homeless folks within the Basking Ridge community. Now, I tell you that my house from the entrance is 1.5 miles, and I would see homeless people walking around in that area where they have no reason to be there because there is no exit out of that community. So imagine just making a permanent residence there for them. There's a lot of families walking. If COVID guys are getting, housing over there, and they're making their way out into our community where young families are walking or elderlies are walking, it's a walking community. Basking Ridge, everybody walks. We have nice trails. It's a very safe area. This is going to create more mess than the benefit that we're going to get. Again, the cause is great. The work that you're doing is excellent. But I think the price that we will pay as a community, it's going to be not worth it. It's going to be more hassle for the city, more hassle for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Tanmoy Ghosh?
Good evening, Mayor Liccardo and council members. I want to take a moment to thank you all for all the work that you've been doing, especially in these unprecedented times in responding to the COVID pandemic. I also want to take a moment to thank all my fellow District 2 residents who have come out in droves to oppose and voice their concerns about the bridge housing community being proposed at Monterey and Burnell. It's quite amazing given the lack of community outreach on behalf of our District 2 council men and the city overall. It's quite amazing to see how many people have come out to speak against this. I want to say that I understand lack of affordable housing is a major problem in the Bay Area, and with 6,000, and I can certainly empathize that there are 6,000 homeless in San Jose currently. What I don't understand is how this current plan is a effective and fiscally responsible plan to address the concerns and the current needs for our overall homeless population in San Jose. To me, it doesn't seem that spending millions upon millions to serve 80 of the 6,000 plus homeless in San Jose is a very fiscally responsive or effective plan. I implore the city members and the council members to explore other options that are more effective way, such as the Project Room Key effort that the governor has spearheaded to enable access to 15,000 hotel rooms across the state. To me, that seems like a more appropriate solution to respond to the COVID pandemic. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Michelle Liu?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, Michelle. Welcome.
Oh, hi. I'm a longtime resident of District 2, and I agree that the homeless are a vulnerable population, but building tiny homes is not the right way to deal with this problem. The tiny homes are an impractical and honestly downright dangerous program. In addition, the proposed site on Burnell and Monterey Road is not suitable for homeless individuals. Firstly, the site is on the side of an off-ramp, which is of itself a necessarily hazardous location for the population that will reside in that area due to the close proximity to oncoming traffic. Secondly, there are no businesses, health services, or modes of transportation nearby, further proving that this is an extremely poorly chosen site. As a result, the surrounding neighborhoods in District 2 will bear the brunt of the problem when these individuals inevitably graze and loiter around the area. We must treat the root of the problem by providing treatment for mental health problems and addiction and building a cohesive safety net, including social services and healthcare, or we will never have enough homes. The residents of District 2 are rightfully outraged, and it's a shame that the City Council and Mayor are hiding behind the guise of bureaucracy and using a global pandemic to suppress the voice of its residents in order to push forward their agenda. During these unprecedented and stressful times, their actions are truly shameful and despicable. The railroading of this project and the lack of transparency with the community during these past few weeks are negligent at best and criminal at worst. Calling for compassion and understanding when you refuse to extend the same courtesy to tax-paying and voting members of the community is deplorable. We are not opposed to helping the homeless, but we want our voices heard. Time and time again, constituents have voted against this measure, and since the project began in 2017, it has been met with strong opposition from a majority of the community. And despite calls for finding other solutions to help the homeless population, we are here in 2020 discussing the same problems, with no other viable solutions being offered. We are actively being silenced and our voices are being oppressed. Let there be no doubt that the city, Mayor Liccardo, and city council members are strong arming the members of District 2 into this program that will ultimately harm our community and unfortunately fail in its efforts by not providing the homeless population with the tools that they truly need. I implore city council members to vote no and explore other options such as Project Key Room Key.
Room key. Thank you, Michelle. All right, Kalpana, welcome.
Hi, good evening, everybody. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I'm a resident of District 2 and strongly oppose this motion because myself and my fellow residents are going to be personally affected by these proposed sites to house the homeless. I also feel it's not an appropriate time to bring this motion up because not everybody is aware that this is being passed. Council member Sergio indicated in one of his posts that he wants to be open and transparent about this proposal, whereas it has been anything but. There are a lot of residents who are not aware that this is going on. A lot of people who are not able to attend this meeting to voice their opinions. And also, I think one other person had mentioned that the online comment tool where we could submit the opinions has crashed multiple times. So we don't know what this is going on. It definitely doesn't look like it's open and transparent. I do understand that we need to, figure out a solution for the homeless, make sure that they're safe, but this is not the right way to go about it. You need to consider the residents' opinions as well, because as taxpayers, we have a right to voice our opinion. I have actually been on this meeting since it started at 1:30. I do understand it's been a long day for everybody, and I've heard again and again that there's shortage of funds on all the other programs, but all of a sudden we have funds to start this. So it's kind of, not the right way, and to do this in a regular, unregulated state and during the COVID pandemic is not the right approach. Thank you.
Thank you. Fatima? Fatima, there you go. We can hear you now.
Hello, Mayor. Hello, everyone. So I'm the resident of Silver Creek, Silver Street. Hello, sorry. I'm the resident of D2 district, and again, I'm here to oppose my voice against the program, the shelter program that has been pushed in the Bernal Road. We have been exactly as there are a lot of concerns. There was a forum where we could post our comments, and we've been trying to do it since the morning. And every time we check the sites, all the comments have been deleted. So even we're trying to raise our voice, but we're not sure it is being heard by anyone or not. There's a personal experience that I had. I had a theft case next to my house. Police was not able to help my neighbor, and she was scared for her mother and her young kid, and she decided to leave. Even after she decided to leave this area, even after being staying here for more than 10+ years. this is just one example. There'll be a lot of the families who will be going through the same if there are a lot of homeless. Like there's another house in my neighborhood that also there was a theft. The car was stolen, and again there was nothing being done about it. It's like you're bringing new few homeless people in here at a cost of moving your taxpayer constituents out. How is this fair to people who put their hard-earned money and paying government taxes and doing a service with honesty? Um, that's what I have to say. I mean, all my fellow neighborhoods, people have already raised their concerns that this is not fair with us. We have not been given enough time to to raise our voice on it, and even this project being pushed after so many times, it's again coming back to haunt us. Already we are in a very stressful situation, this COVID-19 pandemic, and this is again one of the concern that can give us sleepless nights. So yeah, that's what I have to say.
Thank you, ma'am. I want to interrupt this for just a moment. Tony, are you able to hear us right now?
Yes, I can address the e-comment. It did crash.
Apparently, there's a concern that the comments have disappeared.
The comments have disappeared. I've contacted Granicus. I first discovered it yesterday. I contacted Granicus multiple times yesterday and today to try to get it back up. What I am going to do for the future meetings is actually remove that as an option so people don't rely on it, because we do have 2 additional email addresses they can use to email their comments ahead of time. And hopefully we can get it resolved from Granicus as soon as possible.
Okay, so going forward, we want to encourage everyone to use the email to submit written comments.
Yes, because all the email comments that we've received, we've got up there. I just posted the public comments that have come in during the meeting into the council meeting email address as well.
And those are, I assume, many
crashed, but we did not delete anything.
right, and those are many dozens of emails, I assume,
Yes.
or hundreds, or a lot.
Well, not as many as 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago, we had 8,600 emails.
Okay,
This was a lot more manageable.
okay. Well, thank you.
But I do apologize. I'm as frustrated as the people are.
Okay, so for the members of the public who are listening in, when she's referring to Granicus, that's our software vendor. So apparently there were many comments submitted by neighbors who were unhappy with the project. Well, I will assume that overwhelmingly they were opposed to it. They submitted those comments. Those comments were somehow lost as a result of software problems. Nonetheless, we have retained all the comments that were submitted by email, and you can be assured that the council is well aware of the concerns and opposition of many members in the community. Ashish, you're up next.
Hello, Mayor Liccardo and other council members. Thank you for listening. I appreciate your listening to the residents' concerns. I am a resident of the California Amazon community in the Metcalf neighborhood. I join my fellow residents in strongly opposing the decision of building tiny homes on the lot near Bernal and Monterey. I believe this will be a threat to the safety of the residential communities near this site. I echo the sentiments of others, also opposing this decision. We've had, as we just heard, many comments online on the Granicus website that, for some reason have now disappeared. But I still request the city officials to come up with a more comprehensive plan that would address the root causes of the problem, not just lay it on a good neighborhood with, productive, decent citizens. Perhaps, exploring other sites where residential neighborhoods would not be impacted directly, and, explore hotels or motels as a temporary solution. I am very concerned about this move. I don't think District 2 residents in this area were adequately notified or informed of the reasons for the decision well ahead of time. We see, even today, a lot of waste and litter outside our community. No action has been taken to improve the situation. So, all I request is, we be given the opportunity to present our collective opinions, this decision not be expedited. And I also encourage, the council members to empathetically consider, all these residents' concerns and issues before taking any decision. I, again, thank you for listening and appreciate all the good work that you guys are doing. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Sushmita?
They have an out of date soon.
Okay. Sushmita, apparently we can tell someone Henry here at the city can tell us that you have an out-of-date Zoom software package that may make it difficult for you to speak. You can't speak at all. Okay, so that you may want to try to download the latest version of Zoom. There are a few folks still left to speak, so if you want to try to download that, that will make it easier for you to speak. If you want to try, go ahead, but I'm not hearing you now, so I'm assuming that means it's not going to work. Okay, so I'm going to call on Albert and Sushmita. I would just encourage you to go to the Zoom app store. Go to the App Store rather and download the latest version of Zoom. Hopefully I'll enable you to be able to use your microphone. Okay, Albert, welcome. Albert, you need, your device is on mute.
Sorry, I unmuted it now. Hopefully you can hear me.
Yep.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and thank the whole City Council for all the work you've been doing during this time. My wife and I also, as most people have said, are residents of Basking Ridge. We live probably 3/4 of a mile from the proposed site on Burnell. I mean, I guess as all the other people have expressed, there was not a lot of notification from the city and or Sergio Jimenez on this. So I'm a little concerned about the lack of transparency, for lack of a better word, on this. And also I'm really curious why there's 2 sites in this district that are up for these tiny homes. I don't understand that. And I implore that the City Council really listen to the people of this area. I realize, and this may sound sarcastic, and I don't mean it to be, but I mean, I guess I don't understand why it's not in other neighborhoods. Why is it in this neighborhood? And how would the people of any of your neighborhoods feel if it was next to your neighborhood? I really don't understand that. And hopefully you guys can answer that. And really, I just really implore you to really listen to the residents of this neighborhood. As one of the other people said, this is an area where people walk. My wife and I were walking today along the trail. Families walk here. I just don't understand why this area is chosen. Thank you.
Thank you. Julia?
Hello, this is Norman Hall. My wife has been on since 1:30, but we have 2 young children, and so she's taking care of them. I, like so many, have been distraught with the lack of transparency and the communication from the city. This was a passionate discussion point back in 2017, and to see it rekindled while not communicated to the residents in a professional or timely manner has been very disconcerting. You know, I'm 4th generation San Josean. That's significant pride in this geography and city leadership that has kept us here when it's so easy in a time to flee states or cities. This is a community where we know our neighbors. We are a very tight-knit community. I live in the Los Paseos Avenue area, and you know, this has been a neglected aspect of San Jose for far too long. We have neighborhood watch that's been set up, and the city representative told us that we have, you know, a short staff in police support. We even voted on funds that were allocated to this neighborhood for the Calms camera system back many years, and it's now just starting to roll out. I do not see how this site is productive. It is near a bar. It is near a railway. This is not logical to anyone who's looking at it from a community perspective. And as our city leadership, I would really implore that you look at this beyond just the 80 heads that you're trying to solve the need for today and in this new proposed 10 to 15 year span. Thank you.
Thank you. Walter, welcome.
Oh, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I'm a resident of District 2, and I'm opposed for multiple reasons. First, Sergio's note said, and I quote, "We are committed to fighting for homeless housing solutions. Each district
I'm sorry, it's very difficult to hear you right now.
Oh, sorry, can you hear me better now?
Yes, much better. Thank you.
Okay, sorry. Okay, so I'm opposed to this for multiple reasons. First, to quote from Sergio's note, we are committed to fighting for equitable distribution of homeless housing solutions. Each district should do its part to help shelter people. I find it hard to believe that in a city of almost 180 square miles, 1 million people, every time this has been proposed, I've never seen a proposal to put this in a wealthier, well-to-do neighborhood. I'd be a lot more convinced if everyone who voted for this would stand up and say, yes, we can have something like this within a half mile of my house, because that's what the case is here. Secondly, the note said this is not intended for COVID positive residents. That doesn't sound like a very strong statement. It's not intended for that. Does that mean it's never going to happen in the future? Thirdly, Sergio's note said, well, there's 24/7 security. Well, if you go to the other link, it says, yes, that's for the first year, then it's going to be reevaluated. Well, we all know what that means. It means it's probably not going to happen. Fourthly, I'm already confronted every 1 or 2 weeks by homeless people in the shopping center nearby. I assume some of these people won't have cars, so they're going to be walking over to the shopping center nearby near Los Paseos on Bernal. There's 2 shopping centers there. We already have multiple homeless people there harassing people. I was harassed today by somebody who was sneezing. I have many other concerns. My time is up, so I'll leave it at that. And I thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, sir. Arun? Arun? No. Mo Abu Shaba?
Yes, thank you, Mayor, for taking my call. So I'll start with the concerns in a bulleted format. So really the top injustice that's being committed here, and oppression, for the lack of a better term, is the lack of transparency. Even in third world countries where there's communism and dictatorship, you don't, you don't see as much things shoved down the throat as you would see done here. For the lack of a better term, I'm appalled. I'm distraught. This is definitely not democracy. This doesn't feel like America. This is something that's being shoved down our throats, and we have no say in it. And that's what it feels like right now. It's very disappointing, to say the least. D2 has been, like everyone said, has been kind of like a dumping grounds and, been neglected for many years. Why isn't Almaden Valley taking some sites? We don't see anything there, or the neighboring cities even. The use of the fund is just pure negligent, because millions of dollars are being spent on a fraction of the homeless. Majority of the homeless, 5,000 plus people in San Jose, don't even fit the criteria of that fraction. So it's a misuse of fund. It makes no sense to spend that money. That would be basically a waste of taxpayer money as well. Also, that location is terrible. Tons of street races. SJPD doesn't do anything. Lots of speeders. SJPD doesn't do anything. Lack of police presence. There's no cops to be found in that area even. Substation took years to open. I don't even know if it's open or not, but that's a struggle. Meanwhile, this is being pulled as a fast one, as it feels that way. Unacceptable. Please rethink this. I beg you. Thank you.
Thank you. At 9:15, I'm going to close the public comment for any more folks who want to raise their hands. So raise your hand now if you'd like to speak, and then we'll close it for all those who have raised their hands. Kalpana, welcome.
Hi, I spoke already, but I just wanted to clarify one thing regarding
I'm sorry if you've spoken already. We only can allow one person speaking per time. Thank you. Puneet Mathur.
Can you hear me okay?
Welcome, Puneet.
Yeah, hello, Mayor, and hello to the council member as well. I hope you guys have been also watching how the demographics of the District 2 have changed in last 3 years. And we all know the housing situation in the overall Bay Area, the cost of buying a house. Most of us work very hard. We have worked very hard. And, we have found this community as a place which we can call home, raise our families, walk in the neighborhood with our kids. This whole notion of building a tiny home within our vicinity, in our neighborhood, without taking the public here into confidence, seems like you guys are taking the COVID-19 pandemic as an excuse to push through the agenda of building the tiny homes. I would also like to stress upon the point that, this tiny home location, what you guys are talking about, is in very close vicinity of the elementary schools, many libraries and hospitals. There are only 2 shopping complexes nearby, and most likely, if this comes up, I hope not, we are going to see those homeless people walking in those shopping malls, walking in the parks as well, right? And Sergio will remember back in 2017 when we opposed for this notion, we did say that, look, if my kid is walking in the park and the needle stuck into his shoes, who is responsible for that? So we are not hearing whether this is going to be a temporary arrangement due to this pandemic situation, but we are hearing more it as we are going to push it down your throat, whether you like it or not. We are just taking an excuse of pandemic here, but we are going to build this housing society which is going to last for more than a decade here, right? So I would request city to relook into this situation and please listen to the public what they're saying. Thank you.
Thank you. Mohish Jaggi?
Yes. Hi. This is Sushmita. I was the one before with the outdated Zoom.
Oh, great. Welcome back.
Yes. So I do want to raise my concern, just like my fellow neighbors. I have been living in Baskin Ridge for more than 10 years. And when we first moved in here, this was one of the most amazing neighborhood. And today it's a big disappointment. There's so much crime. We keep here, there are burglaries, there are thefts. Every day we hear something or the other. So this is bringing tiny homes into our neighborhoods. It's a really bad idea. I don't think it will work out. And also Governor Newsom, he did say that he had secured 15,000 hotel rooms. And out of those, only about 4,000 have been filled. So I don't know how the 80 rooms is going to help these homeless people anyway. So maybe you should take that in consideration. And we already have so much development here with the warehouse, and the traffic has gone up. So please consider what my fellow neighbors are saying, and let's not build tiny homes here. Maybe you can find a better place for them, maybe low cost, where even the homeless people can find a nice, happy, safe place for themselves. Well, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Elvira Faria? Ms. Faria?
Hi, Mr. Mayor
Welcome.
and council members. Good evening. I know it's been a long day for you guys. My concern, I think everyone is talking about the homeless and they don't want the homeless in their neighborhood, but I would like to send an invite out to all of the council members and the mayor. Have you all been to that site to see the actual location in person? You almost need to come out, maybe send a few of the members out during the day and send a few members out on the weekend so you can see. It doesn't matter if you're putting homeless people there or you're putting the best members of society in there. It's a clover leaf. And if you guys with good conscience and decency can, in your heart, put anybody in a clover leaf, no matter who they are, then vote for it, yes. But if you do that, then you can open up all the clover leaves throughout the city and we can house everybody in the clover leaves. I mean, the speed limit on Monterey Road, I believe, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, is between 40 and 50 miles an hour. And there's accidents on that street all the time. So if you all every one of you on the council in good conscience can put somebody to live in a cloverleaf, whether they're homeless or the president of the United States or the mayor himself. Do you feel safe living in a cloverleaf where there's cars buzzing by at 50 miles an hour? That's what I want you all to think about. Thank you.
Thank you. Ivan, Ivan, you're up next.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. So my wife and I are residents of California Maison in Santa Teresa. The proposed site is less than a mile away from our house. As all of you heard, there are basically zero voice of support and only opposition. And we had this back in 2017. We're having this discussion again right now. So as some of the other people said, the lack of transparency and kind of shoveling through our throats with this proposal is not acceptable. So the council member for the District 2, this is not really good thing for you, trust me. And that doesn't look really good. The other part is the rise of crime recently. Every single day I have this neighborhood app installed on my phone, and every morning I wake up with, oh, my car has been stolen, my Amazon package has been stolen, and this goes throughout the day. There are basically a bunch of camera footage when people homeless people just passing by and grabbing the packages and leaving away. There are lots of young kids in this neighborhood. The neighborhood is virtually free of drugs at the moment. So that will all change. And the other part, I have a question for you. So somewhere in the presentation, there was a 2 million spent for housing 60 people in the motel room, but yet there are 6 million going to be spent for housing only 80 people. That kind of does not add up. So Project Room Key or whatever it's called probably is the better solution. And thank you for listening.
Thank you. Okay, so the folks I have that were able to raise their hand within the time that I described earlier include Lori Landis, Diva, Jonathan Fleming, a person with a phone number 7645, Judy Purrington, Surrey, and Francis. Those are all the folks that will hear then. And then after that, public comment will be closed because we need to get some more items done on council before the midnight deadline. So as I said, all the folks who would have raised their hands before 9:15, as we said, will be speaking. After that, this public comment will be closed. Lori, have you spoken before?
No, I haven't.
Oh, forgive me. I'm sorry. Welcome, Lori.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to speak as well as my husband, Fred. So my first question, because I don't know if this was answered before, are the people that you're thinking of putting in there, are they going to be COVID-19 patients?
Ma'am, this is time for public comment. We'll be happy to respond during the council discussion.
Okay, so I need to know if they were going to be COVID-19. And if so, then I'm wondering what kind of care will they be receiving? And will they be having to stay on site while they're sick? Or will they be roaming the neighborhoods? And will they be moved when they're well? And if so, will someone else come to take their place? So
just take the other half of this. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members.
Separately, if you like.
Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
So the other issue here that I applaud all my District 2 residents for coming out on this issue a couple of years ago, and here we are again redoing it. And I think it's highly dubious that at a time of, in essence, public panic, we now have this trying to get railroaded through the city council. That needs really some second thought. And 2 locations in one district, highly unfair, never agreed to. And let me just go back earlier, between 2017 and now, we've had that company called Google come into town. Has anyone actually ever asked them to participate in this? Share some of the money? Has anybody actually leaned on them to do this? I think that's justified. Thank you.
Thank you both. Deva? Welcome.
My wife and I, we both moved from San Diego to here. We moved here 10 years ago, and we live here with a small family. We are the residents of Basking Ridge community here, and our home is probably the closest from the proposed site. I sincerely request you, please do not build this one. We live here with a small family. We really enjoy the parks around. We really enjoy the schools around. And please do not make a situation where everybody end up selling their home and move out of this community. That's, I hope, is not the purpose here. Building this type of shelter will definitely add more issues here. And since the proposal has been made, it has completely disturbed our life here. We have been continuously keep thinking. My wife and I have been continuously keep thinking what to do next here. And it's not just me. Entire Basking Ridge is on the same page as we are here, and we are hearing from so many neighbors as well. We have been continuously even providing our votes on the this San Jose Genius Idea website. We had about like 100 plus opposition. It's I guess 200 plus oppositions. But every time we put the votes, it just goes away. I'm not sure whether it's happening purposefully or is it like just some random or some issues at the server. I really don't think so. It's a server issue. Otherwise, we would see this issue with the other agendas as well. It's only this agenda that shows this problem. I sincerely request to Mayor, to our council members, please do not disturb this neighborhood. This is a wonderful and beautiful neighborhood, as good as San Diego. Please, I end my stuff here. Thank you.
Thank you. Justin Nedemeyer, I believe you've spoken before, haven't you?
No, I have not spoken.
Oh,
Brother.
okay. Welcome.
Thank you. I appreciate all of you for your long day. I know it's been a very long one, so I appreciate your patience with this. But having fought this in 2017, I'm directly opposed to this. I feel that it's misguided. It's not actually going to help the homeless residents. I believe that if we're going to show caring and compassion towards these individuals, then we should be putting them in an area where their needs will be best served. There are no facilities really for mental health or addiction down in the South area. There is no robust stops for people to travel to go to work. They need to. And putting them on a highway endangers their lives. You know, they're going to be breathing in all that smog. People are racing constantly, so it's an danger to them and to themselves, not alone just the residents in the area. I do have a young child. You might hear him crying in the background right now, but I apologize for that. But I had an incident recently where a homeless individual in my area actually tried to snatch him out of his stroller. And so to me, I worry about his safety and the safety of my other children in my neighborhood. And so I implore you to actually really consider where you're putting these individuals. I understand that you want to have 24/7 hour security, but with a shortfall in the budget, that contract will last for maybe a year at max and then will be forgotten. So I really ask you that you really consider the children in the neighborhoods, look out for their safety. You know, bringing more drugs and more crime into an area is not productive for the community. And so I ask that you reconsider this location. Thank you and have a wonderful night.
Thank you. Jonathan Fleming. Welcome, Jonathan. Your mute button's on.
Gotcha. Thank you very much. Honorable Mayor, City Council members, thank you very much for this tonight. Bridge housing, also known as tiny homes, have been attempted here since I was chair of the Neighborhoods Commission ad hoc on homelessness back in 2016. We created specific requirements for BHCs to be successful, specifically in-depth community outreach, so existing neighbors do not feel like this is forced upon them. And as research into homeless housing shows, to improve community relations so that our neighbors feel like they're a part of the bridge housing community. BHCs under AB 2176 have largely failed to be constructed in San Jose, but now under the guise of the coronavirus and COVID-19, residents feel like the city is forcing this upon us because all regulatory steps, including zoning and general plan compliance, have been removed. No CEQA, no community outreach, no housing commission input, no planning commission input. Is this project at Monterey and Bernal intended to house and limit the spread of COVID-19 in healthy individuals, or is it intended to house those who have tested positive for COVID-19? And we have conflicting information from our council on that issue, and the community needs answers. Again, this is why several rounds of community outreach and meetings are necessary so that our residents can get the facts. If this project is intended to allow residents to isolate, shelter in place, and not get COVID, I feel that this facility will fail. Shared bathrooms, community kitchens, tiny cramped living spaces will take way too long to construct, especially with the amount of bathrooms needed for this facility. So I feel that our neighbors have overwhelmingly stated that they are opposed to this project, and I also am opposed to a permanent political project when a temporary solution is necessary. Thank you.
Thank you. Mohit Jaggi, I believe you spoke earlier. Yeah. The person with the phone number ending 7645, welcome.
Thank you. I'm a longtime resident of San Jose. I'm a bit nervous, so please forgive me. I've never done this before.
You're doing fine.
I just wanted to start off by thanking you, Mayor, and the council. I've been listening since 1:30, and I'm impressed with the way that you're trying very hard to help our community during the crisis. I have to agree with all of the other callers that this is just a bad idea, having these little pods at this Monterey site, Monterey and Bernal. You know, they would have shared bathrooms in the COVID crisis. I mean, seriously, what are you thinking? You can't put a group of people in a spot where they're going to have shared bathrooms. That's just silly. So I wanted to call and object to this strenuously. It's just a bad idea because of all of the other reasons that the callers have given. And we are angry down here. The way that this was railroaded through without telling us what was going on. I think you've heard some of that. Everyone's been very polite. It's kind of interesting, but we are angry down here. You just trying to slip this in through the back door. We don't appreciate that. And this is just the tip of the iceberg too. We've only known about this for a very brief time, and all these people have been responding and commenting. Can you imagine how many people don't know about this even yet? That haven't had the opportunity to object. There's probably a whole bunch of them out there. So anyway, I just wanted to comment about the pods, that's what my word for it, and the way that they would be grouped together. I have worked personally with the homeless population for many years, and they're an independent lot. They are not going to stay there in that little tiny area. You can't expect them to, what are you going to do, fence it and then have a guard and not let them out? I mean, that's not appropriate either. That would be like an internment camp. So, this is just a bad spot. But what I would like you to do is, if you could please amend.
I'm sorry. My apologies, the time expired. Thank you. Judy Purrington? Welcome, Judy. Is there a software issue? Oh, okay. Francis, welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, City Council. Thank you very much for the time to speak today. My family and I, and many members of my community implore you to vote a resounding no on this proposal. When originally proposed, bridge housing was supposed to be located in each of the 10 districts in San Jose. Not so amazingly, most other sites were eliminated for various reasons. We indeed too are wondering why you are not using your new emergency superpowers to open one site in each of the 10 districts. Clearly, bridge housing is being proposed now due to the opportunity afforded by the COVID emergency powers. It is totally inappropriate to use these powers to propose expensive, long-term housing that lasts a decade past this emergency to house very few homeless. It is inappropriate and bad for the homeless that you are trying to help. We are taking time, energy, and money that would be better spent on real short-term measures to address the homeless and the COVID-19 concerns. Like the original bridge housing, the current proposal is poorly planned with few concrete details that address community concerns and safety and security. As expressed by others, my family has been directly threatened, in fact, threatened to be killed on 2 different occasions by homeless individuals in the area. Of course, police are understaffed and can do nothing about it, even when called. I have a family, 2 young daughters we're trying to raise in San Jose. We're very concerned for the safety and well-being as well as our quality of living. Please vote no. Additionally, would really like to say the transparency and communication has been abysmal even in light of the pandemic. This is no excuse for essentially, it seems trying to hide this from us. We fortunately found out. Our D2 council member only published a notice last night by email and on Nextdoor. Fortunately, our community was well aware of this coming and researching it to try to understand what you're proposing. Thank you very much for the time. Thank you for your efforts.
Thank you. Pramod? Welcome.
Hi,
Hi.
can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you very much for the time, Mayor and all the officials in the San Jose city. I understand that you have been working for so long for the whole day today, and I really appreciate all the efforts that you are putting in. I do understand the intent behind this, which is very good, to be able to help homeless people and to be able to help COVID patients. But unfortunately, I think the way we are doing this is completely wrong. The decisions that you make here today will impact the living in the neighborhood. Thousands of people in this neighborhood will get affected. There are schools in this neighborhood, and there are small kids in this neighborhood. The crime in this neighborhood will increase, and it affects the quality of life that we have here. So I would urge you to say no for this.
Sorry to hijack. I'm a mom of 2 kids who go to the school locally here. So we have had problems before dealing with the homeless people wandering in the school. And we had really like terrifying moments, like we didn't know what to do because 911, if we call them, it's a non-emergency thing. They don't even show up. So we had to deal on our own. And also on our beautiful trails, couple of fires were started by the homeless persons. So I would really ask you guys to, reconsider this with all these problems. I would say you guys should just come out here and see the neighborhood, and you will definitely know this is not the right place for this. Thank you.
Thank you. And finally, the individual with the phone number ending 7863 will be our final speaker. 7863, welcome.
Hello?
Yes, hi.
Hello, hi, Council. My name is Paul Soto. I'm getting like real tired of hearing the citizens complain that no matter where it is that you want to put people that who are experiencing poverty, not only poverty, but they're experiencing the effects and the impacts of a pandemic that was actually imposed upon them. I mean, I don't think people really listen to themselves and hear the calloused, the calloused indifference to the suffering of another human being. It's like their lives are valuable. Why? Why are some people's lives valuable in the city, and some people's lives you can just pretty much do whatever it is that you want with them? I think we need to confront that. I think what we need to do, and that's why I like that this situation is happening, because it's causing us to look at ourselves in the mirror. It's causing us to see the racial inequities and the racial disparities that have created San Jose, beginning with the redlining policies and the institutionalized racism that created a lot of these neighborhoods to begin with, so that they could sit back in their nice, comfortable chairs and sit back and judge other people and determine, okay, well, no, we don't want you over here because somehow or another there's an implication that you're going to come over here and harm our kids inside of our schools, and we can't have that, so you need to go find someplace else to live. These are human beings. These are citizens in our city, and some of them are ancestors of people that had built this city back in the 30s, 50s, 30s, and the 60s. So it's really frustrating to sit here and listen to this rhetoric when it's only rooted in self-serving motives. These people have no sense of community. What they do is they have a sense of us and them. And we don't care about them. We don't care what happens with them, so long as they know we're near us.
Thank you, Mr. Soto. Okay, returning to the council, I just wanted to say first, thanks to all the members of the community who sat on the line, many of whom sat since 1:30. It's now 9:30, so that's 8 hours through a lot of council dialogue. So thank you for your patience. I appreciate the very strong feelings here, and I know that there are many people who are very opposed to this. Nonetheless, it was a very civil expression of opposition, and I appreciate both the fact that people were very clear and respectful at the same time. Let's return to council now for comments and questions. I have a few. I know there are several questions that were raised in the public comments I'll be happy to respond to, but let's first hear from my colleagues. Councilmember Esparza.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be quick. I have a couple of things about the HAP contract amendments. So on item 3 of the counts of the staff memo, I just wanted to clarify that money is not COVID related. It is for the homeless prevention fund, sort of pre-COVID, that was already planned. Is that correct? I don't know if Reagan or Jim Shannon are on the phone.
Yeah, Reagan's here.
Hi,
Is she? Okay.
Councilmember. Yes,
Hi.
this is correct. This is not new money. This is a $3 million that council directed, I think back in February.
Thank you. And then so as new funds become available, are we going to assess them to include funding for the COVID Homeless Prevention Fund to see if any of them might be eligible?
So there has been a concern about using our federal funds for the specific COVID prevention activities that Destination Home is doing, because all of our federal funds require certain procedures that they follow certain procedures, and they're trying to get the money out fast. So that's why the funding has gone to their regular prevention fund.
Okay, I understand. I'll follow up offline as well, because my concerns are still the same, that those needs are still in our community and are greater than ever. I wanted to also follow up on the family component, where's it? The $2 million for the motel funding. Where is it? Oh, it's in the presentation. So the $2 million for the motel funding, that is for 60 households and families, and that includes the case management. Is that correct? Does that include the case management?
Yes, it does.
Oh, okay, thanks. And so, are we partnering with, we have talked previously about homeless, supporting homeless families, and we had talked about partnering with organizations that are already doing this work, like specifically Amigos de Guadalupe, and some of the work that they do in trying to find those families so that we can then put them up in motels and we don't have little kids sleeping in cars. Are they part of the pipeline for getting families into the motel program?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Okay, that's it. I just had those clarifications. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Jimenez.
Thank you, Mayor. I certainly have some comments, and I'm interested in making a motion. I first, and I suspect maybe some of the questions that I have, as you've seen them sort of get peppered throughout the comments, maybe you can answer some, but I suspect that Jim may be able to answer a few. So I just want to go through a few because I think it'd be good to the extent we still have many people on the call. The first one is, I was hoping, Jim, and you sort of touched on this earlier in the conversations on other items, but just touching a little bit about on how this came about, how these items were chosen, or these locations, I should say.
Yeah, yes, council member. In terms of the location selection, I went through earlier today the fact that at the state level, the governor issued a state of emergency and an executive order, shelter in place order, and really directing cities to ensure that their unsheltered populations could get shelter to avoid the spread of the COVID virus. The county issued a public order essentially directing the same type of thing. So cities are directed to try and shelter their homeless population as quickly as possible to avoid the spread of the virus. So we took that direction. The city then established a COVID emergency and a shelter crisis as well. The council ratified that 2 weeks ago and directed us to, as expeditiously as possible, stand up emergency interim housing. And what we did is we went back to the list of potential sites that have been looked at for a number of years for a variety of housing types to essentially support the unsheltered population in our city. And we identified the ones that we could most expeditiously stand up during this COVID emergency. And we identified a number of sites 2 weeks ago. We advanced them through the process and really came up with the 3 sites that we have in front of you today. They are sites that we believe the city owns or controls. The nature of development on those sites is pretty straightforward. And we believe during this period of time, we can stand up the emergency interim housing and have it available to support and avoid the spread of the COVID virus in our community, and then also be available as we move through that crisis to support people that could be coming out of shelters, the mass shelters that we've stood up in the downtown, and then other shelter needs in our city. So we believe that the emergency interim housing that we're standing up today will have multiple purposes and multiple benefits in the immediate short term, and then over a period of time as we move throughout this year and into the future. So that's kind of how we came about those particular sites.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I was going to ask you a different question on why it's happening so quickly, but I think you sort of touched on that. The other question I had is that I think may help enlighten folks a little bit as to the situation and what the city's already doing is, I know that we've opened up some city buildings or rooms, so to speak, Parkside Hall and Southside Hall, I believe, city venues that often are hosting conferences. Even the president has come and speak in one of those locations. And so what are those being used for currently?
They're being used for mass shelters for our homeless and unsheltered population. Initially, we reduced the level of density and crowding in other mass shelters to try and create proper social distancing in our shelters. So that was one of the first uses of those locations. We have Parkside Hall open. We have the South Hall south of the convention center open as well. And as Councilor Foley talked about earlier today, we have the Camden Community Center open as a family shelter, and we'll begin receiving families there as well. So those individuals that are coming into those locations came primarily out of other shelters to create more space. And then we're also receiving individuals through the county referral system of other homeless individuals as well. So we're working closely with the county to really get populations and individuals into these mass shelters. We know that at some point, in the future, near future, could be that we will have to decommission those mass shelters that are in buildings that are used for other purposes. And these locations can be a landing spot for those individuals as well.
Okay, thank you. And you touched on another question that I was going to ask you is what's going to happen when those folks, when these locations are closed, because they're sort of temporary, right? We don't know how long the crisis is going to last. We eventually close those down, and then folks are going to need somewhere to go, right? And that's where some of these bridge housing locations and other such places are going to play into receiving some of those folks.
That is part of our planning for this. Yes, that would be a potential location and place for them to go.
Okay, thank you. And you should know,
maybe, can I just jump in a little bit? Because there may be some additional, just to fill out the picture a little bit. Because I went to Dave Sykes this back in February with this idea based on what we knew the governor had already done. What we knew was we thought may or may not happen with the COVID crisis. We didn't know really how severe this was going to be. We knew we were on a sharp upswing in cases at that point. We didn't know if the mass shelter plan we had would be sufficient or we'd need more housing. And what we didn't know then is another thing we still don't know now, which is how severe the second or third wave of contagion might be when we might need housing again. And so the notion that somehow or another we could just sort of depend on the cots that we have stood up in South Hall or some rental agreements we have with motels, which we all know are very temporary solutions, also may not have been sufficient solutions. And we know particularly if someone is COVID positive, even in a congregate setting, that's not going to be an acceptable solution. You need to have separate rooms. You need to be able to have people in a room with a door and a lock and a key. And so the construction of prefabricated modular housing would seem to serve that purpose well. And that's why I urge that we take advantage of the opportunity to see if we could get some housing built relatively quickly to address whatever we did not know was going to happen. We anticipated it could be very bad, in which case we'd absolutely need the housing for COVID positive individuals. We may still, we just don't know what's going to happen in the future. So anyway, that's.
I appreciate that, Mayor. The other question I had, Jim, and to the extent you have the answer to this, I know there's been some comments around security and that it's only going to be guaranteed for a year and such. Do you have a sense as to what your feelings are about that and what you know to be true?
Well, based upon how we're operating our current bridge housing community, I mean, our intent is to have, a professional operator operate the community and be there and to have a security presence. So our intent is to manage it in a professional way. I mean, that's, I think, the right way to do it. And that is our plan at this point in time. I would maybe ask Reagan or Jackie if they have any additional comment on that, but we think, it needs to be properly operated. We want these people who are coming into these communities to be successful, to get into permanent residential situations. And we think we have to really operate it in an effective, safe way so that they can move into a more productive, stable environment. So we want to have a good living condition and community there so they ultimately can, move into a better situation. But if Reagan and Jackie have anything to add to that, I'd be let them add to that.
Yeah. I don't know.
It's Reagan. I would just add, agree with what Jim said and just add we plan to have these sites professionally managed with on-site supportive services from case management to help with employment development and training, to help with accessing other resources from behavioral health to even accessing public benefits. The ultimate goal is transitioning people into stable housing.
Okay. And then obviously with assuming the Brunel site moves forward, we have 80 rooms, for lack of a better word. That's not to suggest those same 80 people are going to stay there indefinitely, right? I mean, the idea is to hopefully move them along to permanent supportive housing or to other stages of housing, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, okay. The other question, thank you, Jim. The other question that came up consistently, as you could probably tell if you were listening, is this question. And I'm not, I understand the reason it's asked, but I've just played with different ideas on my mind as to why it's so important. But this idea of who we're putting in there, if in fact they are going to be COVID positive, can you speak to that, Jim?
Yeah, I'll speak to it initially, and then maybe I'll ask Reagan to jump in as well. Councilmember, our intent is to build these emergency interim housing communities as flexibly as we can. Our initial planning for the Monterey Brunel site is for the individual rooms and beds and bathrooms so that each person would have their own individual bed and bathroom and those types of facilities, so that in the event we needed it for isolation for at-risk individuals who are at greater risk of having severe complications from COVID, that it would be effective for them. In the event we had to use it for COVID positive or COVID exposed individuals, that absolutely would be an option. So we're building these communities to really serve the potential for multiple purposes. How we ultimately identify residents, select them, and bring them in is a process that Reagan and her team will work with the county on. We work collaboratively with the county to identify people that are have been intaken in the system, and identifying kind of what is the right population, the right group of people to go into the community. And I think there will be a variety of factors that will go into deciding who goes into this community ultimately. But we're building it in a way that it can meet a variety of needs in the short term during this crisis. And then as we move through it, it can still be flexibly and effectively used.
Okay.
Reagan, anything you would add in terms of your work with the county on filling out the community?
I would just perhaps add two things. If the site is used for COVID positive, as Jim mentioned, it's being built with that consideration in mind. And the county would be assisting in caring for the people at that site. If it's not used for COVID positive and we're just housing vulnerable homeless individuals, and we define that with the county as people who have 3 or more pre-existing health conditions that make them have a higher likelihood for death if they contract COVID-19. There are protocols in place for what happens if someone were to test positive, that the county has already been implementing throughout the county, that when someone tests positive, that person is immediately moved to an isolation site. Public health is notified and they immediately begin, their investigations team begins the tracing contact of that individual. And then VHHP is often coming on site and doing health screenings and testing. So there's a very precise protocol that's followed when someone does test positive at any of our sites, whether it's a hotel, motel site, or one of our congregate shelter sites.
Okay, so just to clarify, that is not exactly who we're building these for, but it is possible that once we discuss some protocols, evaluations, sort of, entry points and who's going to be allowed in, we will be considering that. Is that what I'm hearing? I'm trying to.
I think that's a fair assessment, Councilmember. I think we're building it to have that capability. As the mayor said, as we were moving into this crisis, we certainly didn't know precisely where we were going on that front, and the way in which the number of cases was growing and the severity of the situation. We certainly went into this with the approach of building it to flexibly meet a number of different needs. We still think that's absolutely the right way to go. We think having, the additional levels of privacy as well, we think is a way to probably provide, a little bit better housing environment for the individuals as well. We are building it to meet state housing quality standards that can enable the city to get reimbursed from the voucher program from an operational standpoint. So we are trying to build a level of quality into this and enable it to really serve a number of different purposes here. We think that really gives us the best use and the most effective use of the community and the units in the site itself.
Yeah, I appreciate that. One of the things that comes to mind, and maybe it's just an elementary understanding, or maybe boiling it down to a little, maybe too basic nature, but it seems to me that if we have someone that's COVID positive, that the last thing we want is for them to just be roaming the streets, right? To be just walking around infecting other people, especially as, we understand that we don't have enough testing. And so I suspect that is already happening with our housed populations to a certain extent. But it seems to me that if we suspected houseless, homeless individuals are positive, we would want a place for them to go, right? Rather than on the side of the railroad, on the corner.
Yeah, there's no question about that. In fact, that's what the state emergency declaration and particularly the county stay at home order directed cities to do that. So I think what you've described is really what we're under direction to try and do.
Okay. All right. The other question I have is for Councilmember Peralez. I'm not sure if he's there listening. And the reason I want to ask him a question, Councilmember Peralez, let me know. Oh, you're there.
I'm listening.
So the reason I want to ask you a question is that I think you have the benefit of having one of these bridge housing locations in your community already. And so I wanted to ask you a question as it relates to public safety, because I know you're obviously a police officer as well. And you should know, just to premise this, that as we've been sitting here listening to the public comment, I sent a text to the police chief asking him if he had heard, if there had been an uptick of crime, for lack of a better word, at the current Mayberry location. He stated that he hadn't really heard anything, and it hadn't risen to anything of note to him. And so I was going to ask you if, being home to the only bridge housing location in the city, have you seen an increase in crime? And is there anything that you've noticed?
None at all. And in fact, I have now taken a couple groups on tours, couple District 3 residents on tours of the facility to see and, see it, feel it in real life, kind of be able to experience that. Individuals that had a lot of fears, as we heard tonight, on what to expect, and giving them an opportunity to see how we run it, see how the operators there run it. But we have had no complaints, and certainly no indication on an increase in crime.
Okay, thank you for that. I appreciate that. Because one of the things that comes to mind as folks, and I think some of the concerns and comments come from a place of fear of the unknown, right? To a certain extent, but I have to remind myself that we're not building prisons here, right? We're at least that's not my desire, right? Is to hold people in these places and not allow them to freely roam the city that belongs to all of us, whether it be at the park and going for a walk and things of that nature. And so that is what comes to mind as we talk about public safety. Certainly the residents of Basking Ridge and the other parts of the community cited, instances of burglaries and such, but as we know, that happens all over the city. It isn't specific to District 2 or that particular community, unfortunately. But I still think that we live in a relatively safe community and a safe city. So with that being said, let me just make some comments to all the residents that I know that are listening. Let me just first thank you so much for your stamina. I think we've been on the call, I estimated about 8 hours. So it's been a little while. And so I do appreciate you joining us. And I appreciate your comments. All the letters, emails that have been sent to me personally, messages on Facebook, on Twitter, on LinkedIn. I've received all of them and I've read all of them. I certainly appreciate your concerns, and I want you to make certain that you feel that you've been heard, even though I know some of the sentiment is contrary to that. One of the things that I would say is that these are not normal times. And as such has required the city to do things a little differently, as you can clearly see by this meeting. We have Zoom meetings. We're now leading efforts to feed what seems to be all of Santa Clara County. We've opened up city sites that have normally been there to provide space for concerts and other such things, and opening those up to houseless residents. And the other thing that this pandemic really has caused us to do differently is to move quickly to stand up projects for our residents who are in desperate need of shelter. And so we know that we have a tremendous shortage of shelter beds, and we're nowhere near the amount of beds that we need to house the thousands of poor souls that are living along our creeks and freeways and train tracks. We see that very clearly in District 2. And long before this crisis came about, the COVID pandemic and such, I was already telling my residents that I was interested in continuing conversations in the months ahead before all this occurred again, that I wanted to continue having discussions about our willingness in District 2 to really move the issue of homelessness forward, irrespective of what other cities do or what other districts do. And those conversations were going to be premised, and I've shared this with many residents, but they were going to be premised on the idea that we must do something and that the status quo just wasn't going to do. And now, obviously, those opportunities for dialogue were quickly set aside by this current emergency that we find ourselves in. The state, the county, and the city have recognized that this current pandemic, coupled with our existing housing crisis, has really exposed, as I see it, the sort of the chasm amongst our residents. And these acknowledgements have led to mandates that we quickly house as many houseless residents as possible, really setting aside the normal course of things. And while I'm not satisfied with the expedited process that has been put in place to achieve this rapid development of this site, and I understand the rationale, and I'm supportive of District 2 playing its part to help house our most vulnerable residents, all the while helping to stop the spread of the virus. What we also recognize is that citing these type of projects, and my colleagues on the council know this all too well, is challenging, because although I believe all residents want us to solve homelessness, we know very clearly that there's still a tremendous amount of pushback in actually doing something about this issue, and the opinions among residents vary widely. And so I just want to say that I am supportive of moving forward the bridge housing site in District 2. Even though the manner and the pace at which we're doing it causes me concern and discomfort. But I also have to say that I realize the importance of getting this done, and do believe my district, and even though you heard sentiments from residents that were in opposition of this, I have received messages from folks that are supportive of this, of us doing something. But it's also important to recognize that some of the residents that were on the call tonight have reasonable concerns and have expressed those. And the unfortunate part is I think a lot of that opposition and non-support really comes from a lack of information. And I really do think that the sooner we get that to them, the better off we're going to be. And also the unfortunate component is that there are, unfortunately, groups in the community that are passing out information, a lot of misinformation, quite frankly, trying to stoke fears and fan the flames of discontent. And that continues, unfortunately, but we have to wade through that and move forward. And so with all that being said, I want to move forward with a motion. And I certainly am supportive of everything the mayor stated in his memo. So it includes movement of the mayor's memo. And so I want to read off the motion. I want to tell you why I think we should do it this way. And so it's essentially what my memo says, to accept staff recommendation, items 1, 2, 3, and 4 in my memo. But the main change there, instead of moving forward with the Monterey Burnell site, to move forward with the Rue Ferrari site. And the reason I think that's important is that I do believe that, and my residents have expressed to me, as you've heard on the call, that they feel like every district should be stepping up to do something. And I feel the same way. We've all sort of shared that to some extent over the course of many meetings. And so part of this recommendation is rooted in that. And so what I would say is, instead of the Monterey Burnell site, go to the Rue Ferrari site. That buys us a little time to actually have some public comments and input, because Jim, I recall you telling me that it's going to take a few months to stand that up, a little longer than would normally be happening, but a few months. That's a larger site. I think we can house more than 80 people there, quite frankly. And the setbacks from residential are a little further out than they are at the Monterey Burnell site. And so that would be my motion.
Second. All right. I won't be supporting the motion. Councilmember Davis?
Thank you, Mayor. I also will not be supporting the motion, and in fact, I have a substitute motion to make, but I do want to thank Councilmember Jimenez for discussing your residents' concerns, and I think you're absolutely right. I speak from experience when I say that when there isn't enough information, fear can take over. And I do understand, to everyone who commented, I do understand your fear and your hesitation. And there are other districts that have, there's a bridge housing site. I have in my district an overnight warming location. We have a metric data dashboard that we go over every month that includes a number of different metrics, including public safety. And I do want to reassure you all that we did not see an increase in crime or incidents when we have the overnight warming location versus when we don't have the overnight warming location. So I think that's really an important point, and something that I hope that you will consider. I do have one question that, if you mentioned it, I'm sorry if I missed it. What will be the services on site for the residents? So I don't mean like physical services like laundry, but will there be case management in any way in connection to the social services that some of the residents had some concerns about?
Hi, Councilmember. Yes, there'll be on-site case management. So that's helping folks develop individualized plans, whether that is connection to other services, healthcare, behavioral health services. There'll be connections to employment development, connections to social services, again, all with the goal of moving folks on towards stable housing.
Thank you. I think that's a huge thing that, by the way, I don't think they're going to have in the motels. And the 15,000 motel rooms, just for everybody who said that sounds like a great option, it is a great option, and it is one that we're already doing. But 15,000 motel rooms is a drop in the bucket for a state of 40 million people, and I don't even know how many of them are unhoused. I know that it's 9,000 in our county. We have 5,000 people in our city who sleep on the streets every night because we are able to shelter a little over 1,000 of our unhoused neighbors. So I just want to be clear, it's not an either or proposition here. It's a yes and, because so many people need to be housed before COVID, and now it becomes even more important to have people have a place to be able to shelter in place, because sheltering without place is very difficult when you don't have the very basics of running water to be able to wash your hands and trash collection to be able to keep your area clean. And those are two very, very basic things, in addition to all the social services that they will get on that site. I do want to also mention to the residents who are listening that one of the things that we were able to do, I've always been a champion of including the community, incorporating their ideas into our projects. We do that on development, we do that on our homeless housing. For my overnight warming location, can everybody hear me okay? Yeah, okay. Sorry, it just said my connection was unstable. For my overnight warming location, my community asked for a community advisory committee. We meet every month. We talked about a dashboard. We developed it together. And that has been very successful in bringing all the stakeholders to the table and work cooperatively together, but also to get ideas from the community and also support from the community for the overnight warming location. So it was the community members on the committee who said, we want to provide holiday meals. We want to work together and have holiday meals for the residents at the Bascom Community Center. And they did that for Thanksgiving and they did it for Christmas as well. And now that the OWL is going 24/7, which we just found out about, and we just had a meeting about it last week, right away they said, how can we help? What can we provide to help them pass the time to be there and shelter in place at Bascom? So it's something that I just want to offer as potential for Councilmember Jimenez and for other people who have either an OWL or a shelter or a bridge housing community coming to their district, that it can be a very positive experience to have the community involved, not just at the beginning and say, here's what we're doing, but over time so that concerns can be addressed as they arise or before they even get to be an issue. So that's something that I would suggest. So that is why I'm going to make a substitute motion to move the mayor's memo and then and Councilmember Jimenez's memo item 4, which is to provide a plan to each council district that receives emergency interim housing about how and when enhanced services will be implemented. And I hope that one of those things staff will consider is a CAC for each of those sites. So that's my motion.
Second.
Motion and second from motion from Councilmember Davis, second from Councilmember Foley. Councilmember Perales?
Could you repeat it? I'm sorry. Could you repeat it?
Yes, I moved the mayor's memo and Councilmember Jimenez's item number 4.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Perales?
Thank you, Mayor. So I wanted to start off by saying that we do recognize these are very trying times, and based on the comments we've heard today, it's absolutely not the way that we would traditionally be making these types of decisions or rolling out these types of solutions. It's certainly the situation we're in, the crisis we're in. We are having to act much more swiftly, and that's indeed why there are these opportunities in regards to the state, recognizing that we need to act swiftly, and fortunately for the city, having already done a lot of work over the last 3-4 years on identifying potential locations, vetting out locations, having this opportunity to be able to have a list to go to, and make quick decisions as we are here. But indeed, this is not the traditional manner in which we would be making these decisions. We'd want to engage more with community. And so I understand the frustrations. I want to echo the mayor's comments, but I do also appreciate the demeanor in which our community members voiced their opinions tonight, and their stamina for a number of them being with us since 1:30. We're running pretty late into the evening here. I also appreciate the frustrations and the concerns that we heard, and especially as well from Councilmember Jimenez, and looking over his memo hearing. Obviously, the comments because I am one of the few council members on this body who has engaged in those discussions with community members. And I'm the only council member right now to have the first and our only bridge housing community. And in having that experience, I can say that although I appreciate the concerns that we did hear tonight, as you've heard from myself and just now from Councilmember Davis, most of those concerns are never going to come to fruition, and many others are going to be remedied in the way that we operate these locations. And what we have seen in not only my bridge housing location, the one in District 3, but in our other sites like our overnight warming locations that we've been doing for a number of years now, safe parking sites, permanent supportive housing, we don't see these concerns that people have ahead of time actually coming to fruition. And a lot of the reason why is because, understanding the concerns of the community, right, we have an opportunity to be able to operate these sites in an effective manner and continually stay engaged. And so I would echo as well Councilmember Davis's suggestion that we do have a neighborhood advisory council, and we have that as well with the bridge housing community in District 3, and we have those with other sites like our permanent supportive housing and overnight warming locations. I think it is important that community members stay engaged. And we have seen the same response from a lot of District 3 community members that have now participated during the holidays or just anytime they feel that they want to be able to assist their community members by bringing food or engaging with them in community, hosting things like National Night Out with their neighbors. It has been a very positive relationship, and that's what we would hope for in all of our bridge housing sites. To speak to the memo, because I will be supporting the substitute motion in regards to some of my concerns. The initial one in regards to the request that we only have one site per district. Now, I know that that was the interest of the council, partially the interest of the council about 4 years ago when we kind of sought out on this endeavor to have bridge housing sites. But it wasn't just to limit it to one per council district. It was to start off with one per council district. That was the commitment. Every council member said, "Yep, we commit to hosting a site in our district." But we knew that with a growing number of homeless, several thousand, and then from that point on, getting upwards of 6,000 individuals in our community that are homeless, we knew that solution of just having one site in every district, 10 sites throughout the city, was not going to be sufficient, and not just with bridge housing, but with things like overnight warming or permanent supportive housing. One or two of these sites per district is not going to cut it, and so that wasn't necessarily the intent, and in fact, it's not the reality. What we have today is one site that is open, which is in District 3, but it happens to be on the border of District 4 and has a lot of District 4 residents that live nearby. I know this because they attended a number of my community meetings and engaged with me for a long period of time as we went through that process in permitting that site. The next site that's in the pipeline and we've been working on is geographically in District 7, but it's on the border with District 3. And in fact, the closest neighborhood and residents are all District 3 residents, individuals that I engage with on a regular basis. And no doubt, you can believe I had the same community meetings with those individuals where they raised very similar concerns to what we've heard tonight. And as we see on the list in regards to sites that we're talking about now, moving forward with, one of those is in District 4. And so effectively already the sites that we're looking at would be a doubling up of sites in some of our districts, and not necessarily limiting it to just one. Now, one thing I can agree with, which Councilmember Jimenez mentioned in his memo, was the more equitable distribution of these sites in his recommendation number 3. And this ties in line with, I think, this interest on, hey, before we go and put several locations in one area, why are we not more equitably distributing them? I couldn't agree more. And in fact, as our housing team knows, I have been asking for that for over a year, and we've actually had our housing team working on it, on what we call a siting policy, and how we might be able to better disperse all of the affordable housing solutions and short-term solutions like bridge housing, all of these throughout the city. And as well, one of the major components was how are we going to ensure we tie in the services, the enhanced services that these sites may need, that they may demand. And I just wanted to see if maybe Reagan can speak to where the siting policy work is actually at, and maybe you can let me know if I'm correct or not in regards to thinking that Councilmember Jimenez's suggestion there on number 3 could fit into that work that we're already doing, or that you're already doing. Is Reagan on? Yes.
Yeah, I'm here. Actually, was seeing if Jackie was going to jump in on.
Either one.
Hi, I'm jumping. Sorry. So the housing department is working on an affordable housing siting policy, and that the policy was really focusing on our permanent housing that we're building more so than this. Although we have been contemplating coming back around this particular issue to discuss more further with the council regarding how we do future siting of these particular solutions. So I see them as separate because they definitely involve different kinds of conversations because of the nature of the type of housing we're building, but we're certainly thinking of it in both areas. So we are in the process of securing the consultant for the affordable housing piece.
But you would say that the process would be different for solutions like Bridge Housing Community. What would the timeline for that look like?
Yes, so the one that unfortunately because of the COVID-19 we have had to delay moving forward or doing any work on it, and the same is with the work that we were doing regarding how we would site future tiny homes or BHCs.
So you wouldn't have a timeline estimate then?
Not at this moment.
Okay, because I do believe that is an important effort. I wouldn't want to stall the progress that we have today or the vote that we have today. But I would like to obviously continue one and hear from yourself maybe an update in the next month or so in regards to the current siting work that we're doing. And hopefully, again, we can kind of begin to finish that up and then maybe hear back on what it would look like. And maybe I'll ask for a friendly amendment in regards to that, just to solidify it in the motion. Because I do think that is important, and it's an important point certainly that my community members have brought up. And Jackie, as you know, right, they're bringing this up because rightfully so, District 3, I think we heard tonight a community member say District 2 has been the dumping ground. I think if they lived in District 3, they would probably have a different opinion, and I wouldn't call District 3 the dumping ground. I'd call it the solution, because we are enacting solutions, but we are enacting them here more inequitably than we are across the rest of the city. And the residents, although receptive, are beginning to feel as though they're not seeing some of these solutions happen, especially as we heard tonight in some comments in more affluent areas of the city. And I would agree with that. I've echoed that. And that's our hope with this siting policy, to be able to get that. But we here have the first 2 permanent supportive housing sites, not only in the city, but in the county, up and running. We were amongst the first of the overnight warming locations years ago here in the city. And as Councilmember Jimenez was mentioning, which hasn't come up as a major discussion, is minimal of the beds that we're talking about here for the bridge housing. we are talking about 358 shelter beds that we opened up here in District 3. And in fact, Jackie, you have one of them behind you. I believe that's Parkside Hall. Between Parkside Hall and Southside Hall, South Hall here at the Convention Center, which happens to just be 2 blocks down from where I live, and where on an almost daily basis I walk my dogs and my 18-month-old child. We have opened up 358 shelter beds that are now operating, and that we're housing individuals that were out unhoused in the street because of this crisis. Clearly, as Councilor Jimenez stated, these are not sites that were meant for these purposes. But we've acted, again, swiftly and quickly to be able to do this. And I'm fortunate to have, I think, the understanding of a lot of the community members, and especially even, my immediate neighbors here, that although, right, people may be concerned, recognize the need for these, and then also recognize that we can operate these in a safe manner where the concerns that we heard tonight, again, don't come to fruition. And we're doing so. Can you speak, Jackie, to what the timeline looks like, if we even have one yet, for the operation of those shelter beds at Parkside and the South Hall?
Hi, I'll jump in on that one. This is Reagan. So timeline for operating the temporary shelter beds, we're planning through the end of June, just for our budgeting and contract negotiation purposes, but there is a possibility to extend if needed. We're hoping we don't have to.
And obviously, this is dependent clearly on what's happening with the crisis. And as the mayor points out, and we heard from the governor, not just today, but numerous times already, in regards to the potential of second waves, and especially considering how well we've done at mitigating the spread. We know that what that means is that there's a potential that as we attempt to try to get back to normal business, that we may see another spike and may need to have these sites up and running, unfortunately, for longer than we had expected. And so, again, though, I think there certainly may be some inequitable dispersion going on today, but it's not happening in District 2. And having 2 potential sites of bridge housing is not going to make that the case either. And I know that the community members may not be aware of that, though, in District 2 on what is happening across the rest of the city. But again, I don't disagree that we should cease to look at some of these other sites. And so that actually brings me to Councilor Jimenez's second recommendation here, which does talk about looking at this is one of the evaluation criteria, but just reconsidering all the sites, as you stated, and open up additional potential sites. I'm not against that either. Again, I don't want to halt or stall the progress that we have today. If we have the funding, if we can get more funding, especially from the state or federal government in regards to being able to open up more of these sites, I absolutely think that we should be exploring more sites, and again, not limiting it to one per district, but exploring sites. Do think we should be trying to be equitable and finding sites throughout the city, and I appreciate that in this recommendation we're doing that, right? We're looking, and we've now that we're sort of again spreading some of these solutions. Hope we can continue to do that, and don't necessarily disagree with that recommendation. Just wouldn't want it to hold up the work that we're doing today. And so before I ask for a friendly amendment, I want to see if staff could respond to recommendations 2 and 4 from Councilmember Jimenez's memo, to see how you might be able to incorporate and respond to those in a timely manner that allows us to move forward with the staff recommendation and the mayor's memo today. But how can you incorporate those recommendations to be able to come back to the council in future dates and ensure that we are, again, if we have the the finance to do it, and if we end up extending these sites, how can we respond to them?
So if I could start off, I think, and Jackie and Reagan can kind of jump in. I think if we go back to, our original plan around the expansion of bridge housing, certainly our plan had always been to, have a council-approved siting approach. And certainly, it's always been our plan to be able to offer some level of enhanced city services surrounding all of these facilities. I think as far as our ability to address those issues in a way that aligns with meeting the current emergency, that's where I think the challenge is for us. I think is this focus on the siting for a second, and just want to appreciate the work that the team has done in such a rapid amount of time.
And Jay, just to be clear, I'm not asking for either of these necessarily to be incorporated today in regards to the decision we're making with these solutions, considering the reason we're making them and why we need these solutions. I'm looking at, obviously, moving forward, some of this may extend and these sites may extend. I imagine you have an answer in regards to his recommendation number 4 on how there may already be some form of enhanced service. It may not be what we have today at our different locations, like overnight warming locations. Again, those are going to change for all of our locations, though. It's not going to just be somehow these are different. If that changes, the level of service is going to change across the city. So I'm not necessarily looking for that, and I don't need you to defend it. I'm more looking, what about a response moving forward, and how could we incorporate some of these?
Yeah, so thanks for that clarification, because I thought we were talking about how we address the emergency. So, setting aside kind of the work that we've got it right in front of us right now, and in terms of trying to move forward with some rapid emergency housing, I think it is important that we have council-approved criteria for how we site these, and certainly we want to be able to offer some level of enhanced services. But I appreciate your point around what that looks like in our future budgets situation is that's something we're going to have to work through with the council in terms of what we can actually offer. I do think it's important for the success of these facilities, but we have a lot of trade-offs in our future that we're going to have to make. But we're not opposed to working through these issues as we look forward outside the emergency scenario for expansion of BHCs.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, and I know that Councilmember Davis, you did include recommendation 4 from Councilmember Jimenez's memo. Obviously, what we're hearing from Dave, it sounds like certainly that work is going to be done, but I don't know what it looks like in regards to the immediate response. And so I am, kind of just interested in regards to how that already is incorporated in the motion. And then I would like to add to see as a friendly amendment if we could include recommendation 2 from Councilmember Jimenez's memo. Again, not with an interest to stall the progress today, but that we have that work continue in the future, and definitely have a better siting policy, and maybe that, as Jackie stated, that work being alongside the current siting policy work we're doing for permanent supportive housing.
I'm open to that. I just want to clarify when I incorporated the item 4 of Councilmember Jimenez's memo, I don't anticipate that it will come back to the council, but that just like what happened with your OWL site and what happened with my OWL site, that staff will work with the district offices, and there's time during the construction for that stuff to happen. So, we already, as you stated, kind of, we have similar needs at our sites. And so the nice thing is that we're not reinventing the wheel right now. This BHC site and the OWL sites will have similar needs, and we already kind of have a template for that. So I'm hoping, and Reagan, you can jump in and say, I'm hoping that it won't be, a ton of work, and that things like, a dashboard, for example, ours is on hold right now because it's extra work for staff to do at a time when they're dealing with a crisis. So, but that doesn't mean that they can't socialize the metrics that we have and have that in place for when things kind of settle down. Does that make sense, Councilmember Perales? So I'm happy to incorporate your item number 2, as long as that there's an understanding that this is not for COVID emergency time, but for policy development time.
Absolutely. And that was my interest as well.
Great.
Thank you.
Is that okay, Councilmember Foley? You're my second.
Yes, it is. Thank you.
And can I seek further clarification, Councilmember Davis? So it won't interfere with staff's progress on the 3 sites for which we think we have funding today, more or less?
That's correct. And it's really, as Councilmember Perales stated when he was asking Jackie about our affordable housing policy, Jackie made it really clear that policies aren't being worked on right now. And I think we've all seen the list of what is essential versus non-essential activities for each department. And policy work is on the new policy work is on the non-essential. And so this would fall into that category.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to offer a few thoughts. I know a couple more colleagues like to speak, but I wanted to at least get some more information. And I'm going to ask Henry to put up a slide. This reinforces Councilmember Perales' point. I know there was there were a couple of members of the community, and I understand that people have a lot of strong feelings, and I don't blame them for their feelings. But it is important that we insert facts. And what's described here is how affordable housing is allocated by council district. And the column that's particularly relevant here to housing for homeless individuals or formerly homeless individuals, people who are just getting off the street. So it's called ELI, extremely low income housing. And you can see in that 3rd column there, it describes ELI units. The total number in the city of San Jose, we'd like to see a much larger number, but it's 2,500 right now. We have a little more than 6,000 homeless, so we'd like to see that number big enough to be able to house all those homeless individuals. The number of ELI units in District 2 are 75. That is a fraction, a small fraction of what would be the proportionate share of ELI units. And so I appreciate the concerns expressed by some that they feel as though their district is getting all the affordable housing, or I can assure you it is not the case. Since I am a resident of Councilmember Perales' district, District 3, I like the way he described it, that District 3 is the solution. I'm proud to live only a few blocks away from one of those tiny home communities. I heard a few folks refer to this as a tiny home community. I think that had something to do with probably a misnomer that appeared in a couple news accounts. I expect this is going to be prefabricated. Modular housing will look a bit different than the tiny home communities that we saw, which actually were built by volunteers, and including myself and my wife and many of my colleagues here. Many council members are out there building those also. Habitat for Humanity will manage the construction, but these will not be tiny homes. These will be probably modular units that would be bedrooms that would be, for example, 3 or 5 in a single building, for example, all with their own bathrooms. I think that's more or less what we're looking at. We're looking at different models, but it'll look more like dorms and less like tiny homes. I want to make sure we're not misleading folks. Henry, feel free to take that down. With regard to the comments that were made by members of the community about Project Room Key, yes, there were more than 1,100 spaces or beds made available county-wide through Project Room Key and other efforts. Project Room Key only had to do with about 450 motel rooms, and then additionally, the housing department and the county housing worked together to identify lots of spaces for cots in places like South Hall Tent and Parkside Hall. All of those, of course, are temporary because we actually need those buildings to do all the things they did before we had a coronavirus crisis. And we're going to, at some point, have to kick people out of those places. And I'd rather not kick them out on the street. I'd rather have them go to some place that is safe and a place where they can live in dignity. I know there is concern about the pace of this, and I appreciate that concern very much. I think Councilmember Jimenez very much just very well described the emergencies that we're dealing with right now. And I say emergencies plural, but certainly the COVID emergency is the most palpable. We're going to have this homelessness emergency well beyond this pandemic. A question was raised by a couple of members of the community about how is it we have this money despite what we're likely to face, which will be a very severe budget shortfall. This money is actually state money. It's allocated specifically for homeless construction and homeless services. And I emphasize homeless unit construction, that is units that would be built to house homeless individuals, because after several conversations with the governor and members of the legislature who approved this funding, they are very frustrated that a lot of this funding is just going for services, and they want to actually see cities expand their inventory of emergency transitional housing, which is exactly what we're doing here. And so much so that when the news broke that we were launching on this effort in 3 different sites because of Jim Orpal's great work and many other members of the city team, I received congratulatory texts from the governor and 3 other members of the legislature because they're so tired of seeing this money go to be spent on really us spinning our wheels rather than actually expanding inventory of housing that we critically need in our communities. So rest assured, this money is being used appropriately. It can't be used for anything else. It's not going to be used to pay for police or libraries or anything else. It is restricted under state law. And then I know there were some assertions that somehow or another the neighborhoods voted on this site previously back in 2017. Wasn't involved in the details of whatever that was, that vote. But I can assure you there was no vote on the council that ever said at any time that we're going to have a plebiscite in any community to determine whether or not they want to have housing built in a neighborhood. I can tell you with only 2 exceptions in my memory, every place we have built housing for homeless individuals has been met by relatively strong opposition. And I say relatively, I mean, I've walked into large halls with 300 very upset people, and nearly every single one of them was angry at the city for proposing building the housing. What we find, though, over time is when it gets built, and if it's built well, and the services are provided well, as Councilmember Perales described, it fits well into a community. And people figure out after a while that it's a whole lot better having homeless individuals housed than homeless individuals walking around on a street. Because when they're housed, they suddenly become your neighbors in a different way. And believe it or not, everyone has a stake in actually seeing the neighborhood work. So I'm confident we can get there if we're working together. I know it's not something our residents in that particular area are happy about. I've rarely experienced joy when we've been involved in these efforts. We recognize it, we appreciate it. I listen intently, and I'll continue to listen. I know we've got another community meeting coming up in a day or 2, so we can address concerns, the reasonable concerns the community raises. But the reality is we're going to need to build a lot more affordable housing for homeless residents in a lot more neighborhoods, and most of those neighborhoods are not going to embrace it. And if we fail to do that, we'll simply perpetuate the crisis, and that is unacceptable. Councilmember Arenas. Councilmember Arenas, I think you're still on mute.
Okay, thank you. I'm very supportive of your comments as well as Councilmember Perales. I see this as a solution versus a problem, and I just want to say that I think that we've all been very committed to receiving our homeless and seeing them in bridge housing versus seeing them in our creeks or on our street corners. We want to see them in houses that are dignified and locations that are dignified of them. And so I'm absolutely supportive of the motion. I wanted to just to get some clarification. I apologize. So, Councilmember Davis, your motion includes only item 2 and 4 of Councilmember Jimenez's memo?
That's correct.
Okay.
And the mayor's memo.
Yes, yes, of course. Okay, thank you. I wanted to, it's very late, so I just want to thank the staff for bringing forward the proposal for Plan for Families. I was a little nervous about redirecting all of the monies initially to bridge housing, but I see that you've made good on your promise, and I really appreciate it. I can ask offline about some of the bottom line in terms of the money, because it says TBD on some of that graph on that table. And I venture to think that you're still sorting those details out. Right, Reagan? Okay.
Yes, that's right.
Yes.
All right. So I'll leave that alone. But I don't see the language for the proposed Plan for Families as part of the recommendations. And so I would like a friendly amendment, Councilmember Davis, so that we can include the proposed Plan for Families that affect HAP as part of the motion. And I'll make the same request in the next item for the portion of the plan that affects federal funding, but I just don't see it here.
I guess I'm not clear on what exactly you're asking for. There was a note about families in the presentation. Are you saying it wasn't in the staff memo?
Right, right. Unless I'm incorrect, and maybe it's, I don't know.
So
I'm not reading in between the lines, but so maybe this is a question for Reagan. Reagan, am I correct to assume that it's not part of the language on the recommendation?
Yeah, this is Jackie. I'll jump in. No, we didn't include it as part of the recommendation language, and I apologize for that. We really should have included a staff coming back and you accepting the Plan for Families.
Great, thank you. So would you be open to accepting that amendment?
Yep.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Councilmember Davis. And that's it for my comments.
Sorry, can I just have clarity on that one issue? Because my understanding is the site in Councilmember Davis's district is being considered for families. Is that right, Jackie?
That's correct, Mayor. We are looking at that one. And I think the memorandum, in the body of the memorandum, also has the information that was in the presentation. So I think in both the body of the memorandum and the presentation, we are including these family-friendly items.
Okay.
Is that fair to say, Jackie?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Councilor Camus?
Thank you, Mayor. And I had a couple questions. I've gotten a couple of emails from the Conservation Corps in regards to allowing to build these units. Are we using them in any way?
Councilor Camus, Matt Kano had a discussion with the Conservation Corps today and seeing what might be possible in that regard. So they'll be considered kind of along with others in the process of trying to stand these up kind of in an urgent way. So they've been reached out to, and if we can find an appropriate role, we'll consider that.
I appreciate that. They mentioned that they use people who are local and need jobs and what have you. So I'm sympathetic to that. And they said that it might even be able to do it for less. My second question is this: I've asked, I think, a couple times now, and I haven't gotten an answer back. Is the county actually using the empty South Jail facility. I think there was over 500 units that are empty now. Well, the whole jail is empty, and I don't know if we're using that in any way. I mean, do you have an answer? I think I've asked more than once now on this.
Not to my knowledge, the jail is not being used, and Reagan can jump in if she knows otherwise.
Yeah, I think that's right. It's not currently being used or, to my knowledge, contemplated being used.
I mean, I know that we keep doing more and more of the county's job, and it doesn't seem that they're doing as much as we are, quite frankly, or even assessing their capabilities when it is their responsibility to take care of some of this, and having a huge facility that is empty. And if they're not looking at it, can you guys at least talk to them about using it? Because even this project is, whatever gets voted on, is going to take a while to get built. And if we need something right away, maybe they can open up the facilities that they own. I think it's shameful, quite frankly, not to look at the facilities that the county owns.
So yeah, I think, Councilmember, we can commit to doing that follow-up and seeing if there's an openness to that.
Thank you, and I, as I've said in the past, I'm fully on board with permanent facilities. I've actually said yes to 2 in my district. They haven't been built yet, but I've, I believe in permanent housing solutions, and I thought Sergio's memo was pretty fair. I'm going to be supporting him on his motion, because it's tough. It's tough to go from no sites to 2 sites. And I sympathize with his points of view. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Diep?
Mayor, this is Maya Garza. I had my hand raised and it was taken down, so I put it back up again.
Okay. Yeah, I just usually go through the council and come back to folks who've spoken before. So I'll do that right
Yeah,
after.
it was just lowered as opposed to being
Oh.
put in queue. So I'm raising it again.
Okay. I'm not sure why that happened, so I'm sorry, but we'll call on you right after Councilor Diep. Councilor Diep?
Yeah, so I was just going to speak to the folks still in the audience, or there's 47 attendees. I heard the public comment, and I hear your frustrations, and I, like other colleagues on the council, I've also sat through these public hearings, and my residents and have sat through similar comments and similar concerns. I would just want to echo what Councilmember Perales said, what Councilmember Davis and others have said about, once it's there, it's never quite it's never quite what you imagine in terms of the potential hurdles and whatnot. But I just want to add to the conversation. Some people said that we're not, but we're kind of forcing this on you, or we're not really considering your viewpoints. We certainly are, but I just want to help you see, or make sure you hear, that the city is very limited in where we can place these things. There was a plan, as has been discussed. Each council site has one of these tiny home villages, and I know this is not a tiny home village, but just having a place that's safe for our homeless neighbors to live in. The goal was 1 per district, and we went through this whole process, and we couldn't identify enough sites, to give us a lot of options. And even now, as we move forward with plans for tiny home villages, we're borrowing sites that the city doesn't own. The one that we have now in Councilmember Perales' district on the D3, D4 borderline by the Berryessa BART station is VTA land. The next one we're going to open is on Caltrans land that is loaned to us. So the city ourselves, when we're able to find a place that is viable to put up some modular housing or a tiny home village, it's not that we're trying to impose on your neighborhood or are not sensitive to your concerns. It's that, quite frankly, as a matter of land, as a matter of money, we are strapped. And so we do what we can, because everyone has to agree in the abstract that when there are 5,000 homeless people in the city of San Jose on any given night, 7,000 people across the county of Santa Clara, we can't turn a blind eye to that. So when we put up a few units of modular housing, whether it's 80 units or more or less, we do what we can with what we have, because, and we understand that this is not solving that problem. Absolutely not, it is not. And so why do it? We do it because we have to start somewhere. And I will be supporting the motion on the floor, and I just want to share that so you understand where at least I'm coming from in casting that ballot. So thank you, I'll yield.
Thank you. I know we're going to go through a second round of comments. I just want to remind everyone the time. It's now 11 o'clock and we have 2 more items on the calendar. Councilmember Esparza?
Thank you. So I have a question. I don't know if this is for Jim or Paul or for Dave, but it's a question again about the services for the sites. So when we approved the sites for District 3 and District 7, when that work has been going forward, we've been talking about adding enhanced service zones around the tiny homes. And when I asked the question last week, and I believe the week before last, about enhanced services for these tiny home sites that we're talking about right now, I was told that there was not going to be the enhanced service zones because we were standing this up with COVID funds, right, or for COVID, and this way, this was what we had. So I want to ask, just to be very clear, what is the level of service, particularly around security and blight and all of those things, those enhanced service zones? What is that list for the sites that we are about to fund?
Maybe I'll start it off, and the team can jump in. I want to kind of distinguish between kind of the on-site services that was spoken of earlier. I think the only way these sites will be successful for the residents is if there's the on-site services that we've been talking about. So that has to be there. Separating that from what we've been implementing at the Owls around enhanced, what I would call offsite services, to ensure that we're not seeing blight and other issues around the bridge housing community. In this case, that has always been, I think, a plan for success. What I think we've been talking about is the fact that our budget situation puts us in a very different position in terms of what are we going to be able to offer in terms of enhanced surrounding neighborhood services. And I think don't want to set up expectations that we're going to be able to offer that higher level of service as we expand these facilities across the city.
And so I wanted to bring that up because that's part of the motion. So the motion on the floor includes providing a plan how and when enhanced services will be implemented, including increased police patrol, increased litter and blight services. And I bring that up because the site in District 7 is at Felipe and Story. And I've supported that site moving forward, just to make it clear to anybody listening. But we want this to be successful, right? Everybody wants these sites to be successful. And this site has a lot of blight. In fact, we've reported a lot of blight in there now. But it's adjacent, it's actually, and I wanted to address something else. The residents in that area are District 7 residents. And it covers the District Lincoln police district, which is in Western Division. The site on the boundary on the other side of 280 is District King and Central Division. So they're 2 totally different police divisions. District Lincoln is the city's, by far, busiest police district, gets 10,000 calls more a year than the next busiest police district. And the neighborhood adjacent to the enhanced service zone is the Santee neighborhood. And it's the city's only gang injunction. It's a Project Hope site. It's a community that needs a lot of support and services, including police patrol. And so the city had assured me earlier that we would have a security plan in place for the tiny home project, which we went through it and we had many conversations that would be adequately supported. And I guess what I'm asking is, I want to know that there's a security plan and that we are not diverting sites. We're not diverting services from neighborhoods that rely on these sites, that rely on these services, rely on the police patrols, that rely on blight services, that we're taking them away from neighborhoods just to focus on tiny homes. And that's what I wanted to get here tonight and get some clarity on.
Yeah, we'll be doing nothing of the sort. I think as we're all aware, the budget scenario that we're looking at is going to require that we re-examine service delivery across the board. But these are budgetary decisions that will be made by the council ultimately through a public process, as we have to examine the trade-offs, whatever those trade-offs are. And I'm not trying to, overstate that. I just want to be real about that. But don't have any intentions of diverting resources from one area to serve another without a process that we talk to the council about how we're doing service delivery across the board.
Thank you.
I just wanted to jump in because I was also watching that council meeting, and I believe what Lee also stated was that one of the benefits of all this teamwork that we've been doing and cross-departmental collaboration has resulted in much more connected programs. And so while, given the budget, we may not be able to invest more money, there is a belief that because we're coordinating so much better, that we'll be able to leverage whatever we have to bring forward a more comprehensive approach, because now the teams are actually talking and communicating together.
So I guess what I want to hear too is that in standing up the tiny homes communities, that we as a city need them to be successful, and that we do bring that level of coordination so that there is, for example, on-site security. And by the way, security to protect the residents as well. I mean, I don't know, there are these things that people say, but that there's security for the development or the tiny home development, that we do bring that level of coordination to the site. And so I wanted to double check on item 4A, because what I hear from PD, and by the way, I recognize that not every neighborhood is the same and that we all have a level of different challenges, but the tiny home site in District 7, just to be blunt, has a lot of challenges and that needs a lot of coordination and support. And so I wanted to see if the maker of the motion could add increased security and or police patrol, and just make that small change for communities like mine that are so reliant and the police are just going from call to call.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. Just to be clear, the list of services there is and include but not limited to, so it doesn't, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, that's something that each council district can work out, and I'm happy to include it, but I just want to be clear to everyone that my intent is not to tie staff's hands and not to prescribe a specific menu of services for each council district or each site, even, because my Owl site is much different than my Evans Lane site, for example. And so that's a conversation that we'll have with the residents that are nearby and the stakeholders in determining what kind of they will need to feel safe and secure having a bunch of new neighbors.
Thank you. That's helpful. That way each council district can coordinate each development, because each one is going to be unique. And so thank you. I appreciate that. And I'll be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Just on that point, just want to make sure we're not tying our hands here. Because I read paragraph 4, if it's something I'm going to support, it would say, provide a plan each council district receives emergency interim housing development on how and when and whether enhanced services will be implemented. We've got a really tough road ahead in the next few weeks in this next budget cycle. And the notion of enhanced services is going to sound quaint to us in about 2 months. And so I think we really need to be incredibly realistic about our current situation. And I know a lot of the city staff, including those who are looking at right now on the screen, Dave, Jim, Rick, were around when we were laying off hundreds of employees, and it was awful. I'm not talking about layoffs now. I'm hoping we're going to do everything we can to avoid it. But I can tell you, to be thinking that we are going to be able to commit to enhanced services with a deficit that is going to exceed $100 million, and I don't know how much more than 100, but probably something more than that, is really optimistic. So I think we all have to really level set our expectations. I'm willing to vote for this with the expectation that whatever those services are, there's some coordination, great. But it may be the case that the services that are provided are within the contract with the manager and the security that's on the site. And that is something we can fund for a couple years out and make sure we continue to fund through the designated funds that are provided from ESG grants, CDBG, other sources. But I just don't think we can tie our hands now to saying we know there's going to be enhanced services. I just want to be very brutally blunt with everybody. So I'll leave it there. Councilmember Jimenez.
Thank you, Mayor. Just I had a question and just some comments very quickly. I was wondering, Jim, if you can share how it was determined that the Evans Lane site was going to be for families.
Yeah, Councilor, the thought process there was it ultimately will be a permanent affordable housing site. And we believe there's an opportunity there to, the emergency interim housing wouldn't be the entire site. It's quite a bit larger than probably what we could handle in terms of an emergency interim housing site. We develop the emergency housing on a piece of the site and then probably develop the permanent affordable housing over time in phases. And quite possibly think families in the emergency interim housing could have the potential to move into the first phase of a project there. Whereas the other sites are not seen as necessarily permanent affordable housing sites. So we thought there was, some rationale behind that, and that seemed to be a potential path to get families into permanent affordable housing. They would be in that neighborhood already, and there'd be a permanent affordable housing development following in the past. Once kind of funding was available, a developer was available, the housing department kind of moved that project forward. So that's the preliminary thinking that we were developing.
Was there any consideration to making any of the other sites for families, considering that in the end, we aspire to move everyone into permanent supportive housing, irrespective of whether they're at that site or not, right?
We gave some thought to it. That is a location that we thought had that kind of the easiest possibility in doing so. So I guess that's kind of how we got to that point. The other sites, we don't see them ultimately as permanent. And so I guess that was just that's just where we've gotten to at this level of thinking.
Okay, all right. Just a few comments. I want to make a few comments and then just share with you where I think we are and where we're going, because I think it's it's important to be very clear with my residents exactly what's happening here.
Councilmember Mendez, I just want to remind you, we have 49 minutes and this whole thing's shutting down and we have 2 more items left on the agenda.
Okay.
If you could be very succinct, so this is your second time around, it'd be helpful.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Mayor. So the first thing is just, I've been in office about 3.5 years. I know there, certainly District 2 hasn't moved as quickly as I would like on adopting a lot of things, more affordable housing and such, but over the past 3 years, we've adopted an overnight warming location, safe parking location, recently approved a low-income housing development for low-income seniors, and then now, moving forward and putting forward an effort to accept one of these sites. And one of the challenges that I have is that, as I think Councilmember Cam has put it well, is that we're going from 0 to 100 essentially. And a lot of folks, and especially given the process and the lack of process, quite frankly, with regards to community outreach, it's challenging for me to support this substitute motion. And then the other thing I want to be clear about, just so I understand it, is based on the discussion around services, it seems like we should not be expecting enhanced services, what I can gather from some of the comments that have been made, because we don't know what the budgetary impacts are going to be and such. Jim, a question to you is so the Monterey Burnell site, it seems to be moving forward. You're going to break ground, very quickly, it seems. Should I expect, and should the residents of District 2 expect that in a matter of 2 months, a month and a half, we're going to start breaking ground on the Caltrans side, on the Rue Ferrari side as well?
I would say that that's within the time frame of what we're looking to do. I don't know that we would be breaking ground that quickly, but certainly shortly thereafter. I don't think we have a fully developed schedule for that one, whereas we do on Monterey Burnell. But as soon as we have kind of our schematic ideas there, council member, and which really is required to be able to get a schedule together, we will certainly get that to you. We'll make that available. But generally speaking, I think the time frame that you talked about is something that we are aiming for.
Okay, and just to put it in perspective for folks, so the Burnell Monterey Road site, about 80 folks, right, is what we're estimating?
That's correct.
And then I think you made a comment around the Rue Ferrari site, maybe max 120 or so?
That's correct.
Okay, and then the only current bridge housing location we have in the city only has 40 right now, right?
That's correct.
And so we're expanding this exponentially. And the other thing I think it's important for folks to understand is these sites are less than half a mile away from each other. And so I just wanted to make sure that folks understood the context under which we're voting for this. That was one of the reasons I thought that accepting one site and the bigger site and putting more folks there was a good compromise with acknowledging the concerns of the community while also moving forward this that's very important. And so I can't be supporting the substitute motion. And I guess I look forward to the public process to the extent there is any. So thank you.
Councilmember Perales.
Thank you. I'll be brief. I was just going to question and see if staff can respond to how we did end up selecting Habitat for Humanity. I know I also received comments, questions from the Conservation Corps, and certainly they have an interest and want to participate.
Yeah, the decision to go with Habitat for Humanity really stemmed from, I believe, the direction that we received from the Mayor and Council to immediately stand up emergency interim housing. And we looked at a process of kind of going with some type of design build or some type of more traditional contractual approach. And it didn't meet any of the timelines we were talking about, trying to immediately stand it up. Habitat for Humanity developed our first community, did an effective job, understands what we're trying to accomplish, how we're trying to build these interim sites into a community. They know how to work with the operators and to really kind of make it effective. And so we saw this as a very expedited way to stand up these communities with an operator and a developer that could do it very effectively and quickly. They've been very cooperative in our negotiations, and we think we have a good strategy here. We think this is a very effective way to meet the direction that we received 2 weeks ago.
Thank you for that. And in cleaning out my desk yesterday, Mayor, I actually found my notice of termination from back when we did those layoffs. And it did bring back a little sobering reminder. I was fortunate not to get laid off, but missed that cut barely. And so, I would agree, we're going to have a sobering effect over the next couple months.
Thank you. Okay, any other comments? All right, let's vote then on Councilmember Davis's motion.
Jimenez,
No.
Peralez,
Aye.
Yep,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Aye.
Arenas,
Aye.
Foley,
Aye.
Camus. Camus, you're muted.
No,
Jones,
Aye.
no.
I got it. I got you. And Jones was aye, and Licardo.
Aye,
That's 2 noes.
thank you. Okay, we'll move on then to item 8.4, which amendments to the consolidated plan for fiscal years 2015, 2020.
Great, this is Jackie, and I'm going to share my screen. There. Can you see my screen?
Not yet.
Ah. Okay, got it.
There it is.
Okay.
All right, so I'll try to be quick given the late hour. Really the presentation is designed just to highlight the actions that we're taking in this memo. The first action, oh, I have the wrong one, sorry. Try it again.
Also make your screen bigger, Jackie. Slide deck.
Having technical difficulties, I can see, sorry. All right, I'll try one more time here. Okay, now. There you go. Okay, so the first item I just wanted to highlight was the 14 million that we are reprogramming in this memo. And so we're doing it using 4 different funding sources. So the first is the CDBG CARES Act, the second is ESG CARES Act, the third is HOPWA, and the last one is we currently have funds in our 1920 allocation that we can make modifications to. And so we're doing that in order to respond to COVID. One of the first actions we are taking in this action plan is to shift funding out of contracts that we identified would be unable to spend their funding by the end of the fiscal year. Both the Housing Rights Consortium and the Code Enforcement had hiring challenges. And so the action before you reduces their grant award because they were not going to be able to spend that funding before the end of the fiscal year. Before COVID-19 started, the Housing Department had already identified that Rebuilding Together could use these funds before the end of the fiscal year. And so we were committed to increasing their contract by $400,000 to support emergency and minor repairs to help seniors remain in their home. Then we have COVID happens, and the HUD, in the CARES Act, one of the benefits of the CARES Act was that HUD issued waivers. And the most important one that's impacting us right now is it's lifting the 15% public service cap on our 1920 CDBG allocation. So typically every year we can only spend 15% on public services, but this waiver provides us an opportunity to use our current year unallocated funds to support the city's COVID-19 response. So we're proposing 4 different actions: to use 1.2 million for Loaves and Fishes, who is going to lead a consortium of nonprofits to provide food for seniors, homeless individuals and families, and disabled residents. This effort has been coordinated with the EOC food team. Item number 2, which we've already reviewed with you, is the $2 million for Life Moves to fund an emergency hotel motel program for families. Action number 3 is $519,000 to support the establishment and operations of our emergency shelters. And then finally, the last action is in coordination with the Office of Economic Development. We're recommending $2.5 million to the Opportunity Fund to support small businesses. The next action is to allocate or appropriate the CARES funding that the department is receiving. So really the majority of the funding, 6.6 million, is going to be held for shelter improvements and to support the operations of both the 434 shelter beds, the 104 trailers, and potentially, if we have money left over, to support the new BHC communities. And then the last action is for the HOPWA CARES Act, and that money will be allocated to the Health Trust. They are our providers for supporting people who live with AIDS. And with that, I had one just last thing to say, that is that the CARES Act has a second and third allocation. So HUD received $12 billion in funding, and there's still more funding available through that initial 12 billion. Unfortunately, it's not clear how much funding the city will receive because HUD is creating new funding allocations. And those allocations are based on public health needs, COVID-19 transmission risk, and the number of COVID-19 cases in a community, economic and housing market disruptions, and then other unknown factors that HUD is going to determine. So we do anticipate we'll be receiving a second round or be notified by May 11th for CDBG, and another round from ESG by June 26th. And then there's this mysterious third round that is rolling that HUD will release over time. So with that, I'm done with my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Esparza?
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm going to support the amendments to the plan, but I wanted to ask a question really to highlight a concern, the fact that we are cutting $400,000 from code enforcement, which is a big need in the community, as we saw with Valley Palms and with Foxdale and District 5 and many others. That code enforcement is a need in the community. And can you explain why we're cutting that at this time, and what is the plan to, with the next allocation, continue code enforcement work?
Sure. So we are cutting it because code enforcement had hiring challenges, and so they didn't hire staff in order to draw down these funds. And so if they just remained in the contract, they go away as their use of public service funding. So as a result, we really wanted to move those dollars while we still have them, but we are planning on funding code at the same level that we're currently funding them. And we're actually talking to planning to see if there are other additional uses that they could have.
Okay, thank you. And with that, I move to accept the amendments and the plan moving forward.
Second.
Thank you. Councilmember Arenas?
Thank you, Mayor. So my question, well, once again, thank you so much, Jackie, for the proposed plan for families. I know that CDBG is typically a more flexible funding source, and I know that you're making some movement today. I was wondering, I know that my staff has been talking with you about some of the really great work that First Five is doing with the library and Santa Clara County Office of Education with the distribution of diapers and baby wipes and formulas, as well as the family activity kits. And I think those are just absolutely underfunded. I wonder if there's some tweaks that we can do to the CDBG funding that would free up and support that effort. And I think that you've found a path forward for us, Jackie. Would you share that with all of us?
Yes, we have the ability to move an additional $400,000 from our community development improvement line item, which would have gone to acquisition, rehab, and infrastructure for affordable housing sites and public facilities. And we can move that to the public service bucket and to fund First Five to provide diapers, baby formula, and family activity kits, and what we would to low-income families in response to COVID-19. And again, that would be up to $400,000, depending upon their need and ability to spend those funds.
Yes, I know the need of our families is just enormous. It's not going away anytime soon. You know, I heard our mayor clearly say that there's a second, third contagion cycle to all of this. And so we should brace ourselves for the worst to come. I'm not trying to be pessimistic, but I do want to make sure that we keep families focused and supported. So I'd like to make a friendly amendment to include the portion of the proposed plan for families that relate to the federal funding, and move the 400 for the community development improvement line item acquisition. I'm just reading, you know, I'm just saying it for the record, Maya, but thank you for saying yes so quickly. From the community development improvement line item acquisition, rehabilitation, and infrastructure affordable housing sites and public facilities to fund First Five to provide items like diapers, baby wipes, activity, family kits for low-income families in response to COVID-19. Thank you. And I will second my friendly amendment.
Okay, so it's accepted by the maker of the motion. Jackie, did you want to comment at all on the amendment?
Yes, no, I did. Her staff contacted me and we feel comfortable making this adjustment.
Okay, thank you.
And again, we're able to do this because of that 15% cap that's been lifted. So it makes it possible for us to do.
Okay, thank you. I know there was a member of the public had the hand just went back up. 7863, the person calling with 7863. Welcome. Okay, appears that person's not able to talk. Perhaps software problem, or they left. Okay, all right, we'll return to council then. Any final comments? All right, let's vote on the motion.
Yes.
Yes.
Perez,
Yes.
Yep,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Kemmis,
Yes.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
8.3 are actions related to temporary sheltering operations and services for COVID-19.
Hi, this is Reagan. Let me get my screen up.
Do we need a presentation?
I'll go fast, Councilmember Foley. All right.
I'm sleepy.
Me too. You guys are the only thing that's standing between me and In-N-Out right now. So this. All right. So we're here to get some approval for temporary sheltering operations during COVID-19 emergency. You can see here our temporary shelters, Bascom Community Center. There's no increase in capacity. It's just a change in operations to 24/7. There's no funding increase. South Hall here with 283 new beds. Parkside with 75 new beds, and Camden Community Center is also new, 40 beds for families. And then we have our Mayberry Road BHC and Plaza Hotel that had vacancies pre-COVID, and we are now putting vulnerable folks into those locations. So the three agreements here that we're seeking amendments to is one for Home First, amending our current overnight warming location contract with them to also now run South Hall, Parkside, Camden, and Bascom 24/7. An amendment to our agreement also with Home First for Mayberry Bridge housing to allow placement of vulnerable folks there, and allied housing for placement of vulnerable folks at the plaza. And here are just some photos of our current temporary shelters. And I did want to say thank you to the Housing Department's homeless response team. It's a small but mighty team of 5, as well as our EOC logistics team who have worked so hard to set these up. And that's it for my presentation.
Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you, Reagan. Thanks for your hard work, the work of Jackie, everybody on the team. This was not an easy feat, and I know it's still a lot of hard work, so thank you. Any comments from the council? Catherine Hedges?
Hi, thanks very much. As I was saying before, I'm just so disappointed in how slow the county's response has been and how they're congratulating themselves over doing very little. And I've heard earlier in the discussion that the county is kind of leaving things up to the city. So I hope that we can either get the ball rolling, use Operation Door Key, get people off the streets, get them away from each other instead of in these congregate settings, and stop the spread and flatten the curve in the homeless population. You know, they deserve to live too. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Okay, back to the council. Councilmember Arenas.
Thank you, Mayor. I apologize. Yes, so I have a question about the focus for some of this effort, and we have an area in our district in Thompson Creek where we have all year long homeless, unhoused individuals that are very much engaged with our neighborhood association and living in peace and harmony there. But I'm very concerned about them now because of COVID. Of course, all year round, I'm concerned about them. And I'm wondering, are you prioritizing any encampment sites outside of those 14 that you're more directly working with? And how can we bring some of those resources to some encampment hotspots like Thompson Creek in my district?
Hi, Councilmember. So our focus is largely those 14 encampments, but it's not exclusive to those 14. We are somewhat limited on street outreach teams. Many homeless service provider staff have been redeployed to other emergency efforts like staffing temporary shelters and hotel motels, but we do have some limited street outreach teams who are out there in encampments. We have medical teams that are still visiting encampments, and we're working with our homeless advocates to supplement outreach to encampments by going out and delivering supplies and materials, PPE and hand sanitizer. So I'd be happy to connect with you offline about making sure folks in the Thompson Creek area get some attention.
Wonderful, great. Thank you so much, Reagan. And is In-N-Out open this late? A hungry girl wants to know.
1
Until
a.m.
2 a.m. or 1 a.m.
Okay. That's a notice for all of us. Thank you.
Now, part of the city record, so if they close early, they're in trouble. All right. Any other questions? All right, let's vote on the motion then.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Peralez,
Aye.
Dip,
Aye.
Crosco,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Aye.
Foley,
Aye.
Camus,
Yes.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, we're on to open forum, I believe. Mr. Beekman.
Hi. I wanted to remind yourselves the work with accountability that I love to do, love to be around so much. And, it's really taught me the ideas of what can be real positive sustainability. And I think that has to be stressed at this time. And whatever we be doing has to be with those ideas in mind and thinking about it. And, I've always wanted to say, and I've said a few times that, it's this local accountability ideas that can help, address our state and federal governments when they want to hand down things to us and local government isn't quite ready for it. And that's what the broadband things sound like to me. You've been given a whole bunch of money by FEMA and you're a bit unsure of yourselves of how you want to spend it yet. And I just thank you so much that you actually are a bit worried about that. And I hope you don't spend it on broadband. I hope you find different uses for it and you make the efforts to find, sponsors and corporate donors and the like. And when you do talk with them, have a very mellow conversation about, broadband can be done, but it can be done in very minimal terms. And I think you're trying to do that. And I hope that can be a humble point that we all can work with. And I think that can create community and good practices. And we can all be on the same page on how to go forward with broadband. And I wish you luck for all of us with these issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Good night, everyone. Meeting's adjourned.
Good night.
Good night, everyone.
Aye.
Good night.